You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo! Wah, wah, wee, wah. What's up, fools? Today is 6/1/2025. It's 10:06 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just getting started here on the Foolery Show. If you haven't yet, make sure you take a second, hit the thumbs up button, and subscribe. Last time we were live, we were watching NotSoErudite on TimPool. We only made it a little bit in, about says 22 minutes into a 2-hour video, so we're gonna take some time to try to finish this up. Today seems like a lot of it was about like liberals separating themselves from leftists, which is obviously something that I've been talking a lot about lately. So seems like a good topic for this show. I like to post funny videos to try to get I try to post a video on TikTok every time I go live to tell people that I'm going live. And I posted a video just a little bit ago. I think it's fucking funny. You guys are getting me confused with somebody else. Stop saying I apologize for being white. Stop saying that I woke scolded somebody. Stop saying that I kicked Z off of my show. Stop saying that I'm threatening people on the internet. That's this guy. I think his name's Good Logic or something like that. Definitely not me. But also, if you're not convinced, I'm streaming right now on YouTube. So come check me out, youtube.com/TomFooleryShow. I don't even think we look that much alike. You guys are getting me confused. So I am. Just you guys are getting me confused with somebody else. Stop. I don't even think we. So yeah, just posted this a minute ago on there. Tom kicked Z. Well, so it is a real thing that people actually think that that's me. And the Destiny's chat, I was watching Destiny when he was going over the Z stuff and the show where this guy kicked Z off of the show, and everybody in the chat starts like, fuck you, tomfoolery, fuck you, you're a leftist piece of shit, like, just going off on like, why, she's not racist, you liar, like, going off. I'm like, wait, that's not me. What the fuck? What the fuck you talk? That is not me. What, you guys are fucking idiots. That doesn't even look like me. What the fuck? So yeah, so I and then after they posted the video, I started getting comments about it. People saying that they were mad that I like called out Ray for being racist and blah blah blah. Dude, chill. That's not me. What the fuck? Chill. This is not me. So yeah, it's been it's been a little annoying, but like it went away like a week ago, and I just thought it would be a funny video to post, so I'm just kind of fucking around by posting that. But alright, we're gonna get into it. I gotta turn my AC on, dude. It's hot in here. Let me shape this up a little bit. Get that there. Let's get this right here, like. Okay, yeah. There we go. Apparently I heard Mantis and Mercedes were getting into some trouble today. I didn't get to see it, so I don't know if there's clips anywhere. If anybody has clips of it somewhere, I'd definitely check it out. But apparently if you guys remember a while ago, I went on to a panel. I went on to Mojo's panel. And when I went on to Mojo's panel, they had a ton of people flooding in to the comment section, into his chat. And he eventually was like, bro, like, this is getting to be too much. And they're all like, just flooding in. Everybody who comes up on the panel is only coming on to talk to me. And I'm like, guys, I'm not here to talk to you. Like, I'm here to debate MAGA. Like, you can't just come on and take over this guy's fucking panel anytime I want a panel. You can't just come in and try to commandeer the fucking panel for whatever your dumbass issues are. So eventually, he ended the panel and starts on another channel and then invites me, and I jump on, and as soon as I jump on, he's like, yo, this is like getting to be too much. Like, I'm actually getting other people in like groups that I work with and crap sending me stuff saying that like you actually are a problem, like, and I need to figure this out. And so then they start letting people on, and this one girl comes on and starts like going off on me. And at first she's like, I want to have like a good faith discussion, but as soon as we start talking, it became crystal clear she didn't want to have a good faith discussion. And every time I asked her a question, she refused to answer the question. But apparently that same girl jumped on today to fight with Mantis, Mercedes, apparently I think Mojo was there as well. And wasn't Ray Ray the guy who said he could beat up any streamer? Yes, he said he would beat up any liberal, yeah. Yep, that was him. And so yeah, he Ray Ray is kind of funny because yeah, he's put out a TikTok saying, I would fight any of you liberal streamers. I don't care who it is. I bet you I could fight any of y'all. Immediately, dude, these fucking like jacked big old fucking like UFC fighter motherfuckers are coming out like, I'll fight you, motherfucker. I'll fight your ass. And he's like, hold on. I meant within my weight class. I think that's implied. Anybody who, you know, fights or knows anything about fighting knows that if you're going to fight somebody, you're talking about within your weight class. Obviously, I'm not going to fight somebody twice my size. That's stupid. Like, y'all took what I said in a very different way than what it was meant as. You're being bad faith. And it's like, wait, you said any liberal. You said you could fight any liberal because you're implying that like they're all soy boys, they're all these skinny little guys. And so yeah, just one after another after another after another, these liberals are coming out like, I'll fight you, and there's these just fucking jacked dudes. And he's like, whoa, no, I did not mean you. Come on. Fucking hilarious. If I remember correctly, Ray Ray called Tom the N-word, and I'm not talking the original N-word. He called me the N-word? What are you talking about? Yeah, he was in my chat the day that, like, I think most everything started to blow up. He was in my chat, and I was talking about the fact that I was telling him, I was like, I don't think you're a racist just because of the video that you put out. I think the video that you put out was racist, though. Like, you took what was happening out of context. On Fatty's panel? Was I on there with Ray Ray? Wait, was Ray Ray on Fatty's panel with me? I don't remember him. Did that happen? Oh, wait. You're talking about the black guy? There was a black guy who was on there who was like the what was it? There was a black guy on there who was saying that like stats don't work. But yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember anything like that. I don't remember him being on a panel with me. I'm trying to think while I reset my clock. Yeah, also, I'm supposed to get unbanned from TikTok. Today, or after midnight, I guess. Yeah, the stats don't work guy. Yeah, no, that was a totally different guy. Ray Ray is a white dude who's like super country. He's the one who did the gorilla face. You remember on the panel with Mercedes, the guy who did the gorilla face? And everybody got mad at him for it being racist.
We heard it loud and clearly. You said it with your full chest. You don't actually care. You are ill-equipped to have conversations. My cousin Shaq didn't.
Okay, so this is Ray Ray, who did the gorilla face. And this is Ray Ray right here. So this is... Okay, his name's Good Trouble. So Good Trouble is this guy. So he's the guy who jumped on to the panel to call Ray Ray racist for this video.
Dominate the NBA for decades. Y'all act like my whole
Cousin Shaq.
No.
My cousin Shaq.
No.
So I just want you to be clear. This is all I came to say. If you want to platform people like this, right? You just got to get it clear. It's fine having these conversations. Certain people don't deserve the fucking kindness that you are showing.
And
this
that's
person.
you.
Okay,
if
Ray.
I wasn't worried about
And
that,
I swear to God, Ray. And the next time I see you, I will feed you your teeth. All right, brother? That's all I came here to say. That's all I came here to say, okay?
Now, because I think he's talking about the main joke where I said,
Yeah, that's Ray Ray. Oh, come on.
Truthfully, I am not afraid to take any liberal in the boxing ring.
Oh, awesome. Somebody stitched my video. Let's check it out.
Fuck sparring. Put your life on it.
Not fighting Luke Cage. That's not happening. And apparently his daughter's name is Jean Grey. I mean, I got the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe after my ass, and the left. I gotta wonder if it would even be legal. I mean,
He's just making fun of Ray Ray right now. He's not Ray Ray.
step into the ring with maybe like a liberal?
Ah, fuck. I mean,
Truthfully, I am not afraid to take any liberal in the box. Not fighting Luke Cage. That's not happening. And apparently his daughter's name is Jean Grey. I mean, I got the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe
Mike
after
Hawk.
my ass, and the left.
$5.
I gotta wonder if it would even be legal. I mean, could I step into the ring with maybe like a liberal infant?
thank you, Mike Hawk. I don't know why it's still doubling up. I don't know why the fuck it's still doubling up. I'm about ready to just like take everything down and just like redo my entire fucking thing to figure out where the fuck this is coming from, because this is gonna drive me this is gonna drive me crazy. I don't know what the fuck the problem is, but thank you, Mike, for the $5. We're $5 in for 25 in the first 20 minutes. Thank you, sir.
I need something around my size. I should have said weight class. Weight class. Weight class.
if I've ever needed my MAGA family, it's right about now.
If there's a bigger pussy than Ray Ray.
For now, to where I know you guys are going to see these kinds of videos, there's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with.
Well, I seen this little clip, and then this guy put out another one saying something about like people 6'9" messaging him, and he was talking about like weight classes. So I commented again, and I was like, "Hey, I am a whopping 5'8", 190 pounds, and I would love to take you up on this." And then he blocked me. So I don't think this fella really meant it. But yeah, there's that.
For now, to where I know you guys are going to see these.
Bro, dude. This is fucking wild. I can't believe he put this out.
Hello, and welcome to Ray Ray's School of Defense Against a Big Bad Liberal.
Hi, and welcome to Appalachian Fairy Tales School of Defense Against Ray Ray. This works 100% of the time, and you don't even have to get off the...
Now, I just want to end with this. The Liberal Party goes so hard trying to hurt people, while MAGA goes so hard trying to help people.
Bro, you literally challenge people to fights. And the libs are the ones that are always looking to hurt people. Your entire page...
It's funny because from my understanding, Ray Ray kept talking about the fact that he wasn't even MAGA. That he wasn't MAGA, and that's why he was on that panel in the first place. Because he kept saying that he wasn't MAGA, that he was moving away from MAGA, that he didn't like Trump anymore. And then after that, he started getting like hardcore canceled by all the fucking liberals. And once he started getting canceled and like all of the leftists started coming after him for that racist video, then he started, he went right back to wearing his hat saying, if I ever needed MAGA, it's now. Like, and so yeah, it's something apparently he's just flip-flopping on.
Hi, you might not recognize me right now, and I'm not surprised by that. See, the last time you saw me, I was on TikTok going something like this. Why do liberals go and run their mouth? That's right, it's Ray Ray. It's Ray Ray. And I just want y'all to know that my sex change operation, it went good. Look at these 45, 47s. Why do liberals always run their mouth? I challenge any one of you to come take me on. Oh, Ray, what the fuck, man? Fucking got this shit in a Goodwill bin, thinking it'd be funny to be you, but it sucks to be you, motherfucker. It sucks.
Had to show the ladies off real quick.
Misinformation of the left regarding this boxing event is just astounding at this point. My guy, I know your party isn't that sharp, but just try to keep up. Try. Not only do I already have my opponent ready, which is good trouble, and I've already agreed to box him, and you'd know that if your party wasn't in reported videos, but I also have 12 other boxers ready to go for the Republican Party as well as hosts for this whole event. Because I've been working on this since September of last year, and you guys are just now seeing it. I've always wanted this to be a thing. And if you don't believe me, I posted the Political Punches playlist that goes back to September of 2024, showing you that I've always wanted this, and now I just now used a marketing ploy to get your attention. It got your attention, so...
Boy, Ray just keeps on digging, don't he? He reminds me of Donald Trump in this way. You know, Donald Trump is always trying to bully everybody. I'm going to bully. I'm going to puff up my chest. I'm real big and badass. I'm going to put all these tariffs on China because we're going to bring back manufacturing to this country. That's what they said. And then China's like, man, we're going to call you on your bluff here. We're not moving. We're not budging. And then Donald Trump, what did he do? He folded. And he removed the tariffs. And then he's like, oh, no, man, this was 4D chess the whole time. I was playing you guys. I was playing you. Really, it was just about...
This first said Ray is my favorite woman on TikTok. Ooh. Oh, man. They spelt favorite with an O-U. It's a Brit. They don't even count.
Why do liberal men run their mouths? Sorry, why do liberal boys run their mouths? Like, they act so big, bad, and tough in their lives and in their videos. It's just hilarious to me. But I want to say this. I'm a big enough creator now to where I know you guys are going to see these kinds of videos. There's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with. Anywhere 209.
He says not one. Not one. That's what he said. Not one.
Specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with. Anywhere 290 pounds, 6'9", are challenging me to a boxing match as if they don't know that anybody can get it means within the weight division. Have you?
I believe you said that the people challenging you were 6'9", 290 pounds.
I know you were talking about weight classes, so for your consideration, I am 5'9", 180.
I can't hear this at all.
And I would love for a chance to walk you like a fucking dog.
Oh, no! I bet you didn't expect the responses that you were getting, huh? I love this notion that all of you think that liberals are just people with blue hair who have never touched a weight or been in a fight before. See, the thing about us is we don't need to project our insecurities. We have the ability to have intellectual discussions and don't resort straight to violence or 10-year-old.
Okay, whatever. So yeah, anyways, that's Ray. And that's the guy that the other dude came on and said he was going to punch his teeth in. So yeah, big dude like that just popping up like, yeah, I'll fight you. I'll fight your fucking ass. Whoa. That is not what he expected. But yeah, that was him here.
Cousin Jack. That is literally a Pete Davidson joke in a roast.
But I will just straight up, like, whatever explanation you will give, I don't think is acceptable. Because, I mean, to even, like, parallel a gorilla to another black man, like Shaq, like, even if you're referencing something else, it's not acceptable. Like, you get what I'm saying? Right. But it's like, so it's
most
okay.
of the jokes were from that. So I don't...
But it don't really matter where it's from, though. Like, you're literally making a racial joke.
No, that's the whole thing. Like, Z literally come into the live the other day or whatever, and she's making microaggressions.
Thank you.
Ray, you posted a racist video about the... Didn't he take it down? I thought he took the video down. Like, what more do y'all want from him? What do you mean it doesn't matter if he took it down? They said over and over on the panel. The guy who pulled up the video said, this video is still up right now. That's what he said. He said it over and over. This video is still up right now, right? So the fact that the video is still up did matter. I don't know who you watched, but I watched the guy go on there, pull up a video, put it up to the camera, and then say over and over, this video is still up on his feed right now. And then after he left, he took the video down So now it's not still up on his feed. So the fact that the video was still up at the time mattered. If it's not up now, that should also matter. But yeah, that was that's what we were talking about at the time, was that whole thing. So yeah, make sure you guys go give my video on TikTok a like real quick. I think looks like Arian already did it. You guys are getting me confused with some. I don't even think on Foolery Show. I don't even think we look that much alike. Here's the link. Quibbles, what it do, homie? Mantis, aren't you going viral on Twitter right now? Oh yeah, she's popping off, isn't she? Let's see, do I have the link here? No, I don't have the link. Okay. So she posted, now I'm not saying the caller is right, but this performance from Dean is so fucking condescending and cringe. I don't blame people for not wanting to hear what these little twerps have to say.
Okay. All right. Well, who do you follow?
I kind of just get my own interpretation from it, man. I don't really have to follow them to.
He gets his own interpretation. Okay.
You got that in your spank bait.
My name's Brady. I think all women are bitches. Yeah, that's gonna tell him. Holy shit, dude. All right, I'm sorry, bro. I'm actually not sorry.
Yeah.
All.
Ooh, he's
Okay.
not
All
sorry.
right. Well, who do you follow?
Part 2.
Yeah, if Jesus were standing in front of you right now, and you said, Jesus, is it morally acceptable for me to call women that I don't like bitches? What do you think he'd say?
Probably wouldn't like it, but I mean, we all do mess up, I guess. I don't really know.
But like, why do you continually, intentionally keep doing it?
Because I don't care.
Because, yeah, exactly. So then you don't care about what Jesus wants you to do.
About what, like, I mean, I'm an agnostic, but you're a Christian, so you actually believe Jesus Christ is God. You do understand that you just told us that you don't care.
I believe Jesus is the Son of God,
you just told us that you don't care what a perfect, all-knowing, all-good, infinite God has to say.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He thinks dude, I can't.
My name's Brady. I don't care if you're an all-good, infinite, all-knowing, perfect
wait,
God.
let's go back to this.
My name's Brady. Guess what? I don't. I don't care if you think it's wrong for me to call women bitches. They've just left me so many times. I have to. I have to call women bitches, God, and I don't care what you have to say, God, because now my name's Brady.
So there's this thing that I used to do when I was doing debate coaching, where I would try to explain to people that it happened numerous times, where lots of people were new to debating, and they would come in, and the first thing that they would want to do is just go hard and try to like destroy the other people. And they were like getting loud and big the whole time and interrupting a lot and just kind of trying their hardest to get a dunk on the other person or to be overly aggressive. And they think that this is like the way to build an audience. But then afterwards, they're like, I don't understand. Like, people keep saying that I fucking lost, but I had better points. I was being way more aggressive. I was being way louder. I was making fun of them the whole time. Like, what the fuck is happening? And I'm like, there's a thing called tone matching where you have to match the other person's tone. And if you go above and beyond, you look fucking stupid. You look autistic. You look dumb because you aren't, you seem very out of place. You seem very, you seem like you don't understand it. And so you have to pick your moments. If you just go in from the beginning, what are you? Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah, you're so dumb. What do you think that? Oh my goodness. Like, you can't do that right off the rip, especially when the other person's trying to be respectful. They're trying to have a genuine conversation. You doing all of that performativity just makes you look stupid. It just makes you look dumb. You look like a child. You look somebody who is just trying way too hard. You look like a tryhard. And it's embarrassing to watch you do it. It hurts. And so it doesn't matter how much the other people don't like the other person. When they watch you act like that, it doesn't matter how much they might agree with the points that you're making. Like, you look stupid while you're doing it. You look very insecure, childish, and you look like, where you say, like, I'm going hard, I'm being aggressive, I'm yelling at them, I'm calling them names. Like, why doesn't it work? Because we can all see that. We can all see that while we're watching it. We can see you're thinking, I'm gonna be more aggressive, I'm gonna make fun of them, and it'll look awesome. I'll be standing over them looking down afterwards like, haha, gotcha, bitches. And like, we can all see you doing that. Whereas, like, normally when these things happen naturally, that's when it looks good. That's when it looks like a dunk. That's when it looks bad for the other person, is when they actually say something really stupid and you react to them like they're saying something stupid. Or they actually say something just inconceivably dumb, and you react like it's inconceivably dumb. You have to tone match to an extent, and even when you raise it up, you have to raise it up in proportionality to where they already are. So if they're sitting there whispering the whole time and being like this, and they're still kind of being a little bit respectful, but they might be saying some stupid things once in a while. If you respond to that with, oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me, like, you still look crazy. You look like a fucking crazy person. And so, yes, even with that, if you respond to it to like call them out or whatever, it still has to be proportional to what it is that they're doing. You even when you pick your moments, it can't be just a moment just because they said something dumb, but it has to be a moment that is still going to be proportional to the way that they're acting. And it's OMG, nearly shat myself. That was loud. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point, right? That is the point. So yeah. Yeah, this is shit that Dean does a lot. But I don't think Parker does that a lot. I don't think Parker does that very much, so. Tom's trying to wake my kids up. My bad. My B. When are you gonna set up the chat? Dude, I looked for it. I can't find it. I have no idea what it is, or how it works, or what. I have no fucking idea. Ask kid, not kin. Okay. Yeah, I might ask him. But yeah, this is just like pretty consistent from Dean, and this is the same thing. We were talking about this on the last stream, that when he gets donations, he'll out of nowhere go from like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Hold on one second. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the $5. Oh, thank you. You are so great. Thank you so much. Oh man, thank you. Oh, Daniel. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much, Daniel, for the $10. You are awesome. Oh, Hannah, thank you for the roses. Man, Hannah. Oh my goodness. And it's just too awkward. It's too weird. And after he came into my chat like begging to talk, and I told him, a lot of people they acted like when I show the video and I'm like, it's him begging to come onto the show, and I'm telling you, you're running from Destiny right now, yet you're in my chat fucking begging to come on and talk. Like, this is cringe, bro. There were people in my comment section who were like, aren't you doing the same thing? Like, aren't you also running from him? And I was like, well, no, there's a number of reasons why I'm not. One, I said at the beginning of that stream that I was only there for 30 minutes. I just had to meet some sort of goal, and so I had to stream for 30 minutes that night, and that I was just going to read articles and then get off. Two, he kept saying that he only wanted to ask one question. So if he wanted to debate, yeah, I probably would have found a way to make it work in the moment. But he didn't want to debate. He just kept saying over and over and over, only one question, just one question. That's it. But then third, I told him if he actually wants to talk, he can send me a DM, and I'll set it up. If you want to do it tomorrow, if you want to do it another day, whenever you want. If you send me a message, I'll make it work. And he never sent me a message. So, it was obvious. It was obviously him trying to set me up for some sort of gotcha. He was probably going to come on and be like, "Hey, why did you say you love pedo porn?" And then just hang up and run, and not even like wait for an answer, nothing. And then that's all it was going to be. And so I wasn't going to give him the opportunity to do that, because already there's a bunch of people in chat who were like asking those sorts of questions. I'm not even going to engage with them because I'm already putting out a video that's answering all those questions. And so, I'm not going to. Why didn't you tell him that? I did tell him that. I did say, I was like, look, guys, I was like, I'm not here to take call-in today. I said at the beginning of the thing that I'm not taking call-ins, and so I did explain it, and I said, if you want to talk, if you actually want to talk, send me a DM and we'll set it up. But he didn't send me the DM. But anyways, afterwards I thought about maybe just like going in, like requesting up on one of his lives to talk to him. But I would never go up on one of his lives, because he still does the same like gotcha dunk bullshit on his own shows, to where if I did go up there, he would do the same thing. He would do some sort of gotcha and then hang up on me or mute me or whatever. The way that they do it on TikTok is that they make sure that they can just railroad you the entire time. And so they're not actually going to try to have a conversation. So if he did, then I would do it on my platform with me holding the mute button, because I don't ever mute people. So they know that I'm not going to do what they do. Why? What does he have against you? It's the whole, what do you mean? It's the same thing as all of the fucking TikTok lefties. Like, they're all the same. But a bunch of them kept saying that I said that like it was okay to call black people the N-word, that like they were taking a bunch of things that I said and like running with them. There was a point where like me and Mantis were like flirting in Discord, I think, and I said something about like, I think Mantis said like, you could do whatever you want with me, and I was like, I'm part of the Your Body My Choice movement, and they went and like clipped that and were like, he says he's part of the Your Body My Choice movement. He's a Nick Fuentes fan, like, and they're just taking like every little thing out of context. And even him, what do you mean? Yeah, even him. He's like the Dean is like one of the people like leading this fucking bullshit against me. His whole Discord, the reason they all flood in is because yes, they are like spamming links every time that I go live or I go do something. They spam my links in his Discord, and then they all flood in, and he kicked me out of his server for no reason, just kicked me out and then started talking shit. So yeah, I no idea what this dude's issue is, but Yeah, these are like all of these people are his audience. One of the girl that I was just talking about earlier, where I was on a panel and with Mojo, and some girl came on and just like acted like at the beginning she wanted to have a conversation, but then she was like, "So why did you ever say the N-word?" And I was like, "Well, I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. Like I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to say it. Blah blah blah." And she kept interrupting me every time I tried to say anything. She would try to interrupt me. That is, from what I'm told, like Parker's head mod. And that, like, from what I'm told, anytime they need like a token black person to come up and like agree with everything that Parker's saying, that girl will go on and reaffirm all of his shit. And so yeah. They're all a bunch of weirdos. Yeah, this has 350 likes, so y'all go like Mantis's post. The link is in the chat. 62 comments. 350 likes. Well done. There has to be some context of the caller being a huge piece of shit right before this, right? Because this seems absolute batshit insane. So yeah, so this is what I'm saying. Is that like you would assume the other person was talking to them this way. I'll be your token black guy, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. We will tokenize the shit out of you at some point. We will spend that token. I mean, if this guy is arguing that all women are bitches, then I think he deserves the snarkiness. He wasn't arguing that. He said Kamala was a bitch, so Dean decided to treat him like an incel. Yeah, that's gay. After seeing him chuck out and throw an event together under the bus while sitting there willingly being berated by a bunch of unhinged black women over microaggressions, I can see why they are losing young men. Yep. Yerp. STV Philly said arguing with retards all day does this to people. LOL. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I spend a lot of time arguing with the same types of people, and I know chat gets that way, but I don't. But I'm fair. But yeah, if anybody can find if there's like clips of Mantis arguing earlier today, I would like to see it. My name's Tom Foolery Show. I've been a content creator. Wait, what is it? Somebody just left a comment and then it's just not there. Teddy Davis, he does seem like he's doing it for views. He's writing checks he won't cash. But it's just, I guess maybe he deleted the comment right after because, yeah, it's not there. But thank you guys for going over there and hitting the like button.
Proceduralism has killed our flexibility, but it needs to be strong enough to withstand people who might want to attack the Constitution, people who might want to be corrupt, which most people that enter politics are probably somewhat corrupt to some degree, right? It needs to be able to withstand these things with the assumption of what incentive structures do to human nature.
So who did you vote for in 2024?
I'm not American, so.
Oh, you're not American?
No.
Oh, you Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
All these Canadians coming to our country trying to influence our politics.
Yeah,
true. What to do. Okay, who'd you vote for in Canada? Trudeau?
I didn't vote in this last election because I haven't been in the country for like almost 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
before that was Aaron O'Toole, who's a conservative. Before that was NDP.
You voted for a conservative?
Yep, I vote all. In Canada, we don't have this like.
Yeah, you vote for a party, don't you?
Well, we have like 6, right? It's less culturally baked in that like if you're a conservative, you're always conservative, forever conservative. Like most people in Canada will vote like maybe NDP locally. At a provincial level, they might vote like Liberal, and then at a federal level, they might vote like something else, right? Like that's pretty standard in Canada.
So U.S.-wise, you would probably still find yourself aligned with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, theoretically, if I had been able to vote and I was American, I probably would have voted for
This is what I can't understand. I mean, by all means, criticize the Trump administration, whatever, I don't care. The Obama administration, you know, I'm not going to speak to anyone before when I like Bill Clinton, I can say very little about. I was a child. But I can say that Bush sucked and violated the Constitution. Obama sucked, violated the Constitution, and we can go into great detail how. And Joe Biden and his administration was probably the most egregious violation of constitutional norms and our institutions that I've ever seen in my life.
Sure, and then now we have like 2024 Trump, who I would argue is like also violating the Constitution, like pretty openly. And so I guess my question to you would be, I don't really want to participate in any of this. First of all, if I was an American, I'd be voting in my midterms and my primaries and my locals, right? Not just my federal, which most people don't even do. Most people that complain about their politics don't even vote at their primaries, which is how you get the nuance in your own party. If you're mad, like that's what I say to leftists, if you're mad that the Democrats don't represent you, vote in your primaries. If you're not voting in your primaries, you'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
What are they? There's a word for this when someone believes in voting to change things that the left uses. I forgot what it was.
Probably a stupid liberal.
It's like
incrementalism. Is that what they're talking about?
You'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
What are they? There's a word for this when someone believes in voting to change things that the left uses. I forgot what it was.
Voting in change things that the left uses. What is that? I don't even know what that means. I feel like my brain is breaking, but well, yeah, it's electoralism, but I think they're talking about incrementalism.
Probably a stupid liberal.
It's like no, it's like votarian or like it's some word like that, voterist or something. A person who believes that voting will change a system.
Electoralism, yeah.
I believe in democracy, right? And I think democracy is the best system we've arrived at thus far. Not because I think democracy is a fundamental good or capitalism. I think that they are two systems that we have created that take.
Yeah, this is a thing. I think this is a problem that a lot of people run into where this is exactly how people end up in the far right too. This is how they end up in the far right and the far left is they will break down a system and you'll start to kind of like look at small irrelevant stances. So like this is like a thing that moves people to the far right is where somebody will say, yeah, but isn't it natural for us to be tribalistic to some extent? Isn't that normal? Why is everybody acting like it's so horrible to do something that's natural? It's natural for us to be tribalistic. And so if we're tribal based on race, based on culture, based on these sorts of norms, why is everybody acting like we're wrong for doing something natural? And it's probably true that, yeah, like it is natural to be tribalistic. It's, I think, an inherent trait of humans to be tribalistic. We used to have tribes all over the place, especially in like hunter-gatherer societies where everything was about your tribe and morals and norms and who you respected, who you treated with respect, who you treated with some, like the moral code was only built in for your tribe. That's it. If you happen upon another tribe, like you're part of your tribe and you happen upon somebody in the woods who's not part of your tribe, you were likely just going to kill them for a number of reasons. One is that your morals don't apply to them. Your morals apply to your tribe. But the other reason is resources. You don't want other tribes around killing the deer, killing the buffalo, killing the animals that you guys want for your food, for your tribe. And so you have to kill them to make sure that they're not taking up resources. And this is the same for all animals, especially social animals. Like if you watch chimpanzees, they are all very cool with each other. You don't steal from your own. You don't fight with your own. You don't you don't do fucked up things to your own tribe. But if you happen upon another group of chimpanzees, you go back and get your group, and you guys go to fucking war. You guys, as soon as one sees another, they staked them out. The scouts went out and found them. They come back to their tribe, and they're like, yo, they're out here. Let's go. And they all the males gather up and go out and fight the other tribe, and it's a normal aspect for us to be tribalistic. Now, we've built massive societies because back then we know that most tribes never really got above 100. Like the tribes, when they got above 100, it became too complicated. You couldn't remember each person and their face and their names. It got complicated to be able to feed all of these people and have enough resources for them. It got complicated to be able to control that many people. And so one of the reasons that we think that it always got up to about 100 before it broke off was that there became new hierarchies within that tribe. And so other people would start to rise up, and they'd gain their own political system of loyalists and followers, and they would have to split off and take them and their people and go off and live somewhere else, because it just gets too complicated to keep everything under control when you when you have that many people. But now we are doing the same thing, except we have a tribe that is the whole fucking world. And our morals are supposed to apply to the whole fucking world. We are supposed to treat everybody the same way. If we happen upon somebody, we can't just go kill them. We have to apply all of these rules evenly across to everybody. And so I do think that it is very normal, natural, inherent for us to be biased based on tribalistic characteristics like race and many other things. But that is something that we're trying to move away from. Things being natural doesn't make it good. And so when they do this thing where they're like, oh, wait, but it's natural for us to be racist. Like, why are we acting like this is wrong when it's natural? We're just going through normal biological things. This is a biological thought process. This is inherent to us. Why would we act like that's immoral? Well, there's tons of things that are natural for us that we would still consider to be immoral. Like killing is a major one. The fact that we could have back then, it was natural. We are the top of the food chain. We are the most dangerous animals out there. We may have wiped out total other species of humans all across the planet. We don't know yet. Like we're not sure how a lot of the other human species or sapiens went extinct, but there's good evidence to say that we just fucking came in and wiped them out and slaughtered them, just completely genocided all of these other groups. And that is, we are violent animals. We are inherently vicious and violent animals that enjoy killing. Which is why throughout most of human history, war has been a constant. Throughout almost all of human history, war has been a constant. There's always war happening all over the place. Which is why anytime you watch some, movie or TV show where they're all, in castles and crap like that, there's wars happening left and right. Just because that's how it really was. It was really like that. They were non-stop warring with each other. We are vicious, violent creatures. And we have pushed that part of ourselves out. We have used norms to shove that out of us. And so it doesn't matter how normal it is or how natural it is for us to be racist or tribalistic. What matters is the utility to it. And so we can all see that there is a lot of utility to us no longer just murdering each other just because we don't like each other, right? We can all see that something being natural doesn't mean that it's beneficial. And so we try to get rid of these things through norms and cultural pressures to kind of shove it out and breed it out of us. And so, yeah, we may still be very violent animals. We have very violent instincts. There's times where we've talked about, like, you know, people thinking about doing something horribly violent to another person. There's a lot of people in chat like, what? You've thought about that before? I would never even think about doing such a thing. Like, all right, I don't believe you, but that's fine. I don't think it's a problem that people think about killing somebody or think about doing something bad, as long as they're not actually, like, intending on doing it. That's a different thing, right? These are differences. And so intent versus thinking about it, drastically different issues. And so, yeah, we are all naturally going to feel that way, like we want to kill people sometimes, because that's where we're murderers. We are some of the most murderous animals to ever exist. Humans have wiped out, like, I think the majority of animal species in the world. Not just like Americans, like the Aboriginals who went into Australia. When they first got there, they wiped out, I think it was like 60% of animals in Australia. When they first got there, there was nothing there. There was no humans there. There were just a bunch of fucking big fucking animals that had lived there by themselves. Like things that looked like a mix between a bear and a tiger, but it was like twice the size of a bear. It's insane, dude. There's big fucking, like, animals that are monsters that you could only dream up of. And yes, no, they lived there in reality in Australia, and humans showed up and fucked them up, dude. They were gone with the quickness. They killed an insane amount of animals real quick. And it's same with, you know, the humans that showed up to Americas, the what do you call it? The Native Americans now, as they also killed an insane amount of animals here. I don't think the Aboriginals killed super fauna, Tom. Okay, from what I read is that it was like super dangerous and that they did kill them. Humans killed most of Australia's megafauna. Study. What killed Australia's megafauna? A new study has weighed in on the old debate and pointed the finger at humans to blame. The scientists remain at odds on the controversial, I don't know why I kept missing that TRO, controversial issue. Humans likely killed most of Australia's native megafauna some 45,000 years ago, a new study suggests. Animals including 450 kilogram kangaroos, 2,000 kilogram wombats, 7-meter-long lizards, 180 kilogram flightless birds, 130 kilogram marsupial lions, and car-sized tortoises once roamed the Australian continent. Yet shortly after the arrival of humans, more than 85% of these critters were extinct, according to Dr. Gifford Miller, a professor at the University of Colorado Boulder, a co-author of the new study published in Nature Communications. So, yes, from my understanding, they did kill off. This says 85% of those animals. And yeah, this came out in 2017, so this isn't like a new theory. I know this says it's new, but it's 2017, so not really new anymore. Wait, 2,000 kilogram wombats, marsupial lions. The fuck is a marsupial lion? It's a lion with a pouch, I'm pretty sure. There were even, dude, there were these really cool fucking animals there that it's sad like thinking about how many of these are gone now, but one of them was this bird that was fucking massive, dude. It was fucking huge, bro. Like the size of a fucking like giraffe, but like bigger. And it was ginormous. And it had like the face of a let's see. Yeah, this thing. This thing right here. Extinct giant giga goose bird. Look, finally revealed by Lake Discovery. Yeah, this motherfucker here, dude. These things look cool as fuck, bro. And it's so sad to think that like they're just gone forever. I don't think they actually flew or anything like that. They didn't fly, but they were. That looks like a giraffe? No, I said like the size of a giraffe, not that they looked like a giraffe. 60% of all animals like a stretch. Sounds like a stretch to me, bro. 85% of the largest animals is not going to be 60% of all animals. I'm not sure how many large predator animals there were. Well, okay, hold on. So there's two different things. One, they're killing off predators that are dangerous to them, right? So they're killing off animals that could be a harm to them. Two, they're killing off predators that they have to compete with for food. So they're killing those off as well, even if they're not harmful to them. They're harmful in the fact that they have to compete with them for resources. And then three, they're also killing animals for food. And one of the things that the Aboriginals did is they just burnt giant swaths of forests. And so they would go in and set the forest on fire. And this achieved a number of things. One, it cleared a lot of woods that were just kind of in the way. Two, it killed a lot of fucking animals. And they could come in and just pick up the dead animals afterwards because they were now cooked. They didn't even have to do much with the animal. It's sitting there fucking cooked and dead, waiting for them. But yeah, they were doing this on large scales, just fucking setting forests on fire and burning everything out as they moved through Australia. And so it's not just, oh, they were going through and just spearing every little thing. No, they were literally just setting mass swaths of forests on fire. Yeah, it was achieving a number of things. But one of the other things that they believe it achieved was just scaring everything away from that area so that they didn't have to worry about animals coming back. That like the fire in and of itself just scared everything away to where, yeah, they didn't think that like predators would come back that way. Let's see. humans have played a significant role in the extinction of numerous Australian species, with estimates suggesting that over 85% of Australia's mammals, birds, and reptiles weighing over 100 pounds went extinct shortly after the arrival of humans. Specifically, more than 10% of 320 land mammals species that lived in Australia in 1788 are now extinct. Additionally, the Threatened Species Recovery Hub estimates that approximately 100 endemic Australian species are currently listed as extinct or extinct in the wild since European colonization in 1788. Let's see, not humans. Let's change it from humans to Aborigines. Estimates that more than 85% of Australia's megafauna, mammals, birds, and reptiles weighing over 100 pounds went extinct shortly after the arrival of the first humans, including Aboriginal people. Some studies suggest that up to 90% of Australia's large terrestrial mammals went extinct around this time. So yeah, it sounds like 60% is fairly low. When I'm saying 60%, it sounds like I'm not sure how many species were wiped out by indigenous fires. I've never heard the 60% number. Well, yeah, according to this, I am very low. Just saying, LMAO, Tom's shining that light right now. Y'all are out there killing everything. Yeah, the Australians and the New Zealanders out here. I'm including animals under 100 pounds. Sure, it's hard to, so once we start including animals that are like smaller, it's hard to know because now we're thinking of like rats, ants, spiders, like we're including all sorts of things that are that are like in the gazillions that we just couldn't possibly know or even keep track of their populations. But when it comes to things that are like, yes, larger mammals, it's easier for us to keep track of population sizes because they don't colonize in the billions. So fake news, they can't even defeat emus. Pretty sure emus are close to extinct, aren't they? I thought we were trying to like save them. Oh no, population's stable. Following colonization, hunting rates quickly increased to levels that can account for rapid extinction. Large parts of Tasmania have both habitat land uses suitable for an introduction of Australia's mainland emus. Yeah, so it says the extinction of the Tasmanian emu. But yeah, this is another bird that is fucking huge, dude. One of my favorite animals growing up, I did a project on the Tasmanian tiger wolf? Tiger dog? What is it called? Tiger dog? Something like that. They were so cool. They were so fucking cool. They were amazing looking animals that looked like they came. It was a lot of the Australian animals look like they came from like a Jurassic period. A dingo? No. It's not a dingo. They're somewhat related, but we just call them Tasmanian tigers. Okay, yes, the Tasmanian tiger. They were so fucking cool looking, but yeah, they went extinct. And there's always people claiming that they've seen one. They tried capturing some and repopulating them and just failed horribly. But yeah, there's always people saying that they see them. But look at this jaw, dude. Look at this fucking jaw. Like, these things were so cool looking. They just look like they're straight out of like, yeah, Jurassic period. I watched the whole documentary on that thing. It was interesting. Yes, these things are very cool animals, but it's really sad that there's so many animals that, when you think about the animals and that they took like billions of years to evolve into what it is now, and that this is like a very unique piece of evolution and DNA that came to be what it is through all sorts of chance, and that it still exists by chance, and now it's just gone forever. That is so depressing, and it's really sad to think about. And there's just, yeah, like I think it's something like the majority of animals in the world. I think so. When I said 60%, I don't know if I said 60% for Australia, but 60% worldwide, I believe, is what humans have knocked out of all animals. We have extincted something like 65% of all animals that existed on the earth. Tom's vegan propaganda. Well, I did have a debate with somebody about some of this stuff where they were coming on saying that this is like one of the reasons why capitalism is bad, is because capitalism has wiped out the majority of animal species, and that we need to get rid of capitalism so that we stop killing everything. And yeah, it's a debate with that I had. I forget the guy's name. Smugbug, I think was his name. Yeah, Smugbug came on a while ago to have this argument with me. I think it was right after the Balenciaga stuff. I started censoring comments on here.
Nick H tipped $5. You should collab with Quick Thoughts at He Thinks So from TikTok. He's a liberal and a very underrated channel that's not part of the Dean Circle.
Quick Thoughts. Okay. Nick, I saw that you commented on a girl's video on TikTok saying that she looked like the female version of Foolery. Now, I don't see it, whatever, but one, it was a little weird that you would say that. Two, it was even weirder that she replied to it as though that was automatically an insult. And she's like, I've been made fun of for my looks my entire life, so nice try. It doesn't get to me. And I'm like, wait, why is that automatically a bad thing? Why is she just assuming that he's saying that this is a negative? Maybe being the female Foolery show is a good thing. Maybe that means you're good looking. How do you know? How do you know it's automatically an insult? I think you're jumping to some conclusions there that are a little offensive to me. Is she bald? Not that I know of. She might be, but she has a very convincing wig. A female Tom, so basically Tom then, roasted. Nice, got him. So one of the reasons that I put the censorship on here is because a lot of times when I'm uploading videos to TikTok, because I'm always taking it in the vertical format, and I gotta have my camera on there, it shows the chat below me every time. And lots of times I'm getting suspended for things on TikTok and I don't know what it is. Lots of times I'll upload videos and I have no fucking idea what I did. And then I'll go back and watch my cut of it and realize, oh, there's some fucked up shit being said in the chat. Or it just doesn't push it at all. Just it doesn't get into the algorithm. And I'm always wondering why. What is wrong with this? But the TikTok censors, like, you know, videos with a lot of cuss words in them. So I added this filter so that, yeah, it makes it to where hopefully I won't get, because I started going through the videos when I'm uploading them now, and I'm trying to blur out all of the cuss words and shit. Or sometimes I just blur the entire chat, or sometimes I'm like, you know, trying to just cut out the chat altogether, which is what I did in the last one. That I uploaded. It's not on here for some. Yeah, I haven't gotten it on here yet. But yeah, on the most recent one, I just cut the chat out altogether, and I accidentally uploaded this video twice. The first one that I uploaded was the wrong one because it doesn't have the music to it.
When Donald Trump deploys the...
But yeah, you can see the chat moving in the background, and I just blurred out the back.
Department of Justice to begin its investigation into what actually happened during that election. I think a lot of you fuckers are going to go to jail.
I think you should do an investigation into what happened with all of those electors in 2020. That we need to get to the bottom of that one. I'm not just noticing patterns in that one.
Investigation in American history. It was already done.
He does have 50 charges for those. I forgot about that.
No, he doesn't. What do you mean? 50 charges for what?
Oh, so yeah, you can see the chat moving down here, but yeah, I just went ahead and just blurred the whole thing out so I didn't have to worry about it. And then, yeah, I realized that I could just censor the chat, make it to where it's not popping up anymore, and or the cuss words don't pop up anymore, and now I don't have to worry about it one way or the other. Now it's all just taken care of, so I don't have to go look for it or fuck with it anymore. Because yeah, I will censor the bad words in here. Election meddling and election fraud, legislative electors.
Was Donald Trump ever convicted for election meddling or election fraud?
Convictions are not the same as charges. Well, none of these. So if you want to pivot to something else, we can. If this is a rough topic, I don't mind moving. If this is bringing back some PTSD or something, I can go to that one instead. No? Okay.
This is why we have control again, man. What do you think's going to happen here after you pukes spent 4 years trying to round us up, imprison us, throw us away, lock us away, throw away the fucking key? What do you think?
So yeah, so I have to bleep all of those cuss words out already. It's enough to have to go through and have to do all that to where I don't want to have to do it again for the chat. So yeah, just leave it at that. But anyways, the point is that yes, 30 minutes later. The point is that yes, people will be very reductive in the way that they realize that something's natural, and then they act like because it's natural, therefore it can't be bad. But us being murderous nutcases doesn't mean that that's good. I think we all agree we shouldn't be murdering each other, yet it is normal for us to murder those outside of our tribe. And today, our tribes are people like our friends, our family, the people we work with, people we care about. Those are our tribes. And anything outside of that, if we bump into somebody on the street and they say, fuck you, we're going to say, fuck you back. Like, we don't really give a fuck whether or not we're nice to those people, whether or not they're, we hurt their feelings. We get online with people on the internet that we don't know personally. We don't care if we offend them in some way. These are all things that we're doing for just the people within our tribe. And then for everybody outside of our tribe, we don't really care so much. So a lot of the people will get really reductive once they realize, oh, well, this is natural, as that they act as though that means it's automatically good. But the left does this with a lot of concepts, and they'll do it with things like, well, actually, race is a social construct, and because race is a social construct and it was just made up, therefore it's not even real. And so we don't even have to acknowledge it. And I've had debates before where I'm trying to talk to people about race, and they'll keep saying things like, oh, I don't even acknowledge race. I don't acknowledge its existence. I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, it is a categorization. They're like, yeah, but it's made up. It's like, all things are made up. All categories are made up. Sex is a category that was just made up. Sex, like our biological sex, that is a category that we made up. But we can see the patterns to where we recognize the patterns. We can see that some people can have babies, some people can't have babies. Like some people inseminate eggs, some people have the eggs, right? We made up these words that categorize these things. But the pattern exists. So we just categorize it. Just the same as there's a pattern of people who are darker, who come from other continents. That pattern exists. So we start to categorize those people based on how they look. Does that mean that they are inherently different on a level that means that we cannot live together or something? No, of course not. But the social category of race is a thing that exists because we've labeled it and categorized it like it is real. And so now we're able to use that category to communicate, right? That's what it's good for. We've put a label on it so that we can communicate that thing. But yeah, they act like now just the whole idea of communicating this is useless. Race isn't a random category. It was weaponized specifically to alienate and create disadvantages for people. Sure. So what? That doesn't mean anything. You're doing the same thing. You're doing what it is that I'm talking about right now. You're saying just because it was used this way and it was made up for that, now the utility that we use it for today doesn't have any place in common parlance, but it does. We use it for the communication, right? We use it to be able to communicate these separate categories. So it doesn't matter that it was made for that thing. If they didn't make it for a social cast, we would have made that category anyways. If they had never created it for the social cast, we eventually would have made it anyways. Why would we have made it anyways? Because we would have recognized the patterns. And once we recognized the patterns, we would have put a label on it so that we could communicate it. You don't think it matters that it was created with an intent? What do you mean matters? Matters in what way? Matters in the sense that I'm talking about we need to have a word to communicate? No, I don't think it matters. Matters in the sense that it was bad? Yes, it matters in the sense that it was bad. But it doesn't matter as far as us using the terms today to communicate the pattern, to communicate the category. No, it doesn't matter.
Incentive structures that almost make people always do bad shit, power, money, greed. And it has, with those incentive structures, made the best country with the most human rights and the most flourishing in all of human history.
But we aren't a democracy.
We are a democracy.
The United States is a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives.
Do you know why the founders said a constitutional republic? Because a liberal democracy wasn't a term that was invented yet.
Liberal democracy is like a semantic term historically to represent countries that function with some kind of electoral.
So is a constitutional republic, because if you look back at the constitutional republic and what they
yes, constitutional republic and liberal democracy are literally the same things. They are literally the same things. A constitutional republic is a constitution, something that gives the people rights and limits the government on what they can or can't do. That's the Constitution. So that is a liberal ideal, is limiting the government on what they can or can't do and giving people individual rights. That is liberalism. And then a republic is something that that means that you have the people vote for someone to represent them within government. That is a republic. Okay? Well, if they're voting for people to represent them, that is a democratic process. So that means there's a liberal democracy or a constitutional republic. They are literally the same thing. But there's always people who want to play the semantic game going, no, we're not a liberal democracy. We're a constitutional republic. If you looked up those fucking words, you would know you're saying the same thing both times. You're saying the same exact thing. You're saying, no, that's not water. That's H2O. That's literally what you're saying. It sounds insane, but they don't know what the words are that they're using are. This is a thing that from what I understand, started with Charlie Kirk, where Charlie Kirk started this thing where he's saying, the left always wants to act like we're a democracy, but we're actually not a democracy. If you look in our Constitution, the word democracy isn't anywhere in our Constitution. Well, it's not, but the democratic process is in our Constitution. It is there. So democracy, the word democracy isn't there, but democracy is laid out in our Constitution.
Describe it later became what we know now as a liberal democracy. The reason that the founding fathers, like Hamilton and Madison, who are the people writing on this in the like original letters, the reason that they explicitly talk about not using the word democracy is because when they think of democracy, they thought of the Greeks, and they're like, well, we don't want some like crazy like just vote by population democracy. We don't like that thing. We want something that is
just real quick. If you guys don't know who this is Kyla, also known as NotSoErudite. We've had her on the show a bunch of times. She was on just recently, and she's in one of my most recent videos that we put up. There it is. NotSoErudite calls out Destiny's political strategy. And a lot of this is us talking about like liberals separating themselves from leftists. That's what the majority of this video is about, is us talking about separating ourselves. The people that were convincing for me were people who were like these very like hardline Democrats, but they were just willing to have the conversations and explain why the other person was wrong and have like full nuanced conversations with them. That to me is really important. The thing that like obviously I get in trouble for a lot is that I will engage in the nuance and then say, no. Republicans are correct here, though. Like, this does make sense. Kicking out Al Green, it just does make sense. They had to kick him out. He's screaming and yelling over Donald Trump. You can't expect them to just let him yell over Trump the entire time. He has to be able to give his speech. I'm sorry. They just have to kick him out. It is what it is. But then when you compare him to Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is different. She's yelling at Biden, then Biden turns and yells back to her. Then she yells back at him. Then he yells back at her. They're having a back and forth. That's not what happened with Trump. Trump completely ignored Al Green and just kept talking, and Al Green kept yelling. Just not as like obviously that was not the part I wanted to click on. In one group with people,
it's kicking you out of the left. We don't put people in gulags as a liberal Democrat. We don't do that shit, right? But if you, by and large, believe in democracy, you want all these things, I just think that that's good. I think what's tough, like the wins thing that you're saying, like Democrats never own their wins very well. I don't know how they do. Imagine if Biden said, look at all this good stuff I did for homelessness. You know what the immediate response from the left would be? Wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm. So we had a long conversation about this exact topic that they're talking about right here. So if you want to go see a longer conversation about that exact thing between her and I, that is on my channel, like 5 videos down. Is it me or is Tim Pool is bringing all small to mid-sized Twitch poll content streamers? AmericanNacho isn't that well known even within Twitch poll. Yeah, do you guys remember a while ago, there was a guy who was in my chat who kept calling me out, and I kept telling him to jump on. And he kept saying he was going to jump on, and after we waited for him for like 20 minutes, he all of a sudden said, I'm not coming on. I'll see you on Tim Pool. And I was like, what? What do you mean you'll see me on? I just asked you to come on and just explain your idea. And he's like, no, we need a moderator, and I want someone who's going to be fair and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hold on, I didn't even say I was going to debate you on anything. I just asked you to come on and explain your idea. He's like, I'll explain it to you on Tim Pool. I'll see you on Tim Pool. And we kept all like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Well, I guess he had advertised that, yes, anybody who wanted to have a debate, if they were content creators, so they had small audiences, that he would allow them to come on and have those conversations there. And so, yeah, I'm now thinking back to that moment and thinking, oh, maybe this is what that guy was talking about. Maybe Tim Pool was advertising this at the time. And so he was going to try to to debate me on here. But the problem is that like I'm sure it would be like all expenses on me to like fly out there, like do find a place to stay, all that shit, and I don't want to pay all this money just to go on there for one day. And even from the people that I've seen going on there, it didn't seem all that beneficial for them. So I don't know if I'd even bother with it.
Like essentially what we have now, which is a liberal democracy.
Republicanism.
Yeah, where
various jurisdictions who send an elected representative to go and represent the interests of the area.
Sure. The issue is that like we just do have a democracy. Like we're fundamentally, if in every way we're functioning as a democracy, we're acting as a democracy, we're voting, then like at some point we have to call the duck a duck. Like it feels
like Congress does not enact policy based on the will of the people. That's a fact. It's usually the will of the wealthy and the elite.
That is not a fact. He is so fucking stupid, dude. He is so stupid. I cannot stand this guy. One of the things that I've always wanted to debate Tim on, that I have numerous videos on, is this. Pisco put out a tweet the other day, said, calling out TimCast, just saw you bring up Burisma memes on your Friday show. This is like the 4th or 5th time I've seen you misrepresent what happened re the Bidens. We should organize a convo because your narrative is trash. And he said, also, libs aren't scared to debate. People like Kirk and Posobiec are scared to debate anyone who is not a 20-year-old college student. Facts. And so I replied to this and I said, this is a topic I've been dying to talk to Tim about for years. I have like 4 videos debunking his Biden did a quid pro quo claims because he repeats that BS all the time. It's maddening. And so, yeah, this is like, if there was any topic that I would debate Tim Pool on, it's this. If there was like if somebody said, hey, you get to debate Tim Pool on something, what do you want to debate him on? I would say quid pro quo, Joe Biden. Fucking the whole Ukraine, Burisma bullshit, that. Like 100% wouldn't have to think about it for 2 seconds. That is the thing that I would want to debate him on because he puts out so much misinformation on this that I thought a while ago it was done. I thought it was dead in the water. I thought everybody knew that whole thing had been debunked and that they were done. And Tim Pool is the one who just ignores the majority of the conversation, the majority of the information on this, and just acts like just keeps repeating the same shit. So do it, you coward. I mean, maybe what I should do, I think this is probably what I should do because this is what other people have done numerous times, is I've seen other people go on there to debate another person on a specific topic, and then they end up debating Tim Pool on it. And I think that maybe that's what I should do, is maybe I should get somebody else that believes the Burisma memes and then say, hey, we want to come on and debate this on your show. And then I get to go on and debate it. Like I'll eventually, Tim will eventually take over and start arguing against me. And I will end up just having the debate with Tim. But yeah.
Which is what the Founding Fathers intended, which is why the 17th Amendment got ratified in the early 1900s, because the original idea of how senators were sent to Congress at the federal level was that your state reps would choose to represent the state. So you would vote for a state rep who would then, in their own council, say, we want our state senator to be that guy over there, and no one had a say in it. So in the early 1900s, they were like, hey, the problem is they're sending cronies, so we're going to change this. And I don't actually agree. I think they did it because it allowed the subversion of state choice, state authority. But the general idea among the Founding Fathers was that we needed, quote, better men to decide for the public, not a democracy.
Right. This is why you have the Electoral College in the first place. This is why I tell people vote in your primaries. But this is a democracy, right? Just because you vote for an elected and then that elected gets to make decisions on your behalf, this is still fundamentally, in every way, democracy, right? The function of a democracy is that the will of the people transfer their authority and their power to an elect.
No, that's a republic again. A republic. That's not a democracy. A democracy is not that you transfer your authority. Because there's other things that are like direct democracy. And that's what most right-wingers are thinking of when they say that this isn't a democracy, is they think a direct democracy is all democracy, which it's not. There's tons of different types of democracy. Everything that is a democracy is some type of democracy. But a direct democracy is where we, the people, vote on everything ourselves. So instead of us sending representatives to do this, every time a new law came out, they would just poll all of us on what it is that we wanted, and we would decide ourselves. That would be a direct democracy. But instead, we send representatives to do that on our behalf. And that's why lots of times when somebody is running for some sort of position, we're just trying to gauge what it is that they want, their types of values, the types of things that they would vote for, because most of the things that are going to come up while they're in office, those things are not, like, we don't know what they are yet, right? So they can't run on every issue as they're as they're campaigning for the position. We just have to wait and see what it is that they vote for, and we're hoping that based on the values that they professed while campaigning, that they will represent those same values while they're in office. But it's not direct democracy. That's not all democracy. Is not direct democracy.
Who then speaks for them. And we can talk about whether or not the people who speak for them do a good enough job. You and I would probably agree a lot, because I'm very critical of it.
Do you think in the past 100 years, the U.S. government has actually enacted policies at the will of the American people?
See, he's doing this thing where she's saying this is what it's set up for, and he's saying this is what it does in reality. These are two different things. She's saying this is what like a democratic republic is supposed to do, and he's saying that's not what it does. Well, she didn't say that's what it does necessarily. Like, she's saying this is like what it is in concept. I disagree with Tim that, like, it does, that they only represent the rich and the wealthy, and that this is a fact and blah blah blah. I totally disagree with him, but that's it doesn't matter either way, because he's still just not engaging with what it is she's saying.
By and large, yes.
I think the data shows us that the answer is no, they don't. There was the plutonomy article from Citibank 14 years ago, where Citibank drafted this internal paper to be shared with a bunch of financial interests, saying the United States is not a democracy, it is a plutonomy, where the wealthy control the political class, and the political class enacts the interests of the wealthy elite. I think that's actually fascinating, because I would assume the left position is largely that, yeah, politicians don't represent our interests. They represent the lobbyists, the corporations.
This is because you were mixing me up with, like, far left people.
I'm not mixing you up. I'm saying it's interesting that you would assert that, when the left liberal, Occupy Wall Street, the moderate, largely view corporations as unduly influencing our political system.
I think most people would agree, though. Like, the issue is that, this is my issue with leftists too. Just because there is corruption, it doesn't mean that that democracy isn't occurring necessarily. We can definitely say corruption is happening and there's something that needs to be done about it. But essentially, my question would be, what's the alternative? Do you want America not to be a democracy?
Well, I guess the issue is how you define the phrase democracy, right?
Do you want to take away people's right to vote?
Again, all people everywhere all the time. Do we want to put certain restrictions on voting? Do we want to open up voting to literally
I'm asking
anybody?
you. I genuinely, I don't know your position.
Right. So when you say, do you want to take away people's right to vote? What's going to happen is there's going to be a semantic manipulation on the left where they say people means everyone. And then what you'll get on the right is something like, they'll reference Starship Troopers, service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, true,
right, where it's like,
based.
when you allow people who are not citizens to vote, which some jurisdictions are doing, like in California, New York, they're trying, you are going to get a representation of non-citizens. And what are the non-citizens going to vote for? They're going to vote for their families back home. Why wouldn't they? I expect them to vote for their families, right?
Sure. And I would agree that there should be, like, some limits on who gets to vote, right? This is why I think citizenship is a really good standard by which who gets to vote, right? There's also even a good question, like, should expats get to vote? If you haven't been in the country for 30 years, even though you're still a citizen, what's your, like...
You pay taxes.
You pay taxes, yeah. Americans do. Expat Americans do. Canadian... Should I be voting as a Canadian if I haven't been in my country for like 20 years? Because we don't have to pay taxes to Canada. I don't know the answer to this, right? So I'm willing to grant that there should be limitations to who votes. My question to you is still, essentially, are you opposed to America being a democracy?
Again, it depends on what you mean by democracy.
A transfer of the people of power to an elected official who then does their will.
I love it.
Okay.
Again, she's defining republic, not democracy.
You want that to look like?
Not like it looks now, to be completely honest.
That's fine, but what do you want it to look like?
Yeah, like a person goes for the people, has a conversation over what the representative bloc wants to see happen in their various political structures, be it
So what it looks like now.
state level, local, city, or otherwise.
Sure.
Those individuals go and then enact the will of their voter base and to the best interest they possibly could.
Without the pit stop at the NGOs and the lobbyists and all
Agreed.
that stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And not
So again, the lobbyists, like, this is a problem that a lot of people just don't understand. And I've had this conversation with numerous people because they always do this thing on like lobbying should be done away with. And then eventually we get into the conversation and I'm like, democracies, like democratic republics have to have lobbying. They have to have it. It is a necessary part of the system. But then once we have the conversation, they eventually end at this point where they're like, yeah, no duh, dude. Nobody's saying that we have to get rid of all lobbying. Like, I'm pretty sure you said that at the beginning. I'm pretty sure that's why we started this conversation, but that's fine. Like, it's if as long as you are backing off that claim, I'm fine with it.
having luxury steak dinners or being flown in private jets or going on boats and all that stuff.
Sure. Okay. So we should get money out of politics, like by and large.
They're thinking of corporate lobbying. Well, the problem is I don't know who's going to pay for it, right? I don't know who is going to make sure that those lobbyists exist. I don't know. I don't know how that can exist without the money. And then on top of that, if we want to say like there also has to be like a process for weeding out people. And in a lot of cases, we think of money as a democratic representative, like, or a representation of democracy, where it's not. But it's also not. There isn't much of like a better. I don't know if there's a better process than what we have. So we think of like, okay, well, if a lot of money is being put into a lobbying firm who's lobbying on behalf of this outcome. Okay, actually, let me back up. If a congressman is trying to vote on a bill, they have to. We don't expect congressmen to be all-knowing people. We don't expect them to know everything about everything. And lots of times they're making decisions for businesses, Americans, like all sorts of people, and they may not know all of the ways that the new bill is going to affect all of these people, all of these workers, all of these corporations, all of these businesses, all of these things. They may not know how their decision is going to affect everything, especially down the line. And so we need people who are capable of coming in and explaining this to them. The problem is that if they're just like, okay, my door's open, everybody come in and explain this shit to me, they would never stop with meetings. It would be just all day, every day, nothing but that, all the time. There would be no end to it. It would just be tons of people coming in trying to explain their ideas and what it is that they want. So instead, we get lobbyists almost as another representative to come in. But how do they decide which lobbyists they're going to listen to? It normally has some like flat fee of like, this is how much you pay to be able to come in and explain your idea. And from studies that I've seen, the side that is for and opposed both pay the same to politicians by and large. Like the majority of the time, they are paying the same on both sides. So when it comes to who pays more, again, from the studies that I've seen, there is not a strong correlation between money paid and which way they vote. There is not a strong correlation one way or the other. And that people just see, oh, they voted for this and they met with that lobbyist. That means they paid for that vote. Whereas they don't mention that the opposing side also met with them and paid the same amount, donated the same amount to some sort of campaign or something like that, right? They don't mention that a lot of times. And so it is the same on both sides almost every single time. And so yes, they have to have some sort of filtration system to decide who gets in the door to be able to explain their ideas and explain how this is going to hurt or benefit or, whatever, all of the other people who are behind them. And so lots of times when I say we think of money as like a democratic thing, lots of times we'll think of, okay, if a lot of people are giving money to this lobbying firm for this idea, then this is like something that is representing the will of the people to some extent for me to at least hear them out. It doesn't mean that it's going to win. It doesn't mean that they're going to vote in that direction, because lots of times we don't want politicians to just enact the will of the people. We want them to do what is best. So lots of times you might live in an area where everybody doesn't believe in global warming. They don't think it's real. They don't care about it whatsoever. We would still expect that politician to vote in a direction that still does what's best for them, regardless of what the will of the people is. So if the will of the people is fuck, any sort of regulations for global warming, just keep the fucking fumes coming out, keep all of our jobs, keep all of this, we would expect the politician to vote in a direction that may not directly benefit any of those people in the way that they want it to, but will benefit them in the way that is best for them. And so, yeah, there are people who, like, just because the money comes in and the lobbyist gets in and they're able to make their arguments, we would expect the politician to vote in the direction that's best. Then, when it comes time for that politician to run for re-election, if they're just voting on behalf of corporations and not doing what it is that we ask them to do, then you should vote them out and get somebody else in to replace them and do it instead. And that is the way that democracy is supposed to work. Is a politician's job is to do their best to get the best outcomes and represent the people the best that they can. And once they get voted in, their entire job is to keep their job. That is their whole fucking job. Is everything they do, everything they vote on, every time they talk, everything is meant to keep their job and win the next election. And so, yeah, people think of this as like, oh, they got voted in. Now they get to just do whatever they want, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Not really the case. Like, their whole fucking existence is to keep that seat, to keep that job. And so they're supposed to be voting in a way that will hopefully keep them there for the next election as well.
Okay, so I would totally agree with you. Like, carry committees are the worst thing ever that happened. And the problem is that now we have a Moloch's game, right? This is the big issue with politics, is that and this is my biggest criticism of the carry committee, is that essentially just to make sure everyone is aware of like what a carry committee is and stuff like that.
Not aware.
Okay, just want to make sure. And it's fine, you don't need to know esoteric words. It's not a gotcha. So a carry committee is essentially what we call like a super PAC. It's usually going to be a combination of sometimes it'll be a nonprofit or a charity, a C4 and a C3. And sometimes there'll be some other little fun things thrown in there, but that's essentially what it is. And this combination of things allows infinite donations, most of them, which can be hidden into who does it because they would be a C3, right? Which means that they're bipartisan, and then they usually are not bipartisan. And this is true on both sides, just so it's clear. Both sides are doing this. So carry committees get introduced. And the problem now is that if you want to run for federal office ever, good luck without a carry committee. You must participate in the evil thing that you despise, because if you don't, you will be limited in how much money you can raise. And the reality is that money does make elections work, which is gross, but how are you going to get your ads out? How are you going to pay for your tour? How are you going to pay for your staffers? How are you going to pay for your flyers, right? So money has to be infused to some degree in a democracy.
There's no way not to do it.
Exactly. And so then this issue goes, okay, well, if everyone, even if they want to play the game, even if we've got Jesus, okay, Jesus comes down and he's going to become a politician, which I would argue he would never do. But say he does.
I'd vote for him.
Jesus, me too. I would vote. Yeah, me too. I would vote the fuck for Jesus. Okay. The question is, Jesus also will have to have a carry committee. This is the Moloch's game, where essentially once the bad thing is in play, if you don't participate, you don't get to play at all. And so now we have this issue where we already have a bad thing. In this case, just the carry committee, and both sides have to participate. And the issue is now there's no incentive to get rid of it because nobody's going to canvass and like promote themselves on saying I'm anti-carry committee, because if they do, they will get no funding.
Every now and again, leaders are supposed to think of the future and not just their real. Yeah, that's why I was saying that. Like, that's why I gave the example about like global warming. Though, like even if their constituents don't believe in global warming and don't think that it's actually a thing, we would expect the politician to still vote for what's going to be best for those people long term, not just what's going to get them praise in the moment, because the hope is that they vote against the will of the people in the moment, but then the benefits come out later, and then those people see those benefits and they're able to run on that in the next election. But that it all should be still in the end, like based on re-election.
Isn't this kind of part of the problem though? Like, if we're trying to figure out why men are leaving the left, you know, we're not able to have a conversation like this with most people on the left, to be honest. You know, the people that, and currently there's no evidence that shows that the Democratic Party is interested in having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting, the Parkers, the Harry Sissons, the Deans, all that stuff. And then this just recently, they put up that lady Olivia Giuliani or whatever that was going around on X. There's no evidence that they're even willing to concede on any of their positions.
Let me tell you. So we did a live event for this show, and
who is Olivia Giuliani?
Ladies and gentlemen,
You've almost definitely seen my face somewhere on the internet this week. While it's not true that I'm the Democrats' secret weapon to reaching out to young men, I do want to ask the young men of somewhere on the internet.
What does it say? Democrats are
this week.
Calling on media behemoth Olivia Giuliani as part of their efforts to reach out to young men. Oh, okay, that's right. I heard about this. Yeah, you Mantis told me that they're all running around saying that this is the Democrats' new strategy to get young men and blah blah blah, and that it's just like a random person just doing their own thing, have nothing to do with the Democrats outside of the fact that they vote for Democrats.
While it's not true that I'm the Democrats' secret weapon to reaching out to young men, I do want to ask the young men of America a question. When have you ever seen these Republican figures with these giant platforms? Have you ever seen them spend this much time talking about the issues that affect you as a young man in America? Have you ever seen this many posts about the mental health crisis young men in America face? The answer is no.
Yeah, this is something that I was really critical of throughout the entire Kamala Harris campaign, is I kept saying that they could totally take her platform right now and then say that Kamala Harris is the candidate for young men, that Kamala Harris is the one who cares about men's health crisis or cares about the men's loneliness crisis. And they can take all of the things that she's already running on, things like more money in towards therapy, things like more money towards healthcare, which could help you get therapy, things like healthier habits, like there were all these things that she was already running on. She was pushing for benefits for builders, building first-time housing for single family housing or something like that, right? These are all things that she was already pushing for, and she totally could have taken these things and then run with this as this is the candidate that's going to be more beneficial for young men and for men in the country, and they just didn't. They just didn't take advantage of the platform that they were already pushing and lost the most important voting bloc in America, and it was really frustrating. It's kind of funny. There's always these people who run around saying that it's black women who have led the Democrats and who have made it to where Democrats even exist. It's because of black women that Democrats are even a thing anymore, and that people need to put black women up on the pedestal of blah blah blah. They are, I want to say, like maybe about 5% of the Democrats' votes Yeah, I think it's about 5%. And that in reality, white men are pretty much always the most important voting bloc. And this is why a lot of us are making a big deal about the fact that white men currently are moving farther right or moderate. And the moderate voting bloc is today the largest voting bloc in America. It is the biggest chunk of people who are willing to vote pretty much either direction. They might lean one direction more than the other, but they're willing to hear out both sides and vote in whichever direction they find to be more beneficial for them. And Democrats in the last election just did not acknowledge the moderates much at all and didn't really appeal to them much at all. And I know that the far left disagrees with this, but for everybody who was moderate, we all sat here the whole time like, yeah, this is not good. This is not what I want. This is not, is not my thing. And so, yeah, it was kind of frustrating. The SAM plan is why the Dems will lose. That and the poor treatment of David Hogg demonstrate this. The Bulwark has an article that came out tonight. What is the SAM plan? Did you mean to say same? Except notice the line, Tim Pool's and Tony Hinchcliffe's are calling themselves centrist. Yeah, they're definitely not centrist. The problem is, study American men. Okay. The problem is that with populism right now, it's really hard to place people who are populist. And so when I've run polls on my channel and I've said, hey, mark if you're far left, far right, moderate right, or centrist. And then I put at the bottom and said, if you're populist anything, you are automatically far that. So if you're populist left, you are far left. If you're populist right, click far right. And a bunch of people in the comments were like, why would I click far right just because I'm a populist? I clicked it because you told me to, but why would I do that? It's like, well, because populism is essentially you against the status quo. So what does it mean to be far something? It means that you want more change and you are farther from the status quo. So populist anything automatically is going to be far that thing. And so you can't say I'm populist, but I'm a moderate, or I'm populist, but I'm a centrist. I don't think it really works that way. The more populist you are, the more farther away from the status quo you are. And the problem is that when we're talking about centrist, the centrist doesn't always mean that you want less change either. It just means that you agree with an even amount of things on the right and the left. And the struggle that I have with populists is that it seems like a lot of the things that they want are lots of times both far right and far left. And they could have an even mix of far right and far left things, and then we would just call them a centrist. And so it makes it very confusing on how where to put these people on a spectrum when they get to be populist type people. Like somebody like Shoebonhead is somebody who is very populist, doesn't matter if it's right or left, they are very populist, and it's just very confusing. Because she's like a hardcore Bernie Sanders person and would vote Bernie over anybody else, but also just aligns with like MAGA on a ton of things. And yeah, it's hard. I don't know how to explain where these people sit in a coherent way, because it just doesn't make sense. just does not make sense. I don't know how to pin them.
We're planning a series of live show. That was our pilot. We're trying to figure out how it works.
Yeah, they were pretty moderate toting Cheney around. They weren't, though, and that was the problem that I had with everybody kept bringing up, like, that was when I said the far left will disagree on this, that she was, that they're like, oh, she wasn't appealing to the moderates. Yeah, right. She was pretty much a Republican. She was throwing Cheney around all over the place. Well, they didn't, Cheney was not there to say that she agreed with Kamala. They were very clear about the fact that Cheney did not agree with Kamala, that Cheney was not on board with Democrats. But she thought that Trump was a much of a threat to democracy to where she was willing to vote for Kamala. That was clearly the message. They did not mince words on this. They did not make it confusing at all. They did not make it seem like they were, they were on the same team or anything. They were very, very fucking clear. They were not on the same team outside of the fact that they were both anti-Trump. That was it. So it was kind of obnoxious that people ran around like, oh, she's best friends with Cheney now. Oh, she's pretty much Cheney now. She's showing off that Cheney's voting for her. Like, she's just trying to get Republicans now. She doesn't even care about the progressives anymore. It was so obnoxious because that was blatantly not the case. It was very clear that they were just saying, hey, that she had a list of 200 Republican officials as well that said, we're voting for Kamala Harris. And they said, these people do not endorse my politics. These people do not endorse my views. But they do believe that Donald Trump is enough of a threat to democracy that they signed their names on this thing and could possibly end their entire careers as Republicans. Same with Cheney. Liz Cheney knew she was ending her career as a Republican by endorsing Kamala Harris. They all knew this. They all said it. They were very loud and proud about the fact that they were ending their Republican careers by endorsing Kamala. And so there's no way that you can look at that and be like, oh yeah, she was trying to appeal to the moderates with this one. No, it wasn't the moderates. It was just that even Republicans think that Trump is a threat to democracy. That's it. That's all they were saying. Even Republicans think that he's a threat to democracy, so much so that they're willing to throw their careers in the trash can to try to stop him from winning again. Kamala didn't disavow the far left, Tom. I didn't say anything about that. I don't know why you're saying that. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. That has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. That is nothing to do with whether or not she was trying to appeal to the moderates.
I can tweet, who wants to come and debate on the culture war? And on the right, you'll get 500,000 responses. I'll get a text.
What was Sam Harris right about? Sam Harris did this fucking gay shit where he was acting like she didn't disavow the far left. And so to an extent, this is my issue. I don't think that she needed to disavow the far left necessarily. But I think that a lot of the policies that like people showed her talking about in the past, she had some pretty radical far left policies the first time that she ran for president. And those were looming for her. And so she needed to at least explain why she was no longer pushing those policies. And she didn't. She didn't do it. And so it made her look really bad, where she could have just said, yes, I no longer support banning fracking for X, Y, and Z reason. You know, I've learned that I was wrong and I decided to move in this direction, right? She could have at least said those things, but she didn't. And so she didn't need to disavow the far left. She just needed to explain that there's reasons for why she doesn't have those policies anymore. But because she didn't explain why she wasn't holding those policies, or those policies weren't a part of her platform anymore, those were still part of the Kamala Harris brand. And so she still looked far left to everybody. because when she ran in 2020, she had some pretty radical far left beliefs that made her look really bad. And she needed to at least denounce those beliefs. She needed to at least denounce her old platform. She needed to at least explain why she didn't hold those positions anymore, and she didn't. And so to a lot of people, she was just ignoring them, but that she still believed them. That, like, if she refused to actually say, no, I would never do something like that, I would never ban fracking, then she just looks like she still wants to ban fracking. She's just refusing to talk about it and just dodging the questions, which she was. She was dodging the question. I don't think that she was trying to, like, hide it so that she could ban it or anything like that. But I do think that she had a problem admitting that she was wrong on her older platforms. And so that was the issue. She was lukewarm with the far left. Yeah, but that's that you kind of have to be. Like, as a Democrat, you kind of have to be. There's not much of an issue. There's not much of like an option there. You have to be lukewarm with the far left, but the far left still refused to vote for her. And because they thought that she was too moderate, but the reason they thought she was too moderate was because of the shit like the Dick Cheney shit. And then the moderates felt like she was too far left. And so, yes, her branding was far left to moderates, but her branding to the far left was moderate. And so, yeah, it totally fucked her to where she wasn't actually like taking one side or the other. Tom, are you drunk? I wish.
From Charlie Kirk saying, I'd love to find some dates that work. On the left, they say, contact my agent and we'll give you our rates. Then if a few people I'll give credit to, the Krasensteins, as much as, there's contention between our opinions.
They're fun to make fun of.
Absolutely. But I respect that they've come on the show. They've said, let us know when you have dates. We'd love to be a part of the conversation. And I very few people want to do these things. And so that makes it impossible. I think the reason why is the fear that if you defy the orthodoxy, you'll be excommunicated.
Again, he says this as though this is a left or right thing, but Tim Pool put out a thing for lefties to come on, and leftists all over the political, all over the political streaming people on the left all over the politics community on YouTube were immediately willing to come on and debate and talk about these issues. There are very, very, very few right-wingers who are willing to do this. And I've talked about this a bunch, that like there's a lot of right-wingers that initially come into this space and either they quickly leave or they go off and like move into another space, right? So somebody like Andrew Wilson, great example of this, where he initially comes in, he's in this space, but like there's just not other right-wingers for him to get along with, for him to hang out with, for him to have conversations with. Whereas as far as left-wingers go, there's a ton of us. We are fucking all over the politics space. It's streaming politics space, right? So there's NotSoErudite, there's Destiny, there's Pisco, there's Pondering Politics, there's Econo Boy, there's Hutch, there's Vosh, there's Hassan, there's just an endless amount of lefty content creators doing politics and debating politics. There are not a lot of right-wingers doing this. And so we have pretty much two, and that's Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor. That's it. That's it. there aren't a whole lot of people on the right who are actually willing to engage consistently. And this is one of the problems when it comes to like setting up panels. I've wanted to go back to doing panels and doing shows and moderating debates, but there's just not people on the right who are willing to engage. And I've even sent out tons of invites to people who are on the right and will defend positions by themselves on their show and don't really do debates. And I've sent them invites to come on the shows and do panels, and none of them are ever willing to do it. It's just not a common thing. Now, this is one of the benefits of getting into the TikTok space is hopefully I can meet more people on the right who are willing to engage, and maybe we'll be able to get some other people who are willing to do these types of debates over there. But yeah, as of right now, it's really hard to get folks to come debate this shit.
Yep, they're right. Dean is fully audience captured. I mean, his friend Harry Sisson
canceled on us.
It's crazy.
I'm sure he did, right?
Yeah, he got scared.
They all do though. That's what I was gonna bring up too in regard to all of them. It's like I think
Dean is fully audience captured. There's no question about this. The guy is so oddly just repeating whatever it is that his audience tells him to, but there's no way that he could logic this stuff out. It's blatantly excuse me. It's blatantly obvious that he could not defend a lot of the positions that he's taking, whether it comes to the Z situation or many others. He just doesn't seem to be willing to engage with people who are critical of him. And lots of times he'll say, or Parker will say, we want people to hold us accountable, but it's never the people who actually disagree with them. They want people to hold them accountable for the positions that they've already agreed to. So if they say, hey guys, we were wrong, we shouldn't have gone on the Unfuck America tour, we want people to hold us accountable. They're saying, hey, we just stated that we shouldn't have gone on the Unfuck America tour, so we want people to come on who agree that we should not have gone on the Unfuck America tour. That's not holding somebody accountable. That's just berating somebody for something that they've already apologized for. But in reality, if you wanted to be held accountable, you should have had people coming on who disagreed with your position, not the people who agree with your position, not the people who want to disagree with something that you did, but that you don't defend. No, you should get people on who actually disagree with you. And so I'll say, I had Dean running around in my chat begging to come on a while ago. I told him if he wants to come on, he can send me a DM and we'll have a conversation. He said that he just wanted to ask one question, so I wasn't willing to do his lame gotcha bullshit. But if he actually wants to have a conversation, I don't think he's capable of defending these positions or defending the shit that he's done, defending the shit that he says. I think that he is just doing whatever it is that his audience wants him to do because he has built up a far left audience. And this is something that all left-wing content creators go through, is we kowtow a lot because we get nervous that our own audiences will cancel us. And almost all of us get to a point where we realize, you know what? I don't want to have an audience that I have to kowtow to. I don't want to have an audience that I can't say the truth to. If I'm not leading people in a direction that is about truth, then what the fuck am I doing here? And so we all go through a process where eventually we fucking cancel our own audience. And we're like, nah, fuck you guys. Get the fuck out of here. You disagree with me. Adios, amigos. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. And we have all done this numerous times because we have to realize that our audiences should not control the... Our audiences are not the influencers. We are the influencers. We ought to be the ones influencing, and they should not be influencing us. And so, yes, I've talked about this a bunch of times. I have had to kind of start over with my audiences a number of times because I've realized that, yeah, my audiences just do not hold my values. And these are not people that I want to build a community around. What the fuck would Tom be scared of Dean for? I don't, yeah, what am I? I'm afraid that he's going to soy out. Because Dean is better at philosophy than Tom. At philosophy? At philosophy? That's the thing? That's the thing. You could have said a number of things. You could have said, like, he's like, you know, rhetorically better, or he's better optically, or but philosophically, no fucking shot, dude. Not a shot in hell. That dude is not better philosophically. This is why I'm saying that he cannot justify his positions, is because he's not good philosophically. He's only good optically. He can only play these optical games over and over. But this guy, this motherfucker here, this is not the dude.
Okay. All right. Well, who do you follow?
I kind of just get my own interpretation from it, man. I don't really have to follow them to.
He gets his own interpretation. Okay.
You got that in your spank bait.
My name's Brady. I think all women are bitches. Yeah, that's gonna tell him. Holy shit, dude. All right, I'm sorry, bro. I'm actually not sorry.
Yeah, all. No, it's all right.
Okay, all right. Well, who do you?
When it comes to philosophy and linguistics, I think that that's where these people lack the most. I think that that is where people like Parker, Dean, and their audiences lack the most. And if you've seen the conversations where I've had these back and forths with folks from their communities, it becomes blatantly, glaringly obvious. That is where they struggle. Like, think about Jaden, right? Apparently, Jaden, I guess, is maybe somebody who they respect and think is logical or smart or some shit. I don't know what the fuck made it to where that was the champion that they sent to defeat the big bad Baldy. But Jaden is one of the dumbest people I've ever run into. And he is insanely bad faith. Like, horrifically bad faith. The guy will continuously, no matter what you say, he will take it and then pretend you said something else. And then even when he takes an L, he will refuse to admit he just took an L and just admitted the exact opposite of what he said 2 minutes before. The problem is common good. You can't like try to reach out and help people who are bad faith, right? Destiny is trying to do. That's what Destiny's trying to do. Destiny said that he wanted to. Destiny said he's like, I would love to debate them on this, and no, not even a debate, like just a conversation. I just want to have a conversation with them and just try to talk to them about this sort of stuff, because I think when I was younger, I went through similar things, and so I think that, like, Destiny is somebody who is much bigger and could actually help them with these sorts of issues. But they won't talk to him. They won't have a conversation with him. They only want to talk to dumb MAGA people who they can get easy dunks on, and that's it.
A big problem too is that this new TikTok culture, like you're saying.
Would you go on TimCast? It depends. I was just talking about it a minute ago. That like the idea that I would probably have to go and like pay for the flight, pay for the hotel, pay for everything, and then go on there. And I don't see a huge benefit to a lot of people who are going on there and talking. I don't see them getting this huge influx of views from it. It just seems, it just seems like kind of like a lost cause. But I depending on the topic, I would go on there for certain topics, just to be able to argue them.
Saying has them audience captured, and what is the audience on TikTok? TikTok is largely designed for women.
It's got to be left leaning.
It's a lot of female users, more than like any other app, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, anytime I defend.
So I've actually talked about this. My audience here, when it comes to like the politics sphere here, the average, I from when I did like a poll a long time ago from content creators about like what the average of women, average female audience ratio was, and for most everybody it was about 10%. And I think Kyla at the time had 14%, and that was considered well above average. I think even Destiny is about 10%. And at the time, I had around 30%. Now, I think I'm around 22%. So I still have like disproportionately more women in my audience, but it's, I think, around 22%. But the makeup on TikTok, I thought the first couple streams that I did, my average was around like 60 to 70% females on TikTok. And so I just thought, oh wow, they just have way more females on TikTok. But every time I get brigaded by Dean in his audiences, the female ratio drops dramatically. And so I started thinking, oh shit, maybe it's not that. So I went and looked it up, and it's not mostly females. It's not disproportionately females on the app. Even on YouTube, YouTube's about 50-50. YouTube is 50-50, maybe slightly more females on YouTube. But in politics, it's way down, way down, where the majority is by far, around 90% male. But yeah, it's the same on TikTok. TikTok is about 50-50. But when it's just me streaming over there, I think it's about 60 to 70% females. And then when Dean's audience is brigade, it drops off. I think I have some of the stats on my phone. I actually don't remember how to pull it up, so I might not be able to. Yeah, I don't know how to pull it up on here. Well, actually, I have a screenshot of some of them. So yeah, this is just my Okay. Yeah, this is just my audience on there over the last month, I think it is. I don't know if that'll focus. I turned the brightness all the way down. Still too bright. Oh, because the brightness keeps going back up. Fucking shit, dude. Why? I hate these phones. Okay. So this is, yeah, never mind. I can't. Anyways, it says female 57%, male 42%. And so yeah, you can see the streams where they don't brigade and all flood in. It's about I think 80% female. And then when they do, it's down around like 40% female. But yeah, it's a big difference in ratio.
audience captured, and what is the audience on TikTok? TikTok is largely designed for women.
It's got to be left leaning.
It's a lot of female users, more than like any other app, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, anytime I defend feminism, I do well. Anytime I defend men, not so good.
So so I mean, so these platforms are shaping
TikTok
these
banners.
young influencers, and then they're terrified to go anywhere without their mute button.
Sure, but there's like TikTok.
Who's Tim Pool? I guess.
TikTok is a hell of a problem to get into, right? Because you got to talk about
The problem with going on Temple is it's not about like giving your energy to them as much as it is about the fact that he has such a big platform to where other channels are covering it as well. And so the hope is going on there that maybe you'll do something or say something that'll get covered by Majority Report, TYT, Mediaite, like all these other channels. That the hope is that you'll be able to get something across that will resonate with people that other channels will start to cover, and then that will send people your way. That is like the hope of it, and it's just not something that happens very often to where there's a slight chance in that actually working out.
China and all these other like blah 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 blah.
Go ahead.
This goes back to my timeline, right? Which is essentially for me to say, do I think the left fucked up by letting the progressives win the culture war? Yes, I think they did, because I don't think the progressives actually represent most people. And now, unfortunately, they've convinced a bunch of young, stupid kids that they do. And so a bunch of kids put like a black box in their Instagram to pretend that they care about black people, but they still find like the unk biking down the highway with like loud music annoying and stuff like that, right? Like in all ways, there's this performance that I think has ransacked the left in a way that I think is repugnant. The issue is that the real question is, why be left? And the reason that I'm left is because when I go all the way back and I look at the systems that I believe in, I fundamentally keep falling left. I just fundamentally do. And so then the only question is, I guess I have to fight for what I believe in within the group, right?
My opinion is that the most logical, rational place for you to be would be voting for Donald Trump, and you're choosing not to, and you're just coming up with the reasons why it can sound like you're still part of that tribe.
Nope, because I don't believe in what I think Trump advocates for. Like I fundamentally.
Yeah, this is a thing that Tim Pool and a bunch of other people do, where they talk about the fact that they disagree with things that people on the left do, and so therefore they're no longer part of the left. And they'll bring up stupid things like cancel culture or purity testing or blah blah blah. Whereas those are not things that actually put you on the left. It should be your values. It should be your beliefs, your axioms, the things that make you want prescriptions, want certain policies, things like that. That should be what makes you on the left. And if you just make it about this other aesthetic shit, then yeah, you're somebody who I think is just disingenuous about your beliefs. I think that you're somebody who just doesn't truly, strongly hold the beliefs that you profess to have, because I'm not going to get moved off to a different side just based on the way that people act or the things that they say.
I think that Trump doesn't reflect my values.
So you have in the Trump coalition, RFK Jr., which is a predominantly left health worldview that was dominant for decades. That is...
This is not true. This is just not true. They keep trying to whitewash the shit that RFK says, but it's not predominantly left. It's just not. He is... He's just out there. Like, the stuff that he says may have, democratic aesthetics to it. And that's why that's what I'm talking about, where I say that they make a big deal about, what people say or what they do on the left instead of their actual beliefs, is that when he's talking about RFK, he's talking about RFK's aesthetics. RFK says things, uses, democratic buzzwords, Sanewash. It's the same thing. Whitewashing something is to take away all the bad parts from it and make it seem okay. To whitewash something is to get rid of all of the negativity and all of the real harmful aspects of it, and then and then present it without all of those things as though it's a normal thing. I thought whitewashing was a term used for race-related shit. It's this, yeah, it's the same thing. It's whitewashing in general refers to an act minimizing, covering up, or altering the truth about something, often with the intention of improving someone's reputation or image. It can manifest in various contexts, including media, history, and even personal interactions. So when we're talking about whitewashing, like Hollywood, yes, they are talking about like getting rid of the brown people and putting white people in there instead. They're taking, it's a double entendre where they're saying they're whitewashing it by putting white people in there, but then also, yeah, not like a, yeah, it's both. Whitewashing in media, it can involve casting white actors in roles originally written for people of color, airbrushing skin tones to appear lighter in advertising, or altering cultural traditions to fit Western stereotypes. Whitewashing in history, this involves overlooking or distorting historical events, especially those involving race, to represent a more favorable narrative. For example, laws restricting the teaching of race and racism in schools can be seen as a form of whitewashing history. So like whitewashing just overall means getting rid of all the negative parts to give it like a more presentable face. But yeah, Tim Pool seems to just like view everything on aesthetics. And when he talks about RFK being a Democrat and pushing all the Democratic ideals and blah, 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 it's not. He just uses Democrat buzzwords. He talks about issues that Democrats talk about, but he uses bullshit logic to get there. And he uses conspiracy theories to get there. So it's not the same thing. It's not the same at all. This is like saying the Democrats are the ones who have talked a long time about, you know, lobbying money in politics and that sort of crap. And so when Trump comes in and says that the deep state is a big problem and he wants to drain the swamp, this is a Democrat talking point. He's pretty much a Democrat. No. No, it's not the same thing. These are very, very different issues that are talked about in different ways that have different reasoning behind them.
People criticize him on vaccine stuff, but he's been pro-vaccine the whole time, even recommending the MMR vaccine. And no artificial food dyes. The health craze was a left culture war my whole life until these past several years. The right started picking up these things because the left had abandoned it and started siding with weird corporate interests on foodstuffs.
Yeah, partisan hacks are bad.
Tulsi Gabbard is anti-military industrial complex, anti-interventionist, and anti-regime change, which has been a position of the left my whole life. And so I look at Donald Trump and he says, we want a border.
Again, same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. Same exact thing with Tulsi Gabbard. She is somebody who is lying about things incessantly. She's somebody who is a conspiracy theorist. She's somebody who is always using lefty aesthetics to talk about things. Yeah, I went and grabbed, so this is my YouTube stuff right now. This is for the last 28 days. And it's at 24.4% female, 75% male. And then, yeah, by far the largest demographic apparently is 65 plus years. That's wild. But yeah, 18 to 24 for my demographics, 3.7%. So everybody who watches me is 96% of the people who watch me are 25 years and up. So when that lady's complaining about the fact that her child might happen upon my channel, and I'm like, yeah, like your kid shouldn't be watching my fucking show, dude. That's a little weird. I try to explain that yes, I do not have children watching my show, and that yes, my female the amount of females who watch my show for politics is well above average. Like, it used to be higher. It used to be in like the 30%, something like that. There's a what the fuck? There's a video on this somewhere. I think it's right here. But yeah, anyways, it used to be a lot higher. It used to be like in the 30s, percentage-wise, but it would be right here. But I don't know why it's not here. Huh. Strange. Oh, here it is. This is it.
Like, now, to be fair, my audience is 60% women. So, to be fair, I'm dealing with a completely different audience. I think Kyla said hers is like 15% women. So I don't know if it's just like...
Mine is 35%, and I have the highest percentage in this space by far.
I believe you. Do you know why? My audience was like, of course Tom has a high percentage of women.
So yeah, so hers is 15% of apparent, according to Brittany. So yeah, even females in this space have a hard time getting females to watch them because it's just the way that we interact is very different. And I think maybe the fairness that I use when I debate.
Michael Jones tipped $20.
Mike Jones, let's fucking go. Let's get some dubs in the chat for Mike Jones, everybody. W's in chat for Mike Jones. Are you sure it's not just Mantis watching on 10 phones? It might be. More likely my mom watching on like 30 different phones, yeah. W Mike Jones. Back before Brit went full Crimea TV. Yeah. It seems like I haven't watched her much, but from what I hear is she's like really changed her philosophy on things, because it used to be that her and I used to have fights about the fact that I felt like she didn't acknowledge that we ought to hold people accountable, because she would always play the game of, well, who are you to decide what's right and wrong? And I would always be like, well, everybody decides what's right and wrong. These are social norms that we use, but we can decide like based on what's harmful. And she's like, yeah, but who decides what's harmful? And I'm like, all of us. Again, like socially, we can all kind of use our human intuition to say what is or isn't harm. But she was very against it. I think our first like 3 conversations start off with us arguing about whether or not we ought to hold people accountable. And now it seems like, yeah, her whole brand has shifted to holding people accountable. Like that's the whole thing now. She just wants to hold people accountable, call people out for bad behavior. And I'm totally on board with like the philosophy of it. I think that it's something that's necessary to an extent. But the way that you go about it, I think, is like the more important part. And I think a lot of so she's somebody who will say like I draw a line at certain negative behaviors and certain negative things that people are willing to support. And if they're willing to support these things, I just can't interact with those people anymore. I'm somebody who will debate neo-Nazis. I'm somebody who will debate pedophiles. I'm somebody who will debate, murderers. I will debate the worst of the worst anytime. And I would rather have those conversations with those people and be able to explain why I think they're wrong and get into the nuance and the details. And I always enjoy talking to Brittany. Obviously, we always had our disagreements, but yeah, I always enjoyed the conversations, and I wish we could have those conversations about the things that we disagree on now. But I mean, I've avoided talking about this. I don't know if she's talked about it on her channel, so I have no idea. But a while back, we decided that we weren't going to talk anymore over some issues that she felt were past the line that she was drawing. So I am on that. I am on the bad side of things now. But yeah, here's how you know it's not all Mantis just watching over and over. The top countries that I get views from: United States 76%, Canada 5%, United Kingdom 3%, Australia 2%, New Zealand 0.7%. I'm surprised New Zealand even made it into the top 5, dude. I'm surprised it even made it into the top 5 at all. That's fucking crazy. I would have expected like India and the Philippines and shit like that to pop up before New Zealand. Yeah, this is these are the demographics for my live streams, the 24.4% for females. For shorts, 12.4%. For videos, 21.7%. You can tell when you go to shorts that it's like way lower here. That shorts are videos that don't really go out to your audience. You generally get a lot more people that are just not part of your audience, and so it's going to be a much larger section that just have nothing to do with it. And the people watch time from subscribers for me is 56% subscribed and 43% not subscribed, and a lot of that is going to be shorts. Like I would assume the majority of my shorts views are not from subscribers. So yeah, this would be, anyways, yeah, so the live in videos are the ones that you're going to get like the best idea from it, and those are both 21 and 24%. Or it's about 22% and 24%. So yeah. You can see you know what's wild though? The live streams, you see the ages drastically change from live to video. Watch the ages. That's live, that's video. Live, video. Live, video. This is crazy, dude. The fucking 25 to 34 area jumps to almost 60%. 25 to 34 becomes 60%, and then 35 to 44 is 33%. So that makes it like 90% of my views come from 25 to 44 for videos. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking wild, dude. That is an insane jump from live to videos.
Border barrier. That was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders' position, even up to 2016.
I'm going to run and grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
16. And so looking at what Donald Trump is offering, he's moderate on abortion to the chagrin of conservatives. He's got left coded anti-war, which is not left anymore. I don't know. Now they're pro-war, I guess, pro-war with Ukraine. Donald Trump may be moderate right-leaning on a lot of issues, and he's built a moderate left-leaning coalition that satisfies a lot of my liberal policy views. So it makes literally no sense, in my opinion, then, for someone to be like, to defend the Constitution, we're going to support the Democrats. And I'm like, yeah, they arrested Trump's lawyers. That's unconstitutional. That's like an egregious violation of institutions and norms in this country. And they did it in numerous states. They falsely accused Trump of several crimes. They violated statute of limitations. Now you've got Letitia James falsely accusing Trump of mortgage fraud for paperwork he didn't even handle. And what I view as the divide between left and right, once again, going back to why young men are leaving, this is what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right not based on your policy views. You are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that we believe different things. So, for instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians, and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it. He did not know that in 2017, Politico reported at the same time as they were accusing Trump of colluding with Russia, Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding to assist Hillary Clinton to win, and it backfired, and it caused problems. We had Hunter Avalone on TimCast IRL, and when I pointed out that Joe Biden said, quote, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion, he immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him, and he was like, duh.
Okay, it's not ADHD. You guys just don't pay attention. So you guys are fucking all over the place. They were talking about the demographic differences between males and females on YouTube versus TikTok, and the fact that it's drastically different, and the fact that men or women just don't watch politics on YouTube. So I was going over the fact that, yeah, like they are a much smaller portion of it, but there seem to be women there who are willing to watch this stuff. It just depends on how you do the type of content. So I started to say that, yeah, I think that like because I'm like engaged in like a fair way where I'm willing to hear people out, it's not as aggressive, it's not as like over the top and performative, that I think that, yeah, it's capable of being like appealing to a larger demographic, but that, yeah, I don't think, from what I can tell, there doesn't seem to be a huge difference between TikTok and YouTube. There just doesn't seem to be like a drastic difference there.
No idea that it happened.
Also, he's totally wrong on all of this shit about Trump's lawyers. Trump's lawyers were arrested for participating in the crimes. Okay? You don't get to just go commit crimes on behalf of somebody and then afterwards say, it's okay, I'm a lawyer. That's not how that works. You don't get to do that. This is such a stupid thing to say.
So what I typically run into is liberals tend not to know what's going on in the world, and probably the reason why they're scared to do shows.
I do think that there's mixed information on this. So liberals tend to be more informed on politics. Conservatives tend to be more invested in politics. Conservatives spend a lot more time engaging in political content, yet tend to be less informed. Because a lot of the stuff that they're watching isn't informative content. They're watching somebody just sit and dunk on, some 15-year-old on TikTok, or, some SJW on Twitter, or shit like that, and just talking about, oh, they think men are women. They think men are women. And that's it. That's like, the most that you get out of this, that type of content. Whereas the liberals are actually getting informed on things. They're getting information. They're communicating information, while Republicans are sitting there arguing over the definition of woke. The liberals are sitting there talking about books. They're talking about analysis. They're talking about data. They're talking about studies. They're talking about articles. They're talking about journalism. So it's very different things, where Republicans are just not informed, but they spend a lot more time engaging in politics or with political content. Whereas, yes, liberals spend less time engaging in political content, but tend to be more informed. He's talking about creators specifically, I assume. Maybe. Let me listen to it again.
Fire the prosecutor not getting the $1 billion. He immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him. And he was like, duh, no idea that it happened. So what I typically run into is liberals tend to...
Wait, what?
Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding. For instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians, and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it.
Who? Wait, hold on.
Young men are leaving. This is what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right, not...
Oh, Bill Maher. Okay, so this is the bullshit about Ukraine. This is the bullshit about Ukraine that he pushes. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I hate this fucking shit. Yes, he always pushes the collusion, quid pro quo shit about Joe Biden. And I was talking about this a minute ago, saying that I commented on Pisco's challenge to Tim Pool, saying that he wanted to debate him on this. And somebody commented right below it. So where I said, this is a topic I've been dying to talk to Tim about for years. I have like 4 videos debunking his Biden did a quid pro quo claims because he repeats that BS all the time. It's maddening. And somebody commented right below it and said, we all know he did it because he told the world at a conference it's on video. That they do this thing where they claim he committed a crime of quid pro quo. He did admit to doing a quid pro quo of sorts. Quid pro quo just means something for something. That's all it means. It's just a trade. It just means you gave something to get something in return. That's all it means. There's illegal quid pro quo, though, that is very different. And they claim he did illegal quid pro quo. And so that's a drastic difference from what it is that they're claiming. Because yes, him just saying, I traded something is different than I engaged in an illegal act.
Based on your policy views, you are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that we believe different things. So, for instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians, and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it. He did not know that in 2017, Politico reported at the same time as they were accusing Trump of colluding with Russia, Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding to assist Hillary Clinton to win, and it backfired. And
what the fuck? What the fuck? I have no idea what he's talking about.
The way the world is going, everybody could use therapy, but smoke enough to investigate, and what he was asking another country to do in our elections publicly was unprecedented. We always had one rule in this country. We're going to go against each other. Yes, Republican, Democrat, we'll do whatever it takes, but we don't bring in ringers from outside.
Ukraine.
What they brought that in the same election? You're saying?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the woman. This is on Politico. You can just read their story. It was I can't remember the guy's name who reported it.
No, it's possible that again, there's always some version of it on the other side. It's just not as egregious, I think.
You know, they're accusing me of working for the Russians now, and this is, or they tried, and so here's the story. I get contacted by a conservative personality.
Wait, that's it? That's it? So he said he didn't even know about this? He said it twice. He didn't even know about this. Is that literally it? Okay, here it is. Okay, it comes up one more time.
Their house, and then you'll feel better.
This is a part of what I call wokeness. Everybody's always trying to define it some way.
Right.
But I define it specifically.
No, everybody is not trying to define it. Right-wingers are always trying to define it. I've talked about this for the last 6 months, that right-wingers always get super philosophical and deep, like they're doing something great by trying to define woke. And it's always just the lamest fucking bullshit. It generally, the way that they use it, it just means too far left. Is really all it means. It can mean like identity politics, or just too far left. But now that they're talking about the woke right, they're just talking about the right wingers that use identity politics. That's all they're doing. when woke came out, it didn't mean, and it had nothing to do with identity politics. It just had to do with like understanding a struggle. That's it. It just meant that you understood a struggle. And so you were awakened, you were enlightened, you were aware, and so it just meant that you were woke to this thing. It's essentially started in like the black gay community for the most part. Lots of people like to start quoting. They're like, "Oh no, the first time it was used by this guy in this song. It wasn't used in the same way. It was used meaning the same thing, but that's not where it came from. It came from the black community, just saying, it was the black gay community saying like, that's woke, he's woke, stay woke. That's what it was. And it was just saying that like somebody understood the black gay struggle. Then eventually that turned into the black struggle. And then eventually that turned into all minority struggle. And then eventually that turned, and it just kept kind of, now it's a term another term that the right wingers took because they didn't understand it. They turned it into something else. And that's all it is. But they try to get so philosophical. Actually, so what I think that woke means is in a sense what it is a compounding. It's so annoying.
As cult-like adherence to the liberal orthodoxy. And the reason why I say that is because...
See what I mean? They just try to get so philosophical with it, bro. It's so obnoxious.
Being in media and cultural spaces for the past, 15 years watching all of this, the conservatives like to say it's DEI, it's race, but that doesn't explain support for certain institutions, support for war in Ukraine, doesn't explain the Me Too movement. These are all different things. It doesn't explain...
It does, like... just being in favor of America explains those things. Just being an American explains that shit.
Support for Islam, particularly, which is the second biggest religion in the world.
I don't know liberals who support Islam. I don't know any like lefties or even leftists who support Islam. They're all atheists. They all hate religion. Like, I don't know. They do this where they say that they support like Palestinians and they're saying free Palestine and shit like that, and therefore they support Islam. It's like saying like, dude, it's really weird that Christians support being Jewish when they're all about like people converting to Christianity, that they believe Jews are going to hell and that they killed Jesus, yet they support the Jews, they support being Jewish. It's like, no, they don't support being Jewish. They support Jews, but they don't support being Jewish. There's a very different thing.
So it's not about critical theory or anything like that. It's about looking like you're virtuous. So these liberals who live the way you're describing it want to make sure that as they're seen outwardly to other liberals, they are perfectly in line with what is virtuous and right. We call it virtue signaling, but it can manifest into literally anything. Like, again, supporting the second largest religion in the world while claiming that they're oppressed, but massive.
Well, I mean, there's so much to get into here. One is the word liberal, very fraught for me.
Okay, so that's it. Those are the only 2 times the word Ukraine was mentioned. So he says that he didn't know anything about this when they didn't even talk about it. Excuse me. So he has no idea if he knows about whatever conspiracy theory it was that he was touting here. They didn't even talk about it. So stupid. He's such a fucking liar, bro. Why would he sit here on his own show and lie like this, knowing that everybody's going to see it and know that there was no signal or nothing happened there for him to believe that Bill Maher knew nothing about this? What the fuck?
We had Hunter Avallone on TimCast IRL. And when I pointed out that Joe Biden said, quote, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion, he immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him. And
okay, the video did happen. That I would bet anything Hunter knew the video happened, but that it didn't happen the way that Tim is saying it. Hunter admitted he wasn't prepared for that. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I want to debate this issue with Tim. This is why this is an issue that I want to debate with him, is because Tim knows a lot of little facts without the context there. And it's really infuriating. That's why I say that, like, I have a bunch of videos on this, because if you guys don't know about this, there's a ton of videos on my channel, but there's one that's like more recent that has like all of the minute, you know, details and shit in there that makes it really yeah, that just really like breaks it all down really well. But yeah, there's shit. Did I already miss it? This one. Insane Tim Pool lie about Mark Zuckerberg and FBI. Yeah, I think it's this one. For fact checkers. So, like, I wouldn't say that any, like, Biden's position as vice president to produce positive outcomes for Burisma, a Ukrainian natural gas company, then implicated in a years-long corruption investigation conducted by then Ukrainian prosecutor General Viktor Shokin. Hunter Biden served on Burisma's board of directors from April 2014 until April 2019, which aligns with the part of his father's tenure as vice president when Joe Biden spearheaded anti-corruption reform efforts in Ukraine. It just doesn't. Vadim Bacharsky. Dear Hunter, thank you for inviting me to DC. Yeah, this just, he says something about meeting his dad. Evidence suggests President... Yeah, this goes over like the whole thing and kind of debunks all the dumb shit that Tim says. So yeah, if you guys want to watch this, here's the link to it. But it also debunks like all the shit that they say about Mark Zuckerberg admitting that they were like helping... what was it? That they were helping the Democrats like win the election and shit. Like, it's, yeah, or they were helping them with COVID. They found out that there was collusion. Like, it debunks all of that shit.
And he was like, duh, no idea that it happened. So what I typically run into is liberals tend not to know what's going on in the world.
Mantis doesn't know Hunter's content. Do you have a clip of him obliterating John Doyle? From what I remember, he looked really bad in the John Doyle debate. He admitted it, that crazy lady you used to raid said so. Yeah, was Josie. Yeah. Whatever happened to her, I have no idea. I have no idea. That was a funny clip, though. But yeah, from what I remember, Hunter did not do well in that debate.
And probably the reason why they're scared.
Hunter is a Dean in Parker, like, soy level debater. Like, he does the same exact thing where he's not good at tone matching. And so he will go like way over the top, unnecessarily, out of nowhere, kind of with poor timing. And there were 2 Doyle debates. I'll post the clip in Discord. Okay. Because, yeah, the one that I know of is him at a like America Liberty something college debate in person with John Doyle. And yeah, it was not great. Hunter is the guy whose wife wanted to get pissed on by like 5 black guys, right? You say she wanted to get pissed on by 5 black guys. Like, she got paid to do it, or they were going to pay her to do it. It never actually ended up going through from what I remember. But again, also, yeah, if you don't know much about this, it was wild. Like, right in the middle of this controversy, the whole fucking internet is talking about this thing with Hunter Avalon and his wife. And damn, dude, it was fucking crazy. I'm just sitting here doing my show, and she just popped on. She just jumped on. It was like, oh, hey. It was like, bro, you can see my face when she jumps on. Scared the fucking shit out of me. My heart dropped into my stomach. I was like, oh shit, I am not prepared for this. Remember, tomorrow we have a panel with both of these losers on there, okay? We got both of them on there. They are both on the panel. It's going to be awesome. Here is the thumbnail. It's called The Shootout. I explained why it's called The Shootout yesterday. There's some twists. There she is. The panel. We added some. She just popped in to it to play some games. Oh snap! What? Like, oh snap! What the fuck? We added some rules to it to play some games. Oh snap! What is this? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, yes, I can hear you.
Cool. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I started noticing a lot more controlling and kind of manipulation, but like that.
So yeah, she hopped on and we had the whole like conversation. It was she admitted it, didn't she? Again, she admitted that they said that they were going to pay her for it, but then they showed up and she said that he was supposed to like bring guys to do it, and she said that a guy offered her to pay for it. Then she said that she was going to pay him to like organize everything and set it up for him, and that he ended up, I think, not getting it all done to where they could actually do it. And I think he said that Hunter being around was a problem, and so he didn't do it or something like that. It was something weird like that from what I remember, but this is all a while ago. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Scared to do shows is because they default to I didn't know that. And so we've even offered up friendly.
This isn't Josie. I don't know where the Josie thing is. Yeah, I have no idea where the Josie thing is. So
when Donald Trump deployed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh wait, no, that's right. It would be here. It's like right here.
Didn't Mark Zuckerberg just said literally like multiple times that he was pushing misinformation for the Biden family?
No, he didn't say that at all.
Yeah, he did say that. You want me to pull the clip? It was literally on Joe
You can
Rogan.
pull the clip. I promise you that is not what he said. I guarantee it. That's not what he
yes,
said.
it is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All right, how much? I will bet you right now. Hold on, wait, hold on. But don't pull it up. How much you want to bet? I'll put like $500 on it. I guarantee that's not what he said. Look at that fucking stash, bro. Beautiful mustache.
How do you guys handle things when they're a big news item? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter because of the Hunter Biden laptop story.
But basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump, so just be vigilant.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No.
So yeah, that was the thing.
A certain friendly little person is, I'll leave their name out of it because I'm not going to try and drag them, who, dirtbag leftist types. They're anti-woke, but they're leftist politically. They cancel on us all the time because they know they're going to sit down and they're going to end up sounding like Alex Jones. I'm going to pull up an article from the New York Times that says a Ukraine court ruled that they illegally interfered in the U.S. election to aid the Democrats. And they're going to have to reconcile with that and say, yes, that happened. But then when they go back to their Democrat circles, they're going to say,
an understanding, or they must have the understanding
It's
What were
obviously a
some of
common
those
goal.
I mean, you say multitudes. There's so many examples. Give me one from World War II.
Sure. So Alan Turing, he was a crypto analyst for the British government during World War II. He was also a gay man. His code-breaking skills played a pivotal role in intercepting coded German messages. I can give you another one. The multiplex telegram was used in World War II, was invented by a black man named Granville T. Woods. He also invented the first prototype of the gas mask. If you want another one, Heidi Lamar, she's a woman. She invented the frequency hopping communication system, which now gives us Wi-Fi, GPS, and Bluetooth. These are all things that have benefited the military, that were brought to the military from diversity. So you need to tell me, why are you in favor of weakening the military just because you don't want there to be diversity? Can you explain that one to me, please?
I'm not even anti-diversity. I just fail to see the logic behind thinking that the less cohesive you make a group, the more likely it is to be able to successfully fulfill a task, which would require it to be cohesive.
I completely agree with you.
Like,
but what you're
Let me jump in
advocating
here
for is a
1
lesser
moment, guys. Sorry.
cohesion.
So we've only got a few minutes left, so I want to, John, you can respond to that, and then
say, how dare you make that claim?
Well, I was actually like a Yang Gang kind of guy leading up to
Yeah, me
like
too.
the 2020 election,
So is
and
most
something that turned me back towards Trump was just like you're saying. I started seeing all these articles. A couple of them I think you covered on your show. Remember the one about there's a video of Trump. There may or may not be a video of Trump in an
I love
elevator.
that one, dude.
It's
Let me
like
pull
the
that
most
up.
bizarre headline I've ever heard. It's a great one. Then another one was. Of course, the one you just went over with Adam Conover. That clip was going everywhere.
Look at this.
There were great people on both sides.
Come on. Huffington
Yeah,
Post.
it's
A
the
tape might
greatest.
exist of Trump doing something in an elevator. Though exactly where that somewhere is and what that something might be, no one in media can say. That's because no one in media seems to have seen the tape or is even confident it exists. Yo, Huffington Post literally wrote an article about Trump may or may not have done something that may have been recorded. We don't know if it was recorded. We don't know what it is.
Yep. And then another my top three. Those are my three favorite ones. That one, there were good people on both sides, and then the Trump puts ketchup on his steak.
Right.
And
so
that one hit.
the good people on both sides thing. I'm still blown away that they still keep trying to gaslight everybody on this shit. I am just so annoyed with this. This was not a Democrat thing, just to be clear. Okay? This is the most important part. This was not a Democrat thing. Republicans all over the fucking House and the Senate called Trump out for his quotes on the good people on both sides comment. It was not a Democrat thing. It was not a like mainstream media, liberal thing. This was something that everybody got upset with him for. Even Johnson, the what is he called? The head of the House, the head of the majority party, the chair, House Representative chair. What is Mike Johnson? What is he called? The Speaker of the House. Yes. So even Mike Johnson called Trump out for this, and Trump threw a fit over the fact that Mike Johnson called him out. This was 3 separate fucking press conferences, and in all of them, Trump was supposed to denounce the alt-right. That was the whole thing. They kept setting up these press conferences for him to denounce the alt-right, denounce the racism, denounce the anti-Semitism, denounce the tiki torch, marching shit. That was the whole point. They kept setting them up because every time he went out there, he would do this fucking look, I'm not in favor of neo-Nazis and stuff, but what's really bad is Antifa. Those guys are real bad. Or, okay, fine, the far right is bad, but so is the far left. The far left is bad too, guys. This is him always equivocating, always trying to find a way to not actually denounce them. And from what people said behind the scenes, he kept saying, these are my people. I can't denounce them. Those are my people. I can't throw them under the bus, right? He said this over and over, that he didn't want to throw them under the bus. And this is the same problem with they said, we want you to denounce the far right. And he goes, say it, say a name, I'll denounce them right now. And Joe Biden says, Proud Boys. And he goes, okay, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But what's really bad is Antifa. And he does this all the time. This is the problem, is that he's always equivocating things. And so when it comes time for him to denounce the alt-right in this press conference, he does this, there's very fine people on both sides. The problem is not that he's saying that there were fine people that were neo-Nazis and shit like that. Not just that, because he did also do that. But the fact that he is continuously equivocating these people over and over and over. That is what the very fine people quote was the equivocation.
For me, because I grew up like dirt poor. There's 8 kids in my family.
Let's try this one.
I put ketchup on my steak because we were eating cheap steak.
I'm actually going to make the bet you'll get it right. Did Donald Trump call white supremacists fine people?
I don't think so.
What did he say?
I can't remember. I just like
he okay. So, this is the problem, and this is what where they always say people cut him out of context. The problem is that they cut him out of context, and this is my argument normally, is that when he said very fine people, not only is he equivocating again, but he also says earlier in this, like right before that quote, he says that that they weren't neo-Nazis. He says that the people there weren't neo-Nazis. And like somebody says, like the neo-Nazis were the ones who started it, and Trump's like, wait, they didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis. And also, there's very fine people on both sides. It's like, wait, so you're saying, and then, sorry, he says, so he says they didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis. And also, there's very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white supremacists, right? So right before he says they're not neo-Nazis, then he says there's very fine people on both sides. And then he says, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis. Well, when he says I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, that also means he's not talking about those people, because he says those people are not neo-Nazis. So what we call neo-Nazis is those people. We would say those people are neo-Nazis. So if he says those people are not neo-Nazis, also I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, that means it still applies to them. So afterwards, when everybody runs around saying, he's not talking about them, he said he's not talking about them, but he is. He is.
My assumption is that it's clickbaited, because most things about Trump are.
Joe Biden launched his 2020 campaign claiming that Donald Trump called white supremacists fine people, which he never did. It's fake. And the video.
What was the actual content? I don't know.
During Charlottesville, Trump said, I've seen the videos, and there were very fine people on both sides, and I am not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Gotcha.
And the entire...
See, this is what I'm talking about. They always cut him out of context. Every fucking time. They always cut him out of context. They leave out the other parts.
Wrap up your own points
That's
here,
it?
and then we'll go to Hunter. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very busy studio. I'd love to have you both back, of course, if we can get an agreement for that.
Yeah, I don't want to end this already, man. We were just getting into a good combo.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side.
See, even that first question, you're putting the alt-left and neo-Nazis on the same plane. Like, that's all he was doing the whole time. Just putting everybody on the just equivocating everybody.
You had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was...
Again, the neo-Nazis there did start it. The alt-right did start the fight. They keep playing these fucking games. I spoke to the actual guy who organized the entire event. I spoke to him, and he tried playing this shit with me, and I was like, bro, we have video. We know that the alt-righters were also throwing shit at them, talking shit to them, trying to start fights. I watch video of them telling people to come around the fence and fight them. So you can't keep playing these games that it was just the left starting these fights. The right wingers were too. Richard Spencer? No, Richard Spencer, actually, the guy who started the event, he hosted the event. He didn't even know that Richard Spencer was going to show up. Again, he just hosted an event called Unite the Right, where he wanted a bunch of people to show up to protest against the removal of the statue. But he was not like a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi or anything like that. And then later, after all this happened and everybody went to court over the whole thing, He, the guy who started the event, showed up and testified in court and said, I didn't know anything about this guy. I don't want anything to do with him. He is a horrible fucking person. He is a neo-Nazi and a white supremacist, and I want nothing to do with him. But that, yes, he was, yeah, it might have been Jason Kessler. I don't remember his name, but yeah. I think I have the video here of me talking to him and correcting him on a lot of the shit that he was saying. It was kind of annoying, too, because there were other people after I went on and corrected him on it. And he's like, oh, okay, all right. And then we move on. Other people come on afterwards, and they're like, yeah, you were wrong on that. And he's like, yeah, I just went over this with the last guy. Why are you... why are you coming on to say this again? They're like, cuz you need to be held accountable for this. I'm here to press you on this. He's like, what the fuck? And I remember sitting there just cringing the whole time, like, oh, this looks bad, dude. This is so weird. I forget the kid's name who did it, but yeah, he shit. Yeah, I'm trying to find
a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
It's on both sides, sir. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides.
See, this is what the whole thing was about. Is about the fact that he kept doing this both sides thing.
I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as you. And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
See? They didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis.
They didn't put themselves down as you. And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers. And
you won't at any point admit that there were neo-Nazis and white supremacists in that group, that is what the alt-right was, that is what Richard Spencer is, that is what these people were, and he refuses to admit it. And at the point that, like, so there were 3 nights of this. There were, on the very first night, there was initially like a protest that was happening there that was just like general people who were hanging out and protesting. But then that night, I think it was Friday night, this is when the alt-right shows up with their fucking white collared shirts and khakis, marching around with their tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us, right? That's when any normal person would be like, oh shit, okay, yeah, this is not my fucking protest, and head out, right? Then the next day you have the whole fucking like massive swaths of the alt-right showing up with KKK flags, with Nazi, swastika flags, with all sorts of like whitening bolt Nazi symbolism, And so, yeah, this is like, it was just blatantly clear what was going on there, who these people were, and any normal person who was just there, like, hey, I'm just here. I'm just a good old boy here protesting a statue. If they didn't want to be part of this group and didn't want to be, labeled as with these people, then they probably shouldn't have been with them. Because at that point, I think any normal person would have left. And that's exactly what I said to Kessler. And I feel like to a degree he agreed with me, but I can't find the recording of us talking. So yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't see it.
And you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
The press is treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to
okay, there he does call him that. Okay.
innocently protest and very legally protest because, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you can get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, I'll tell you, we came very close with health care. Unfortunately.
But yeah, there were 3 press conferences, and all of them were him equivocating both sides, refusing to actually just call out and condemn the people that were. They killed somebody. Okay, this is the problem. They killed somebody on that day. All right. You're not just talking about the fact that they're marching around with tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us and doing the whole blood and soil thing. You're not just talking about the fact that they're there with swastika flags and KKK flags and KKK robes and all of this shit. You're not just talking about the fact that, they're all there for what a lot of people would consider to be like upholding a statue that represents slavery. But you're also talking about the fact that they killed somebody on that day. And he's still equivocating them to a bunch of counter-protesters who he keeps saying are fucked up people. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not in favor of Antifa. I'm not a huge Antifa fan. But I'm okay with people counter-protesting the alt-right. That's not something that's bad. That is not a bad thing. It is not wrong to counter-protest the alt-right. That is not, and so I would not say that, like, well, those are also bad people. No, I would not say that people who are there counter-protesting neo-Nazis are bad for counter-protesting neo-Nazis. And that's what he's doing. And it's obnoxious. It is a gross equivocation and whitewashing of these groups. Thank you, Freddie.
Hello, you're live.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Doing well. Just to defend him for half a second, it
Him?
is true that when you get into
Vigilante or Jason?
Kessler.
Kessler, okay.
Yeah, Jason. Like the more you get into groups, the more nuance they're going to have between terms. And so if you talk to somebody who calls themselves a lefty, they're going to have a difference between a lefty and a leftist. And it's the same with all white nationalists are going to have a separation between nationalism and supremacy. And obviously what he's advocating for is not supremacy over other racial groups. He's advocating just for his racial group to have their own separate nation or their own separate way of living. And so it is technically different in some way. So Kessler, I did want to ask you a couple of questions. I know I listened to the court hearings a while ago, and he was asking you a little bit ago about the Unite the Right rally. It did seem, from what I watched, you were talking a lot about like the problems with the cops and kind of like problems with organizing when you were on here. But from what I remember, and I could be wrong, I thought that a larger part of the problem was with like Spencer and the decisions that he made. And
No, I think that the cops were more important because really, when you're organizing a rally, there's very little that the organizer can really do. I mean, there's a lot of aesthetic things, like you tell people, well, we'd prefer to bring these flags or do these chants, and hopefully the people listen to you.
at this time, I believe I was working on my. I think at this time I was working on the Sassafras, the Sassafesto. I believe it was either that or the Candace Owens documentary. I just know that I wasn't streaming at the time, and I just happened to come across this and really wanted to talk to the guy, so I just went and hopped on and had a conversation with him real quick.
But really, the important thing is whether order is maintained, and the police, they are representatives of the city government. They determine that. We don't. So they're going to have to put up the barricades that are going to separate hostile groups. They're going to make arrests if they see somebody getting violent. And they pointedly refused to do that. And that's what led to the
Do you remember which one it was, Mantis?
Escalation of violence. If you go and watch the progression of events during Charlottesville, it didn't start out, with an explosion of violence. It was something very small, like the Antifa would pick up
He rambles a lot.
rocks or whatever and throw them really quickly. And they would look around and try to get cues from the police on whether the police were going to make arrests. And when the police didn't do anything, they escalated and escalated and escalated. And suddenly, at a certain point, they realized there is no way the police are intervening. This is a free-for-all zone, and we can do whatever we want. Spencer,
like blockades and fences and everything blocking, where they had like counter protesters going to one side of the fences and alt-right protesters going to the other side of the fences, and both sides continuously kind of went around the fences and kept like kind of instigating problems with each other. From what I saw, is that not what you saw?
Well, the primary issue, and in the book I go into...
Yeah, he keeps saying that it was the left that was instigating all of these problems, but I'm saying, no, both sides were doing this. I don't know why you're just acting like it was just the right-wingers doing this. Both sides were instigating problems.
Into how I brought up this issue before the event even happened with the city manager. I have his notes, literally his notes, indicating this conversation that you can view in the book, is that, people have to walk down the street to get into the park. And so those ingress and egress points, I was concerned were going to be filled with...
Yes, this is a real thing where they set it up in a very stupid manner, where they had everybody, they had like a spot for counter protesters over here, and then they had the spot for the actual protests over here. But the problem is in order to get there, you had to walk either here or here to get to the protest. So you're walking right by the fucking counter protesters who are all here. And then they have a fence here to separate everybody. But they literally have everybody walking the same fucking trail to get to the same place. And so they didn't make it to where they had separate parking for the protesters and counter protesters. They didn't make it to where the protesters could go around the counter protesters somehow. They had to walk right next to the counter protesters to where it was immediately starting shit, because they were trying to walk by the counter protesters here and here as they're trying to get to the main protest. It was really dumb. They fucked it up royally. And they changed all of the places where everything was on the day of, like an hour before the event.
With hostile actors who were going to try to intercept people. And that's where the violence took place. And I did everything I could. The police, they said that they were going to have police embedded throughout the crowd making arrests. They didn't do that. And on the day of the rally, when you saw that there was this unobstructed access of the counter protesters to the permitted protesters, there's no way that it was not going to be violent. Because this wasn't
you can see from the east side that there was definitely going to be like two convergences from the two different people. I did want to ask, you mentioned just a minute ago the very fine people quote from Trump, and that he did say right after that he's not talking about white nationalists and white supremacists. But the Unite the Right rally was on the second day. The protest for the statue was on the first day. And there was no protesters there for the statue the second day. That's just the Unite the Right rally. So I would look at those people on the second day and say, those are the white nationalists that's everybody that's there on the second day. There's no way that Trump can say very fine people on both sides and not be referring to them, because that's the entire side of the right that was there, right?
I'm not really I think there's something in your understanding of the sequence of events that might be off. There were on August 11th, there was the march with the torches to the Thomas Jefferson statue. Right. And then the following day, there was the permitted demonstration around the Lee Monument. And that included everybody. It included people who were white nationalists. It included Republicans. It included historical preservationists, and et cetera, patriot military people. So they were all together.
You said that you weren't a white nationalist at the time that happened, but you were there with a bunch of people who were carrying like a bunch of like Nazi flags with swastikas on them. There was a bunch of other Nazi symbology that was on a ton of different flags. If you're there and you're not a white nationalist, why? I think if I was there and I was part of the right and I wanted to be part of a Unite the Right rally, but I see those things, I think I would probably separate myself from that group and not be part of this rally anymore if I wasn't one of those people. If you weren't one of those people at the time, why wouldn't you have separated yourself from the rally?
Well, I mean, I think that the perception of somebody who wasn't there is colored very much by the altered depiction of the event by the media. There was, as far as I know, only one guy with the flag with a swastika on it. But yet, for most people, when they think of this event, there was
one guy that most people have a picture of. There are at least two people there with swastikas, but there was tons of other Nazi symbology the entire time.
That picture of the guy with the Nazi flag. And so therefore for them, in their mind, this was a ubiquitous symbol that was everywhere. On the day of the rally, I didn't see it, and I don't know how I would control an individual person if I did see them. I saw American flags and I saw Confederate flags, neither of which I had a problem with. I had never tried to.
You're saying you can't find anything on this event? Common Good? This is the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. It'll be very easy to find it.
Organize an event on this scale before, and it was really
the Boulder, Colorado thing that Jussie Smollett is making up. Yeah,
important to me that we kept out a lot of this this really offensive imagery. I didn't want people talking about Jews or black people. I didn't want any.
You didn't want them talking about Jews? Jews.
Nazi symbolism whatsoever. It was supposed to be purely about defending white people and defending American history. But I didn't understand how radical the alt-right was. And there are just a lot of like what they call spurgs, people who are like autistic.
The Proud Boys knew how radical everybody else there was. The Proud Boys were told not to show up because everybody else who was going to be there was too radical for them. Yet you don't think other people who are... FBI says 6 injured in Colorado attack by man with makeshift flamethrower who yelled "Free Palestine." A man with a makeshift flamethrower yelled "Free Palestine" and threw an incendiary device into a group that had assembled to raise attention for Israeli hostages in Gaza, law enforcement officials said Sunday. 6 people were injured, with some with burns. Suspect Mohammed Sabri Solomon, 45, was expected to face charges in connection with the attack the FBI was investigating as a terrorist attack. The burst of violence at the popular Pearl Street pedestrian mall, a 4-block area in downtown Boulder, unfolded against the backdrop of a war between Israel and Hamas that continues to inflame global tensions and has contributed to a spike in anti-Semitic violence in the United States. It occurred barely a week after a man who yelled "Free Palestine" was charged with fatally shooting 2 Israeli embassy staffers outside of a Jewish museum in Washington. Sadly, attacks like this are becoming too common across the country, said Mark Michalik, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Denver field office, which encompasses Boulder. This is an example of how perpetrators of violence continue to threaten communities across the nation. The 6 victims who were wounded ranged in age from 67 to 88, and injuries spanned from serious to minor, officials said. The attack occurred as people with a volunteer group called Run for Their Lives was concluding their weekly demonstration to raise visibility for the hostages who remain in Gaza. Video from the scene shows a witness shouting, "He's right there. He's throwing Molotov cocktails," as a police officer with a gun drawn advances on a bare-chested suspect who is holding containers in each hand. Lynn Siegel, 72, was among About 20 people who gathered Sunday. They finished their march in front of the courthouse when a rope of fire shot in front of her and then 2 big flares. Pisco, what's up? Appreciate the raid, homie. W Pisco in chat, everybody. Let's get some W's in chat for Pisco. Make sure you guys go follow Pisco. It's Pisco Hour on YouTube. I don't know. I've never heard of Pisco Sour, so I'm assuming that's what he's playing off of. But every time I Googled Pisco Hour, Pisco Sour popped up all over the place, and I thought maybe that's the meme. Maybe that's why he named it his channel Pisco Hour, because it used to be like Pisco Litty. In Pisco Lit. Yes, thank you, Pisco. Appreciate the raid home. Yeah, like Pisco Lit. I think Pisco Litty, like a litigator, I think is the idea. But then he changed it to Pisco Hour, and I think the idea was Pisco Sour. That's what it was supposed to play off of. But I'd never heard of Pisco Sour until I heard of Pisco Hour. So, yeah, thank you, sir. What did you guys just finish? Oh, it's Pisco's Hour. Okay. So, yeah, so it is still Pisco Sour. Okay, I gotcha. We're taking a quick break to read about a terrorist attack that apparently just happened in Colorado at a Free Palestine event.
Breast cancer cells multiply because of CDK4/6 proteins. By blocking the proteins, we stop the growth. See how Dana-Farber is finding new ways to outmaneuver cancer.
We're shitting on TYT. Base. Fucking base.
The initial response by our officers, we were on scene very quickly. When we arrived, we encountered multiple victims that were injured with injuries consistent with burns and other injuries. While our officers and paramedics and fire department personnel got those victims quickly to the hospital, our officers were pointed out, a suspect was pointed out to our officers on the scene. Our officers immediately encountered that suspect who was taken into custody without incident. That suspect, who I'm not able to ID at this time, was taken to the hospital with some minor injuries as well. So what I will tell you, on Pearl Street, it's a walking pedestrian mall downtown here. There was a lot of people out. Very beautiful day. There was a group of pro-Israel people that were there in a peaceful demonstration. I wouldn't even call it a protest. I believe that happens frequently down here. They were there in that area. We are looking and actively interviewing victims and witnesses to determine if that group was targeted or others, and we just don't have those answers yet. So I've been in contact with our local FBI multiple times. We are in contact with them here. We are not calling it a terror attack at this point. Again, it's way too early to speculate motive. I know there's a lot out there on social media, but I ask people just to give us a little bit of patience while we work through a really complex scene. A lot of witnesses were here. We've taken them to another location to debrief them and interview them. So our initial call, as I mentioned, was a report that someone was setting people on fire. That is fairly consistent with the injuries that we found on scene, but we're not 100% certain how that happened, and that's what we're doing to interview.
So did he throw it at the pedestrians, or did he throw it at the protesters? That's the part that I'm a little confused by. It's a little wild as well that all of the people who got hit by this are ages 66 and up. That seems like really odd. Is 6 people got burnt, and of the 6, it was of the 6, he threw it at protesters. Okay, so protesters got hit by it, and they were all, was it a senior citizens protest or something? There's a video of him doing it. I don't know if I want to watch. He threw it at senior citizens. It was a weekly walk for their lives. Okay, and were they Jewish protesters? Because I haven't heard much about Jewish protesters in America. Most of the protests have been pro-Palestine. Yes, elderly Israel supporters. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's sad. Am I surprised by it? Not really. I mean, the tensions between the two sides, especially in America, and probably all across the world, are getting really high. But I don't know if there's terrorist attacks all over the world in the same way that they are here. It's it seems like we just happen to have like a lot more violence of this sort in America than other countries do. So yeah, it can be. The guy threw Molotov cocktails screaming "Free Palestine." Well, he also had a flamethrower as well. She said the scene quickly turned chaotic as people worked to find water to put out the flames and find help. Segal, who said she is Jewish on her father's side and said she supported Palestine for more than 40 years, was concerned that she might be accused of helping the suspect because she was wearing a pro-Palestine shirt. There were people who were burning. I wanted to help, she said, but I didn't want to be associated with the perpetrator. Authorities did not disclose details about Solomon, but said they believe he acted alone and that no other suspect was being sought. No criminal charges were immediately announced, but officials said they would move to hold Solomon accountable. He was also injured and was taken to the hospital to be treated, but authorities didn't elaborate on the nature of his injuries. FBI leaders immediately declared the attack an act of terrorism, and the Justice Department denounced it as a needless act of violence, which follows recent attacks against Jewish Americans. This act of terror is being investigated as an act of ideologically motivated violence based on early information, the evidence, and witnesses' accounts. We will speak clearly on these incidents when the facts warrant it, FBI Director Dan Bongino said in a post on X. Israel's war in Gaza began, blah, blah, blah. The violence comes 4 years after a shooting rampage at a grocery store in Boulder, about 25 miles, 40 kilometers northwest of Denver, that killed 10 people. The gunman was sentenced to life in prison for murder after a jury rejected his attempt to avoid prison time by pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. Multiple blocks of the pedestrian mall area were evacuated by police. The scene shortly after the attack was tense as law enforcement agents with a police dog walked through the streets looking for threats and instructed the public to stay clear of the mall. This story has been updated to correct that 10 people, not 4, were killed in the Boulder grocery store shooting. Oh, so it's 10 now. Okay. So yeah, this is still different than what Juicy said, but fair enough. Okay, so just catch up, Peace Go viewers, if you would. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button, and if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe. This is when I stream pretty much every day, about 6 to 8 hours a day, and we're about 3.5 hours in right now, so we got a good ways to go, about 5 more hours most likely of stream. But we were watching the conversation between Tim Pool and NotSoErudite, and sorry, that's me talking to NotSoErudite. So we were watching this. They started talking about the very fine people on both sides quote from Trump. So then we pulled up the very fine people from both sides quote from Trump and showed that it is not the way that he is presenting it, that it was Trump downplaying the neo-Nazis and white nationalists there, that he kept equivocating everything that was happening, and that's what everybody was calling Trump out for, and that this was not a thing that the Democrats did, this was not a thing that the liberals did, this is not the thing that the mainstream media did, but Republicans were calling them out as well, or calling him out for the way that he handled this. This was 3 press conferences where he was consistently refusing to denounce these groups equivocally without hedging every time and saying, but the left is bad too, but Antifa, but BLM. And so, yes, this was the problem the entire time. And so then we were talking about what happened at Charlottesville. And I was talking about the fact that I had a conversation with the guy who hosted the Charlottesville event. And this is me kind of talking to him about some of the issues and some of the things that happened there, and then we'll go back to the conversation with Tim and Kyla in just a second.
didn't understand how radical the alt-right was, and there are just a lot of like what they call spurgs, you know, people who are like autistic.
The Proud Boys
and they,
knew how radical everybody else there was. The Proud Boys were told not to show up because everybody else who was going to be there was too radical for them. Yet you don't think other people who are just
Hold on, I'm trying to rewind this just a little bit.
There was, as far as I know, only one guy with the flag with a swastika on it.
different flags. If you're
okay, here we go.
And et cetera, patriot military people. So they were all together.
You said that you weren't a white nationalist at the time that happened, but you were there with a bunch of people who were carrying like a bunch of like Nazi flags with swastikas on them. There was a bunch of other Nazi symbology that was on a ton of different flags. If you're there and you're not a white nationalist, why I think if I was there and I was part of the right and I wanted to be part of a Unite the Right rally, but I see those things, I think I would probably separate myself from that group and not be part of this rally anymore if I wasn't one of those people. If you weren't one of those people at the time, why wouldn't you have separated yourself from the rally?
Well, I mean, I think that the perception of somebody who wasn't there is colored very much by the altered depiction of the event by the media. There was, as far as I know, only one guy with the flag with a swastika on it. But yet, for most people, when they think of this event, they think of that picture of the guy with the Nazi flag. And so therefore for them, in their mind, this was a ubiquitous symbol that was everywhere. On the day of the rally, I didn't see it, you know.
Again, there was one guy with a flag with a swastika. There was another guy with a shirt with a swastika. There was tons of other Nazi symbology, like the lightning bolts. There was the black sun on a flag. There were KKK flags. There were people in literal KKK robes and Grand Wizard robes. There were tons and tons of very, very far-right and racist memorabilia that was there that made it very clear who the majority of the people were at this rally. So this whole, like, oh, I mean, there were some people who were just some good old boys, blah, blah, blah. They were chanting, Jews will not replace us. So again, there are two different days, and that's what I brought up to him right before this question, is... if you want to rewind a little bit, you can listen to me right before you guys rated in, or right before we went over that article. I asked him, you know, hey, like there was 2 nights. On the first night, everybody shows up and they're marching with their tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us and shit. And then on the second day is when everybody shows up to do the protest in large swaths. And by far the majority of them were there with Richard Spencer, with the alt-right, with David Duke, with all of these very racist, very far-right people. And this guy... Kessler did denounce them afterwards and said, I don't want anything to do with these people. They're white nationalists. They're racist. I did not want them to come to the event, but it was a free speech event, so it wouldn't have been right for me to kick them out. And so I just kind of had to deal with the fact that they were by far the majority of the people. The problem is that he now is a white nationalist and is very much in favor of like white identity politics now today, but at the time he wasn't, and very clearly denounced Richard Spencer and all of them.
And I don't know the Nazi flag, and so therefore for them, in their mind, this was a ubiquitous symbol that was everywhere. On the day of the rally, I didn't see it, you know, and I don't know how I would control an.
Abandon 6,666 tipped $6.66. Tom, play something funny for any new raiders, like a Trump rally clip or something.
Well, I maybe it a little bit. I got to go to the restroom in a minute, so I might put a clip up.
Individual person, if I did see them. I saw American flags and I saw Confederate flags, neither of which I had a problem with. I'd never tried to organize an event on this scale before, and it was really important to me that we kept out a lot of this this really offensive imagery. I didn't want people talking about Jews or black people. I didn't want any Nazi symbolism whatsoever. It was supposed to be purely about defending white people and defending American history. But I didn't understand how radical the alt-right was. And they're just a lot of like what they call spurgs, you know, people who are like autistic.
The Proud Boys knew how radical everybody else there was. The Proud Boys were told not to show up because everybody else who was going to be there was too radical for them. Yet you don't think other people who are just not white nationalists and not white supremacists aren't going to look at everybody else there and think.
So that is true. The guy who ran the Proud Boys at the time, I'm blanking on his name. He's the content creator who started the Proud Boys. Gerald something. Help me out with his name real quick. It's fuck. He used to go on Joe Rogan all the time in his like nerdy outfit, dressed up in his like t-shirt and glasses. McGinnis, yes, Gavin McGinnis. So Gavin McGinnis is the leader of the Proud Boys at the time. And Gavin McGinnis told everybody in the Proud Boys, if you go, you will be kicked out. Do not show up to that rally. We are not neo-Nazis. We don't want anything to do with that. Obviously, the Proud Boys are pretty far right, but even he, as far right as he is, still did not want them associating with the alt-right, and he kept calling it a Nazi rally. And so he said, no, we're not going to a fucking Nazi rally. If you're a Proud Boy and you go there, you will be kicked out. And he did. He did kick people out of the group who showed up to the alt-right or to the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. So that's me bringing this up. Like, wait, you're trying to tell me that other people who were there might not have thought that these people were too far right for them, yet they were too far right for the Proud Boys. Come on, bro. Come on.
We're told not to show up because everybody else who was going to be there was too radical for them. Yet you don't think other people who are just not white nationalists and not white supremacists aren't going to look at everybody else there and think, you know what, these people are a little too radical for me. I don't want to be put in with the rest of this group.
Well, there were Proud Boys there, first of all. The guy, Enrique Tarrio, the Hispanic dude that ended up becoming the leader of the group, he was
That's
there.
True.
But, you know, there was a progression to the event that things just kind of got out of control. I wanted to have control over the optics, as they call it, and the message. I was encouraging people to have a more like mainstream chant that was done by the group. Perception of the event is colored by the media depiction, because there was a smaller subset. There was a smaller subset of people who were chanting "Jews will not replace us." It was not the whole group, and I refer to that as basically a troll's veto. Like if you have a group of people who are doing a chant, it takes a very small number of people to try and hijack that with their own thing. And so the way that the perception is colored is, I'm not saying that there weren't people chanting it, but the media focuses in on that, and you know, they like to play the footage where the mic is near those people, so it sounds louder. It sounds like it was everybody doing that.
Yeah, but that's going to go back to what I was saying before. I mean, I've been part of BLM protests where people are there chanting things like pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon. And even if I agree with the things that they want done, I'm going to separate myself from this protest as soon as people are chanting things like that. I don't want to be part of a group of people who are chanting pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon. And I would expect the same of people on the right who don't want to be part of.
I've never actually been part of a protest where they were saying those things, but I've been at BLM protests, and I know that at some BLM protests, they chanted things like that. I just want to be clear. I was not actually at the protest where they chanted that thing. I'm just trying to give like a hypothetical to make it make sense that I would separate myself from a group of people who are doing these sorts of things.
Myself from this protest as soon as people are chanting things like that. I don't want to be part of a group of people who are chanting pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon. And I would expect the same of people on the right who don't want to be part of a group who are chanting things like Jews will not replace us, right?
Well, I respect your opinion and I understand where you're coming from, but it was a different thing for me because I was somebody who was helping to organize this. I put
Sure,
so
I don't
much.
mean you specifically, but what the point that I'm making isn't that you should have separated yourself. What the point I'm making is that if we're talking about Trump saying things like good people on both sides, yet we can look at the people who are there and we would think, okay, anybody who's not part of that group, somebody who's not going to be running around with Nazi iconography, or somebody who's not going to be running around with swastikas or saying Jews will not replace us, those people would likely have removed themselves from that protest and gone home, and everybody who was left was going to be the people that Trump says he's not talking about.
Well, I don't think that Jews will not replace us chant was happening on August 12th when you had the mix of people in there.
He's correct.
And
yeah, again, so that happened on Friday night, then Saturday morning is when all of this stuff happened.
Yeah, I just.
But yeah, Friday night is when they marched with tiki torches.
It was the same thing. The majority of people who were there had American flags and Confederate flags, and we weren't ever allowed to speak. So there wasn't really too much of anything that anybody could have objected to and left. And also, you got to remember, it wasn't just about white identity or preserving monuments. It was a free speech event. So it's kind of hypocritical to be like, well, I support free speech against these people who are using violence to shut it down. And then you see something you don't like, so you're going to, well, I'm out of here, you know?
Yeah,
like, it's a little bit of a different context.
I understand what you're saying about the media and the way that people take what's said in the media and then they kind of apply this. I've talked to tons of people who were there. I've talked to Richard Spencer about this. I've talked to Nick Fuentes about it. And so I agree that, like, yes, there's like a very different depiction of it, but there's also like logical thought processes that I would put behind people who stayed and make some assumptions about them. There's I guess the only other thing I wanted to mention is there was something that you mentioned about the fact that there are...
one more question because we do got to cycle a little bit. I do a little bit.
There was, you mentioned two statistics. One is that there's a statistic showing that there's rich black people who commit higher crimes than poor white people. That's not true, but they do commit more crimes than rich white people. So black people who are wealthy commit more crimes than white people who are wealthy. Black people who are poor commit more crimes than white people who are poor. And then the 13.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about, the fact that like black people commit more crimes than everybody, no matter what. And Wick was saying, well, that's a product of the fact that they're like black people are disproportionately poor and poor people just happen to commit more crimes. And he says, no, actually, even rich black people commit more crimes than poor white people. And I'm like, no, that is not true. That is not true. But it is true that poor black people commit more crimes than poor white people, and rich black people commit more crimes than rich white people. But it is not true that rich black people commit more crimes than poor white people. That is not true at all. Not even close. Not even fucking close, dude.
50 sat. The 50% doesn't apply to all crimes, and it doesn't even apply to all violent crimes. It's like 2 violent crimes. It's mostly murder that they commit at a 50% rate, and then the rest of the, like, most crimes are still disproportionate, just not up at 50%. Most of them are around like 25 to 30% crime rates. But yeah, that was about it. All right, appreciate it, guys.
Tom, thanks for calling in. Have a great show.
So yeah, I said the next guy comes on and just keeps harping on that point that I made right there.
I was curious where the information regarding...
Hello, you're live.
Hello. I had 2 things. They'll be very quick because Tom just got rid of them. I was curious where the information regarding rich black people theoretically committing more crimes than poor white people came from, because that's just not true. But
yeah, he harps on this for a while. It was not a good look. Not a good look. But all right, I do have to run to the restroom. So yeah, give me just a second, and I will be back in about less than 2 minutes. I wanted to pull up the video. Oh yeah, here it is.
You think he's working for the Russians?
That one?
Yeah.
Well, do that.
Yeah?
You can do that right here. It's Trump City.
Yeah, it's Trump City.
To loot.
Nobody who likes Trump would work with Russians.
Yeah, no.
No. You guys have one that says, like, let's go insurrection?
I don't think we have one that says that.
Okay. Do you guys have any Make Russia Great Again shirts?
I've been all of them.
No?
Okay.
Nothing like that. I'm sorry. All right, that's what I'm looking for. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do you guys have any that say cancel the Constitution?
No.
No? Never? All right. I'll check somewhere else. Thank you. Let's go, man. Trump for treason. Let's go. You guys have one that says, that much for a Mexican?
That much for what?
That much for a Mexican? Trump told a woman that he was going to pay for her husband's funeral. And then when they sent him the bill, it was $60,000. And he said, that much for a Mexican? I'm not paying that. And then cut off the bill. You should get a shirt that says that. That would be really good. Oh, what the f***? Myron's in here?
And I won't be able to cancel you. But because I can't Paula Dean you, because I can't Ryan Garcia you won't be making a mockery.
Dude, you're a fucking
right?
nobody. Hey, Re-Ups, it's fine. I'll finish it for him. You're a fucking nigger. Now shut the fuck up. There you go. You're welcome. You got what you needed. Thank you. You're a fucking nigger. None of you fucking faggots can scare me. I will say what I want to say, and I've been doing this shit for years. It is what it is, man. You guys are a bunch of pussy faggot niggers. You got it right there. Get your clip. There's your clip, assholes. You're
fucking Myron, bro.
Nigger faggots.
You knew I was too nice, man. What is he doing?
Nigger is behavior. I don't necessarily consider it a skin thing. If someone's acting like an ignorant fucking dumbass, whether they're white, green, black, whatever the fuck, you're behaving like a
What is he doing?
Activities.
After I hear people use demeaning language towards a specific group over and over.
Why is racism bad? Let's ask the real question. Why is racism bad?
Well, because generally it's going to harm that group in some sort of like socio-economic way to where they're less likely to get jobs or less. There's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen.
Never marching again. Just passive aggressive people. Bro, I spend the majority of my time on the fucking internet debating people on the right, okay? So the fact that like one day I'm just like making passive aggressive comments to people, I also debated people there, okay? I also had long conversations with people and debated folks on stuff. So to
take this clip and be like, oh, that's all Tom does. Like, it's just a fucking clip of me trolling people a little bit. But the majority of my interactions with people on the right is me debating them on their ideas and debunking the dumb shit that they believe. So it's, yeah, it's a little weird to just take that one thing and be like, that's all Tom does.
Of the Democrat-aligned media apparatus cut off the back half of the...
Okay, here we go.
Because most things about Trump are...
Joe Biden launched his 2020...
So yeah, apparently Kyla didn't know much about this quote. I think Pisco might have watched this the other day, so you guys may have already seen a lot of this. One's in chat if you're from Pisco's stream, and you guys did already see this on Pisco's
campaign, claiming that Donald Trump called white supremacists fine people, which he never did. It's fake. And the video...
What was the actual content? I don't know.
During Charlottesville, Trump said, I've seen the videos, and there were very fine people on both sides, and I am not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Gotcha.
And the entirety of the Democrat-aligned media apparatus cut off the back half of the quote and showed Trump saying, very fine.
Yeah, he's cutting off the first half of the quote where he says that they're not neo-Nazis at the fucking protests. So, sorry, you're not any better, homie.
People on both sides clip and then showing white nationalists marching with tiki torches.
Gotcha.
And that was how Joe Biden launched his campaign. And this is why I say, I consider myself to be like moderately pro-choice. So where Democrats were with safe, legal, and rare, I think abortion is wrong. I think it is a bad thing, but I also don't know how you get to a governmental system where a woman has to get a court writ to be able to have any kind of medical procedure. The end result, of course, is this. I don't want to. You always got to rehash the abortion debate because people don't understand the nuance. But you end up with a system where it's like a woman goes to the doctor and they're like, "Heavens me, you're having an emergency. Insert something. We have to terminate the baby to save your life," like unrelated to the pregnancy. And that's like, okay, let's try and get a speedy writ from a judge to confirm this.
Sure. So,
but the medical abortions has never really been a problem, though.
So my point is,
understand.
The end result is that you get people abusing the system. So this is the challenge in trying to find a compromise. But without rehashing the abortion debate, my point is, the left's position is abortion up to 9 months for any reason, no matter what.
Well, if I could put a...
That is not the left's position. That is not the left's position. If that was the left's position, then why hasn't that been the case in the majority of Democratic states? Why, throughout all of this time, where they could have had that as the standard, why wasn't that the case in the majority of Democrat states? Why did they have these like second trimester and third trimester lines that they were drawing saying you can have abortions up until this point? Why did they do that? That doesn't make sense to say nowhere in the U.S. does that actually happen. I do think that there are states where you can have abortions up until birth or something like that. And they happen. They're just insanely fucking rare. They're very, very rare, but they do happen. The problem is that when we talk about like things that most people would find to be egregious, when we're talking about having an abortion based on circumstance, right? So like most abortions happen for reasons of there's not a second parent, they're not financially stable, they don't want to miss time from work, like things like that. And when you have an abortion, a late-term abortion for a reason like that, most people would find that to be fairly egregious. I don't have a problem with them cutting it off and saying like anything past, the end of the second trimester, you have to have like a reason, like a medical, it's a medical necessity, right? That is a thing that would make sense. I bet they don't even keep records if it's happening. No, they do. We have records on these things. Just that it's just it is a very, very rare thing, and lots of times people the problem with this is that all egregious acts like this are rare things. They are all rare things. So if we say something like, if somebody says like, oh, but that's like less than 1% or 2% of the abortion, so it doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal. That's like saying like, oh, we don't need to outlaw murder, guys. It's less than 1% of the population who murders somebody. Like that doesn't matter if it's less than 1% of the people who do it. we still outlaw those sorts of things. It's because it's egregious that it's going to be a rare thing that happens, and we outlaw it to make sure that it's that there is some sort of counterbalance there. But yeah, I do believe that there are states that allow late-term abortions, or at least did before. I don't know if Trump has changed this.
This is actually what I want to kind of discuss. So I
would
think,
say if we had more programs to help after, I'd be fine with that too.
But look at Colorado.
Not to rehash those
Colorado removed all restriction on abortion up to 9 months.
Right, which is what Canada has as well, right?
Which is insane.
Well, the issue is that in Canada, that basically never happens as a result of it. Right?
Doesn't matter.
So,
like, why legalize murder and then be like, yeah, but people don't get murdered, so we're gonna.
Yeah, see, I just said this is a really bad argument, and that people shouldn't make this argument, and then she literally just made that exact argument. So yeah, this is it's not a good argument, guys. Don't make that argument that like, oh well, it rarely ever happens, so it's okay. Like, it's just not a good argument. I think everybody agrees late-term abortions are something that is egregious if it's not for a medical necessity.
Legalize it. What?
Probably because this fundamentally should be more of a congressional issue, right? Like the fact that Roe went through.
I'm from Lonerbox stream and asleep. Did Lonerbox raid into Pisco and then Pisco raid into me?
The judicial system in the first place is probably fundamentally part of the problem, right? And so
I disagree.
Here's what I would maybe zoom out to. We're talking about partisan hacks, right? It's really annoying to talk to partisan hacks. As somebody who's left-leaning, but I'm not really a partisan hack because I don't have a buy-in on your guys' election. Fundamentally, I'm not voting, right? So I don't care about Biden or Kamala because they represent X party. And you know, I'm sure you're familiar. The left wouldn't even acknowledge that like Biden was kind of weird because he would like had a bunch of clips like kind of like sniffing kids.
Sniffing little girls.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. It's super, super weird. The issue is that on the right, I'm now hearing people unironically saying, I don't care about the Constitution. And if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution, that's fine with me. And it's like,
Yes, I have had this argument brought up on my show so many times. Before Donald Trump won this election, every single right-winger that came onto my show to debate Trump winning the election, all of them were so hard about the fact that they were definitely the ones defending the Constitution. They were the ones that cared about it. They were the ones who were going to make sure that the Constitution was upheld as this great document, and that Trump was the one who was going to defend the Constitution. And then shortly after he won, that started to like linger just a little bit, where I started to hear these arguments of like, I mean, it's not like the Constitution is this like unchanging document that is always great and that can never be like edited and can't turn into something new. And then it started to be, well, I mean, who cares about the Constitution anyways? Like, the people matter more than the Constitution, blah, blah, blah. You guys might have heard I can't remember the guy's name, but he's this like alt-right troll sort of character that was going after Asmongold and Ben Shapiro and all these people a while ago. He did the video of like pushing the rock up the hill and being like, oh, you're a good guy for pushing the rock up the hill, blah, blah, blah. And it's supposed to be like that white people have to like try harder to get shit done, and Jews are just sitting at the top of the hill just because they're born into easier circumstances. But Sam Hyde, yes. So Sam Hyde fuck. Now that I stopped to ask the name, I totally lost my train of thought. Fuck. What was I talking? Oh yeah,
I don't care
yeah.
about the Constitution.
That's right. Okay, so Sam Hyde was doing this thing recently where he kept arguing that the country, people like Ben Shapiro and all of these others, keep arguing that our country, America, is a country of ideas, and that's what we are. We are a country of ideas. and that is true. Like, that is 100% true. We are a country of ideas. That's what we are. That is our identity. But he kept saying, we're not a country of ideas. We're a country of people. And we don't need to care about the ideas. We need to care about the people. The people matter most. The problem with this is that thought process says that if Russia or China invaded, we would say, okay, you can just have the country. We're not even going to fight you. We're not even going to go to war. We don't want Americans to die to uphold these ideas that so many have died for before us. We're not going to do that. You can just have it because the people are more important than the ideas. That is the sort of mentality that people like Sam Hyde push. Whereas we are a country of ideas. That is what we are. We are a country of, like, we're talking about the Constitution. We're talking about liberalism, Enlightenment ideals. We're talking about the freedoms and individualism. This is what we are. And we have endlessly fought to keep those ideas, to uphold those ideals. And when they do this bullshit of, no, we're not a country of ideas, we're a country of people, it totally just throws out like what it is that we are, what it is that we stand for. Whereas I would want us to fight China, I would want us to fight Russia, I would want us to keep freedom of speech, freedom of religion, I would want us to keep our rights and our ideals here. But yeah, they think that like the people are more important than the ideas, and I just don't think so. I think that I would rather my kids, great-grandchildren grow up with the same rights that I have because people fought for them, rather than just saying, no, we don't want people to die. Wrong, Tom. That's it. Okay. As I said, Aryan, the majority of states already have it to where you can't have abortions outside of medical necessity. The majority of Democrat states already have it this way. So I don't know where you're getting that from. They're like, no, if we changed it to that, we wouldn't be changing it to that. That's just the way it is throughout the majority of states. It's just not like federally legislated. And so that's the point that people are saying, is that states shouldn't have the option of giving late-term abortions. And yeah, from my understanding, I believe it's only a couple of states that allow it. Let's see. As of May 16th, 2025, 41 states restrict abortions after a certain point in pregnancy, and the remaining 9 states in Washington, D.C. do not. Many of these restrictions target late-term abortions, with the same states banning them altogether or restricting them based on gestational age. So yeah, so this is again, by far the majority of states have always had these have always had these restrictions to where you can't have late-term abortions outside of some sort of medical necessity, and it's not hard to find out. Like it's not like people are going to the doctor and then saying, "Hey, I want to have an abortion because I have a medical necessity," and they're like, "Well, okay, let's check and see if you have a medical necessity, so that we can see if you really need this abortion." That's not how that works. It's that the people who are pregnant are going to the doctor because they have some sort of issue, they're in pain, they have some sort of complication. The doctors are checking on them, and then the doctors come back and they say, "Hey, look, if you go through with the pregnancy, you may not make it. And so we're going to have to give you some options here to figure out what's best for you." That's how that works, okay? So you're making it sound like they have to, they show up for an abortion and they're like, "Well, we got to do an investigation first to see if you really have medical problems." That's not how that works. They're told by the doctor, "Hey, you may need to get an abortion because of these medical reasons. You have you have a heightened risk of X, Y, and Z, and so you may need to end it here." That is what the that is the process. So it's, yeah, I feel like you're making it sound like it's like backwards, like it's the other way around or something.
Constitution. And if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution, that's fine with me. And it's like, all of this is crazy town.
Yeah, but that's not Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or who else do we have? Steven Crowder or,
Disagree, you would still fight to protect the people from living under the rule of China or Russia. I see what you're saying about living under the ideas, but there would still be a fight for people. Right, but that's the point, is that it's a fight for people to live under our ideas, not their ideas. That's the point. Yes, we are fighting for people to live under our ideas. And so the overall thing is the idea that we are saying we are willing to risk lives. We're willing to risk life for these ideals. That is the thing, is that we will put these ideas up above the life of some people so that we can fight to keep them. That is the point.
Sure, we have different things like, for example, getting really mad at like certain violent jokes from the other side, but then celebrating the same types of violence.
He said life's embarrassing. It is life's in that case. It's not lives. It is life's. If you have different groups of life, then each group is life, and then more than two groups of life is life's. And so it is life's.
Violent jokes on your side. I think both
Yeah,
sides
but what
are.
he's saying is like the mainstream pundits are the ones pushing for the crazy ideology
talking about the
on the
mainstream
left,
pundits.
and
So mainstream pundits are doing
Democrats
these
and
types of
party
jokes.
members too.
Right.
And that's why I asked you what I asked you earlier when I was like, well, how are you saying that you're like identifying moderate left, but some of the positions that you're holding, the
right-wing.
majority of right wing would consider some of them extreme left, and then the rest of them are probably right.
Because when you put
Yeah, it's just like when, damn, that sound was disgusting. It's just like if you're talking about like fish and you're talking about a bunch of different types of fish, it becomes a bunch of different types of fishes. So even though fish is normally plural, it is, as well as singular, it is fishes when it becomes numerous groups of fishes. So if you're talking about like, we have rainbow trout and bass and anglers and brim, those are fishes.
First of all, part of what I'm trying to say is we're not still talking to each other, right? Like I'm here and I'm defending far left positions. I don't hold any of these positions. There's lots of people around me that don't.
Why don't defend them? I don't know.
Well, those are the only
My
things.
point is that you're a conservative.
Yeah, I'm not a conservative.
You are.
I'm just not.
I
I'm
see-
fundamentally not, right? I like Ezra Klein's abundance policies, right? I just
What is
like
that? What is
this.
that?
Ezra Klein?
His abundance. I know Ezra Klein, but
His abundance policies, for example, is very big on like basically removing a lot of proceduralism, figuring out like where the inefficiencies are, and making it the case that like blue states can build the things that they believe in, like green energy, high-speed rails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
who disagrees?
Lots of people on the far left.
Steve Bannon wants to tax the rich. He thinks the billionaires should be taxed at 100%.
Sure, but then
Is he left wing?
I don't know much about Steve Bannon.
Well, he's considered like the architect of J6.
Again, these are populist policies. This is the problem. This is what it was that I was trying to talk to NotSoErudite about when she came on, is that a lot of the things that she's talking about that are problematic to her, those are issues with populism. But she also seems to see the value in populist rhetoric and appealing to populists with populist rhetoric. And I'm trying to say, yeah, this is the problem, though. It's like a lot of the people that you're aiming towards are populists. And so if you're targeting populists, but also saying that like you have problems with populists and their rhetoric, it's going to get a little confusing, because it is you are pulling those people in more with this type of rhetoric.
Far right white nationalist, which is not, by the way. My point is left and right is not defined by your policies. It's defined by what you believe to be true.
I would say it's how you perform mostly. That's how you appear.
I think it has. To do,
guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Tim. I think it has to do with like the underlying culture of each side too. A little
that
bit
is how
as
you
well.
perform,
I
right?
mean,
The underlying culture. You code switch really well with men, and you say things that are like yeah, code switch, right? Like I'm sure that when you
It's a left-coded language.
Code switching? That is
The right doesn't say it.
Code switching is, I'm pretty sure, from black culture. It's definitely not a left-coded thing.
It is kind of, yeah, it's code switching is something that like the left talks about more so than anybody else. But yeah, everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and check out all my links in the description. We got a Discord in there where lots of people are there debating all the time. We have a pretty even mix of different types of groups in this community. We got leftists, we got right-wingers, we got, I think, about 30% of my community's conservative. And then, yeah, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram, and I stream a lot on TikTok as well. Currently, I'm suspended. I will be back on TikTok later on tonight. But, yes, we have been fighting the far left on TikTok over the last month, and it has been a bit wild trying to talk to these people. So make sure you guys keep up with all the crazy shit.
Continue, but I'm going to pull it up.
Code switching?
I love this article.
I'm a boomer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a black cultural thing.
Nope. I mean, maybe. Conservatives don't do this. White liberals present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans. The idea of like when Tim Walz was like, I can code talk to white guys. Conservatives were like, huh? Because conservatives tend not to change their way they communicate for other groups of people.
Just like, just look into the origin. If we like need to have this.
Code switching isn't just about black people. It's something that originally like started with talking about the fact that black people, when they go from like their communities to white communities, they code switch. That it was a term used for what black people do. So they would say that like when they go to work, they would have to put on their white professional voice and speak all differently and try to impress the white people. But then when they go back home and go back to their friends, they would speak like they did with black people. And then this started to apply to like black politicians, where they would go from, you know, talking in New York with like business people, and they would speak one way, and then they would go to the country and speak a different way. There's a bunch of clips of Hillary Clinton out there where she would start talking about, yeah, y'all, I got my hot sauce in my purse right here. And she, like, you know, she would code switch depending on which people she was talking to. And so it just kind of says that people will use different language, different rhetoric, different lingo, depending on the group that they're talking to either appeal to them, to fit in with them, to sound like they're one of them, to or just because it is, sometimes it even comes naturally. There's lots of people who like grew up in one community but then got older and moved to another one, and anytime they go back to where they were from, it kind of it just naturally comes out to where they start talking that way again. And so it's a social intelligence thing. Well, yeah, it is to an extent, but it can also be, like he was talking about, it can also be a little demeaning when we're talking about the fact that like what he's pulling up though, when they talk down to black people, that's not really code switching. That's not the same. What he's talking about when they say that like they talk down to black people like they're stupid and shit, that's not code switching. That's not what she's talking about.
This fight, which we don't even need to. Code switching comes from the black culture, which is talking about black people who are existing in like academic spaces who have to code switch from like the way that black people talk and interact and culturally exist amongst each other to being super white. This is what code switching comes from. It's not even relevant. That's just what code switching is. What I'm talking about here is that when you're thinking about left and right, it is reducing on like what policies are, and that's part of my problem. is that left and right should be policies. And the fact that it's performance-based, which you might argue that started with the left. Maybe it did. I'm not fully sure, but say it did. Say it did start with the left.
It goes back and forth, actually.
I would agree with that. Yeah. I think it's bad all around. I think it's harmful in every single way for people to look at me and go, she's got a choker and earpiece, so this is probably her worldview. It probably isn't. In fact, I think about my worldview. It's much more complex and nuanced. I think that we need to do that to each other. I need to go to Tim Pool and say, what do you believe? Because I know that you're not a stereotypical MAGA. I don't know what it is exactly.
That's right wing.
What?
What you just described. That ethos of let's talk. Let me put it this way. Carl Benjamin had a really.
It is not right wing. This is so. He is, bro. He is so tribal in the way that he wants to like try to label everything right wing or left wing, where it really comes down to seemingly what he thinks is good is right wing and what he thinks is bad is left wing. But then he'll say, "Oh, I'm a centrist." So you're not a fucking centrist, bro. You're not a fucking centrist. You're not. This is insane. This is the idea that, like, the left continuously tells everybody that they're not supposed to talk to people on the right when it's the left who debates everybody all the time and the MAGA isn't right wing. No, he's saying talking to people on both sides because they know that there's things that they agree on is right wing. That's what he's saying. That idea is right wing. But yeah, so when currently it is the left who is more willing to debate, who is more willing to like go and challenge ideas, have conversations with both sides. It is the right that is more so existing kind of in an echo chamber, and they're only willing to have the very like soft, nice, cordial conversations with people instead of the more combative and challenging conversations with people that stringently disagree with them. Then on top of that, they say that it's the left that tells everybody that they shouldn't be friends with people on the right. They say that the left tells everybody to disown their family members if they voted for Trump. Meanwhile, we have tons and tons of stories of people who said that if their kids didn't vote for Trump, they were disowning them, that if their kids were trans, they were disowning them, that if their kids, Trump was sent to save America, and if they didn't get on board with Trump and MAGA, that they were disowning them. Like, we have tons of stories like this all over the place where it is consistently, I hear when I hear people say you should disown, blah, blah, blah. It's always people saying lefties are telling, folks to disown their own family members if they voted for Trump. But when I hear real stories of it actually happening, I never hear it from people on the right saying, my family members disowned me because I voted for Trump. I never hear this. Never hear it. I hear people say the opposite. I know tons and tons of stories of people on the left saying, my family disowned me because I wouldn't vote for Trump or because I voted for a Democrat. It is always the anecdotal stories that I have are all on the left. I never hear the anecdote from the other side.
Great breakdown of my conversation with Adam Conover and the clip that.
Yeah, I don't believe those people about Trump supporters disowning family members. There was a campaign of divorce your right-leaning husbands. Well, yeah, again, that's what I'm saying is that like I hear like when we're saying that like the prescription it comes from the left, but when it comes to people actually doing it, I only hear it from I only hear of right-wingers actually doing it. I never hear of like the actual stories of because I know tons of people that this has happened with. I have interviews with people that this has happened with. This is on my TikTok. I when I went to protests on stream, I talked to people who had these stories. Let's see. Yeah, this one. We're at the Atlanta protests.
longer talk to my family. It is a cult at this point. It has become a religion for them, and you know, they equate politics to godliness.
You guys grow up conservative as well?
Yes.
I did too, so the people that I just talked to over there.
My parents were at January 6th. I have a dad that literally told me, you don't love me if you don't love Trump. That's how deep this goes. We're in the middle of a...
So yeah, this is like all of the anecdotes that I know of are of people on the right telling the people that they're disowning them, like Elon Musk disowning his kids. Obviously I've talked about like the fear for me coming out for the people around me, telling them that I was a liberal is because I grew up like hearing the entire, you know, my whole fucking life that liberals were evil, that they were devil worshippers, that they were these like horrible demon people, and that for me to like actually be on that side now and agree with those people was like horribly embarrassing and a terrifying thing for me to come out and tell people about. Like it is, yes, it is something that I only hear about and know about from the right. I'm not going to deny that it happens to the left. I'm just saying I've never heard somebody saying my family disowned me for voting MAGA or anything like that. But I do hear people saying the exact opposite very consistent. Oh.
Could have done more.
That went massively viral, like Asmongold was talking about it, and he did a really funny bit, was I got exasperated after an hour and a half into the conversation where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And, you know, with all due respect, like Adam Conover, I think he was great in terms of wanting to come on the show and with respect, but politically.
He does not represent us, just so it's very
Sure, but I mean, he's
yeah, but he probably represents the average. I mean, he probably
he's massive.
represents a typical lefty guy.
20 million views per video on left liberal content. He's got a new podcast. He's getting tons of views. He's doing tours. Granted, he got a lot of flack over that crypto thing. But anyway, the point is, I said the very fine people hoax, and he says, which is, and I said that Trump called Nazis fine people, and he goes, right. He said, there's very fine people on both sides. And then I immediately said, and not the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. To his response, he said that, and I was like, yes, and I pulled up Snopes that said Trump never called them this. And his response was, I don't know anything about it. Immediately.
Who is he talking about? Hunter Avalon?
Hoax, and he says, which is, and
who is this?
I mean, he's an hour and a half into the conversation where the ethos of let's talk. Let me put it this way: Carl Benjamin had a really great breakdown of my conversation with Adam Conover, and the clip that went massively viral, like Asmongold was talking about it, and he did a really.
Adam Conover is a fucking idiot, though. Adam Conover is a fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, that's not surprising to me that he doesn't know anything about that. Every single time I've seen Adam Conover go onto a show and talk about politics, it has been the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. He should not be out there talking about any of these issues. One of the worst things that I ever saw was him going on to Joe Rogan trying to talk about trans people. And the entire time, every time Joe brought something up, he'd be like, oh, yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about that. I don't really want to get into this because I don't really know much about this. And Joe's like, you're the one who brought this up. Like, you're the one who's pushing this. What do you mean you don't want to get into it? Like, he just kept fucking saying the dumbest stuff. Well, you lost me. It's been fun. Really? You're that attached to Adam Conover that... Wow. That's wild. Yeah, I don't know anybody that likes Conover these days, but Tim's just retelling these stories in his own framing, dubious at best. Yeah, I would almost bet that everything that we fact checked so far, where he says like this is what happened with Bill Maher or whatever, it's not what happened. I'm not gonna lie, it's just super believable with Adam Conover because yeah, he just really does seem to get all of the shit that he argues wrong. Let's see.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Culture War. We got a special episode today. The left would then lie about what he did. And when we come out and say, but he didn't do that, they'd say, stop defending Trump. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the very fine people hoax, the Shinzo, the koi fish hoax, the fucking injecting bleach stuff. It's like, bro, Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative
I don't even
story?
know what that
it was like,
talking about there.
it's all of these hoaxes. The very fine
Yeah, I don't know about the Shinzo Abe thing. I have no idea what he's talking about.
people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides,
except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said that.
Holy shit, bro! Blows my mind.
No, I just don't have
Snopes.
I don't have your
No,
obsessions.
Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's
no,
what's
I
fucked
didn't
up.
say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about because I don't I don't listen to your shit.
It's not about listening to my shit, bro. It's reading the news. It's fact checking. Bro, I got Snopes for you. They're not a conservative publication. Even Snopes was like, guys, stop saying this.
I don't know why you're shouting at me. I was just asking you to explain.
Because the issue we have, and I apologize, because I'm not trying to shout at you.
Yeah, it looks like it did happen. Yeah.
I got exasperated after an hour and a half of the conversation where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And, you know, with all due respect, like Adam Conover, I think he was great in terms of wanting to come on the show and with respect, but politically.
He does not represent us, just so it's
sure, but I
yeah,
mean,
Adam, if you guys don't know who Adam Conover is, he had a show that was, it was kind of like a Mythbusters show where they would take like common sayings or common beliefs and then kind of debunk a lot of them. And then I forget who did it. I want to say 60 Seconds or something like that. But there were a couple of outlets that did debunks on his debunks and kind of showed that like just a ton of shit that they went over. And it's not him. He's not the producer. He doesn't come up with all of the shit that they say. But there was a ton of stuff that he got horribly wrong through this that was just really embarrassing. Adam ruins everything. Yeah. Adam ruins everything. That's what it was called. Because yeah, they're like ruining things that you believed. And one thing that I liked that they did that was actually really cool, because I had talked about this for years, was the fact that like locking things, locking doors, locking sheds, locking cars, shit like that, there's tons of studies that show that there's not a statistical difference in locking a bunch of things. And so this is somebody who, like, when I was younger, I was a criminal and I broke into a lot of places, stole a lot of stuff. And so I would always tell people, like, I don't know that like locking shit actually matters, because normally when it comes to like stealing shit from houses or robbing cars and shit like that, those are not crimes of opportunity. Those are very different, where you plan these things. You pick the house, you pick the car, you choose which one you're going to rob. And normally when you choose it, you're choosing it based on you're choosing it based on like other factors, and then you're assuming it's going to be locked. You're assuming it's going to have some sort of security. It's going to have and then you go and start trying to get by those things, right? And so locking these things, we assume it's already locked before we go. We're going already knowing how to get past that. We're going into these scenarios to steal this shit, already assuming that that's the case, and then planning on getting away with it anyways. We already, so every time we assume it's going to be locked or it's going to be, we're going into this, yes, believing we can get past it anyways, because we already have a plan on how to get past it, how to get past the locked door, how to get past the padlock, how to get past the, a car being locked or whatever. Like, we already know what we're doing. And so when we choose the car, we choose the house, we choose it, your fucking luck is not going to stop us. I'd rather not be robbed and have to deal with broken. Yes, this is so. I've talked about the fact that like I just used to never lock my car. I just never locked my car, and I just didn't. I always left the keys in the ignition all the time. And people would be like, "Aren't you afraid it's going to get stolen?" Like, no. If somebody's going to steal my car, they're going to steal it one way or the other. I'd rather them not fuck it up at the same time, trying to like cross wires or trying, like, you know, break the starter, trying to, you know, Jimmy it or whatever. Like, I would rather them just fucking take it and I can call the cops and hopefully get insurance or get it back or something. But yes, that they did an episode on this, and that was, I actually really like that one because this is something that I'd said for a long time. Is like, yeah, just like locking shit doesn't make a huge difference. It's not something that really changes outcomes all that much. If people are coming to rob you, they're planning on your shit being locked. They're planning on that being there. They're coming to rob you anyways, so it's likely that's not going to stop them.
He probably represents the average. I mean, he probably represents a typical lefty guy.
20 million views per video on left liberal content. He's got a new podcast. He's getting tons of views. He's doing tours. Granted, he got a little flack over that crypto thing. But anyway, the point is,
yes, that is the best thing, Jesse, is that actually having security cameras and crap like that so that you can see who's doing it, see what happens, see, you know, so that you're able to catch them more easily. That is going to be the bigger difference maker.
The very fine people hoax, and he says, which is, and I said that Trump called Nazis fine people, and he goes, right, he said there's very fine people on both sides. And then I immediately said, and not the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. To his response, he said that, and I was like, yes, and I pulled up Snopes that said Trump never called him this, and his response was, I don't know anything about it.
Yes.
Immediately got called out by everybody saying, wait, you just quoted it. You literally just referenced the very fine people on both sides, which is what he was accused of saying, without citing the remainder of the quote. So you do know what this thing is. Now you're claiming you don't. Carl Benjamin pointed out, he said the ethos of the liberal is adhering to the tribe, to the social order, and he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order.
See, they always try to get so philosophical with this shit. I will say there is a common saying that I used to think was kind of dumb, but now I do actually believe to an extent that there is, when it comes to leftists and liberals, there's a lot that we have in common, but there's a lot that we're different on as well. And I think it might have been Sitch from Sitch and Adam, or maybe it was Adam. One of these. Actually, no, I think actually it was Carl Benjamin. Yes, I think it was Carl Benjamin who said that the difference between leftists and liberals is that liberals will prioritize liberty over equality, and leftists will prioritize equality over liberty. And so while both of us care about both of these things, there comes a point where you have to prioritize one over the other. And so when we talk about things like, black kids getting into schools at higher rates because they're black or something like that, right? That would be something where they would prioritize the equality over the liberty thing and say, like, we need to push for the equality. And so individual liberties here doesn't matter as much. And that actually made a lot of sense to me. And I thought that probably is like a fundamental difference between leftists and liberals. And Sitch is cool. Adam is Matt. Yeah, Adam's obviously out there. He went off the deep end a while ago. But yeah, that they always get like super philosophical about these things and try to like explain differences, and they're almost always wrong on this dumb shit. But that is one thing that they say that actually I agree with. Is I do think that the difference between leftists and liberals is that leftists will prioritize equality over individual liberty, and that's probably where we diverge in a bunch of different areas.
Prioritizes the truth, which is what actually happened. So Tim is desperately trying to say, and I'm quoting Carl, not speaking in third person, this is what actually happened. Whereas Adam is trying to maintain his adherence to social orthodoxy, which I refer to as wokeness. He does not value truth. He values what needs to be said to create social cohesion.
This is such fucking bullshit. This is such bullshit. The fact that like MAGA will run around repeating the dumb shit that Trump says all the time and have no idea what the fuck they're even talking about. Like, they're eating the cats and dogs, dude. They actually defended this fucking quote, okay? They actually defended this over and over and over and over, trying to find some way to defend, they're eating the cats and dogs, okay? This is not a thing that the left does. This is a thing that's just within team sports. And I think that the MAGA does this probably more than anybody. They are obsessed with their team sports more than anybody. To say that the people who vote for Trump are the ones who are concerned with truth is such a fucking cope, dude. That is such a cope. Those are the people who would vote for Donald Trump are the ones who are concerned with truth. The ones who are over here acting like, they kept saying that the 9-0 decision against Trump was in favor of Trump. Why? Because Trump said it was in favor of him. Because Trump and his team kept running around saying that the decision was in his favor, and it just wasn't. It just definitely was not. It was objectively ruling against him. The Kilmar Abrego Garcia stuff was where they kept running around saying that he couldn't bring him back because the president of El Salvador said he wouldn't allow him to come back. That's not what he said. This is not what happened. That they kept saying, oh, he asked for him back. Like, they're always finding some cope to defend shit that just never happened or is completely incoherent, totally illogical, makes no sense. They'll do this all the time. This is everybody within some sort of team sports, and it's common on the left to an extent where they will argue things that make absolutely no sense. Obviously, I've had a bunch of these arguments recently with people who were defending that girl who said that she wanted all white people to die, and that she hates all white people. And when I'm saying this is racist, they're all like, well, no, can't you understand why somebody would feel this way? It's like, okay, like, we can all understand lots of shit. Doesn't make it okay. Like, it doesn't make it any less racist. We can be understanding of how people become racist without fucking acting like it's an okay thing to be racist. But whatever, dude. But yeah, the team sports, like, they exist on both sides, but I would say that it's a lot more prominent on the right, where even right now he's defending the very fine people on both sides shit. He'll defend the Joe Biden did a quid pro quo claim with Ukraine. He'll defend all of this shit because he wants to fit in with the tribe. It is all tribalism, and this is Tim Pool in a nutshell, is just on and on and on and on and on, defending things because he's audience captured, and he wants to make sure that he's saying the things that his audience wants to hear.
Whereas I value truth over social cohesion. It's actually, I think, a masculine feminine coded thing, actually. Women
I think that's true. And there's a question I'd like to pose about, I mean, do you think it's easier to change men's mind or women's mind?
Women's mind. There's like,
you think so?
Yes. The meme that women just become the political system of their boyfriend and husband is like a classic on every single side. Like, yes, it is. Women just shift towards typically the opinion of the like people around them by and large. This is just unquestionable.
I would actually argue it's neutral, different. Men respond to different kinds of arguments, and women.
I think it's time for less divisive talk and time for more unity. Hate has no place for people trying to improve the way we live. Yeah, but the problem is that it seems like the majority of people aren't actually trying to improve the way that we live. Again, like, we can go back to all of the shit going on with the tariffs in the way that even now, a ton of people on the right are still trying to pretend that what happened didn't happen during all of those fucking conferences. The taco shit is coming out, and they're all like, what? He never backed off of anything. He followed through on everything he said he was going to do. It's all insanity, dude. The majority of people are not trying to change. They're not trying to improve anything. They're just trying to cheer on their team. And this seems to be a very common sentiment, especially on the right, where they will say, yeah, I don't like Trump. I don't like him, and I wish he wasn't our candidate. But, like, he is our candidate, and so we're just going to vote for him. Like, that is the common sentiment, right? They'll look at it and they'll say, okay, well, yeah, I'm not going to vote for a fucking Democrat, so, like, I'll vote for Trump. But the majority of Republicans are not MAGA. MAGA is probably like 30% of of the Republican Party, but they're a plurality to where they're able to kind of run everything.
women respond to different kind of arguments. So understanding the expectations that women have on average that are different, you can exploit either into believing whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I just feel like intuitively, I haven't dug deep into it, but it was something I was thinking about, and it was a good, it's a good segue into it. I just think intuitively, men are probably looking for, more logic and more reason.
No, I named numerous Republicans that I would have wanted over Kamala. I didn't like Kamala. I was very clear about this throughout the entire election that I didn't want Kamala. That there were Republicans that if MAGA was not like a large part of the Republican base and they weren't like empowering MAGA, then yeah, there were. I named numerous Republicans that I would have voted for as like individualistic candidates, but I doubt that. I moved from the Republican Party because of Trump. What do you mean? What do you mean? I was a Republican my whole fucking life. I was conservative my whole fucking life. And then at 30 years old, moved to the other side because of Trump.
Based solutions are more, if you can prove it to me. Obviously, there's outliers and there's crazy people who are going to stick with it to the end.
But that doesn't necessarily confer a logical system. In fact, a lot of guys will be convinced to follow a guy because he's driving a flashy car. This is where you get fake it till you make it. A guy will. There was a guy that I knew who ran a business in California, and he made something like $60,000, $70,000 a year. He spent all of his money on, I can't remember what kind of car it was. He got like a Lotus or something, which is like 50 grand. It's not the craziest, but it looks crazy. And was broke, living in a bachelor apartment. But when he pulled up to business meetings in a Lotus, wearing a nice suit, they said, I want to be like him, not realizing he lived in squalor. He was putting on, and it worked. And he was able to sell his company and he made a lot of money. Fake it till you make it. That's Hollywood, baby.
It's performance, right? This is what I'm talking about, is that most people are moved on like vibes, right? That is the social media. It's true. It's the social media domain, which is unfortunate. The issue is that I'm very tired of hearing like right-leaning people being like, the vibe side is just the left. It's like, it's all of you. It's all of you all the way through. And it always has been. The biggest problem with the Enlightenment and like to some way, what you're saying of being like, men are the logical, rational ones. I'm like, not really. They tend to be more object-oriented, right? But subjectivity and emotionality is a fundamental part of understanding the world around you, because abstraction is essential to engaging in the complexities of what the world is around us. This is fundamentally Soerudite's paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better way to say it is like, yeah, I probably more agree with like what Tim was saying is that, maybe they're more abstract thought oriented, and then men are more like pragmatic.
Well, that would be bad.
Because the problem is that lots of times when they say things about like women being less rational beings, it's only in certain circumstances. If you look at the way that like men engage with sports, it's not going to be this like, it's not this super rational thing that men are interested in. They're not interested in this like great rationality that is sports. No, they're interested in just like cheering for their team, cheering for their players, arguing over who's better just based on what team they're on because they like that team, and it's a very subjective thing. There's and it's the same with like the types of emotions that we show. Normally we consider, when we say somebody's being emotional, we're normally saying it in a feminine manner. We're saying like they are showing feminine emotions, and so we're using the concept of emotionality or emotional to really just mean feminine emotions, but the emotions that men have are also driving some irrationality. There's a small argument that I had with the NotSoErudite a while ago, where there are studies that say that like women are less rational because of estrogen, and that like they have emotions that are making them less rational. But it's not that they have more emotions. It's not that they have like more types of emotions or anything. It's more so that they are just more likely to get emotional, and it's not because of estrogen. It's because of an irregularity in their chemical balance. So like when women go through puberty for the rest of their lives, they have ups and downs in the chemical balance in their brains. Whereas like men go through puberty, they get a boost in testosterone, and then it balances to where once they're done with puberty, like they are they're balanced out. Their brain gets used to what it is that they have now, and it changes. It changes the makeup of their entire brain. Whereas for women, their entire lives, every month, they're 2 weeks up, 2 weeks down, 2 weeks up, 2 weeks down, 2 weeks up, 2 weeks down, 2 weeks up, 2 weeks down. And so it is an overall back and forth to where their brain never adjusts to it and evens out like men's brains do. And so it does cause like a emotional imbalance, but it's not the way that people think of it, as in like they're just like an emotional wreck and they can't think about things in a rational way. It is more so that there's just emotions that will play into the subjectivity of their decisions a little bit more often than it will for men.
That would not be good. I think men are able to do abstract thought just as well as women.
Let me put it this way. Typically, not everybody always gets mad when you reference their group. They're like, I don't do that. Yeah, I get it. If you want to convince a woman to follow and do something, you need to have 10 women standing in front of her, all telling her that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what I was trying to get at.
If you want a man to follow, you need a bunch of men looking up to one big, strong guy lavished in gold and jewels telling them what to do.
But you can also, I feel like, so I work in the automotive industry. Like if there's a guy doing something the wrong way, like, you know, doing the job the wrong way 10 times and he's like losing time on it or whatever. If a guy like, you know, picks on him enough, he's like, oh yeah, you're going to do it that way again. You're going to drop, you're going to go this way. And you can kind of give them shit, and you can kind of break down there and show it to them like, hey, it's better if you try to do it this way.
I got to be honest. I actually think in most interactions, if a guy was like working on a car and was doing it wrong, and another guy walked up and said, oh, actually, if you use the ratchet, it'll go faster. He'll go, oh, for real? No, thanks.
Sometimes they're stuck in their ways. Or
no, I get it.
They're like, and then you go back out there and they're.
I think generally speaking, obviously guys can be much more ego driven, but I do think the typical interaction with a guy is he'll be like, try doing it like that. You know, like for me, there are people who skateboard. I've been skateboarding longer than they've been alive, and I watch their trick tip videos. I have no illusions of, like, I'm not going to lie to myself. I can't do that thing. Here's a guy who's 15 years old who's better at me. He's going to tell me how to do it. Dang, I've been skating longer than he's been alive. I'll take the advice that I can get. But more to the point, I think there are obstinate guys who are going to be like, I know what I'm doing. Get out of my face. But anyway, the major point is the Democratic Party is female-coded.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day about the fact that when I was running restaurants, every time I went into a new restaurant, they started giving me like the shittiest restaurants because I was putting in like a very concrete like systems that were going to make everything faster, and I was using all of the data within their systems to kind of find the best processes for this store to change in. And so I over time they would just keep assigning me the worst fucking stores over and over and over for me to go in and just kind of change everything up and give them new system. And every time I went into these stores, there was always these people who had been there a very, very long time and just did not want to change. They just did not want to change. They didn't want to do it. And almost every time they were like the hardest fucking worker. And it sucked because I would do everything I could to like keep them there and like let them get away with their bullshit for a long time, just hoping that eventually like they would give in and go along with the changes that we were implementing. And it just almost never happened. They were kind of stuck in their ways, and they had gotten really good at the system that was there. And so that's why they didn't want to change anything, is because they had just been there for so long that they needed that system to be what it was. Almost every time it was men. Almost every single time. There were some times where it was women. But almost every single fucking time, it was men. And they just refused to change. They just refused to change and take on a new system. It didn't matter what you showed them. It didn't matter how much proof you gave to them. They didn't care. Like, they did not care. They just wanted to do it the way that they had gotten used to doing things. That was it. It was just the end of story. They just wanted to do it the way that they've always done it. It was kind of a can't teach an old dog new tricks sort of thing. And it was almost always old men who just refused to change. Most people in general don't want to change too much. I mean, yeah, to an extent. I mean, I think I was probably that employee once or twice. But I think almost every time I ended up giving it. Like, I think almost every time I would end up giving in to some extent. Although there were some people that I knew they were just wrong. Like, there were some people that like would come in and try to change things, and I'd be like, yeah, that's just dumb. Like, you are just wrong. I can prove it to you, but they weren't interested in it. So yeah, I was that guy sometimes. Yeah.
Republican Party is male-coded. You were mentioning that it's like performative in vibes, but I would argue that's a generality of the left and a tendency of the right. So on the right, I was on trigonometry. It was like 2 months ago. They put out a month ago. And what the guys in trigonometry said to me was that you're just blanketing the left. I could say something about the right. And I said, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. On the right, you have Tulsi Gabbard, former liberal, RFK Jr., former liberal. You have Elon Musk, former liberal. Technically all still liberals, I guess, but working with the Republicans. And then you have Christian conservative Charlie Kirk, probably the most prominent, who says, Tim Pool, you're a moderate liberal-leaning guy. Come sit on my stage for the biggest event of the year in politics and talk about what you think. And it's that's not vibe coded. I can go on that stage and say Donald Trump should be criminally investigated for the commando raid in Yemen that killed a 7-year-old American girl. And the conservatives are like, okay. But heaven forbid a liberal go into space and say something like, remember Seth Moulton was like, we shouldn't be having males compete in women's sports?
That is just pure bullshit. The left got so fucking up in a roar over a lot of the shit that Obama was doing during his administration, whether it was with deportations and the amount of people that he was deporting and the way that he was trying to streamline deportations to make them faster and like streamlining due process, whether it was the death of Anwar al-Awlaki and the use of drone bombings. And the thing is that everybody now, all the Republicans now, make a big deal about drone bombings because it's a good dunk on Obama, and so they love to bring up the fact that he set the record on drone bombings. What they don't mention is that Donald Trump wiped that fucking record off the fucking face of the earth. He knocked that record out the park in his first term. That record was obliterated by Donald Trump. And they don't mention that at all. They love to bring up that Obama set the record in drone bombings. They don't ever fucking mention that Donald Trump broke that record. And not only did Donald Trump break the record, but Obama and his administration put into place a new system to make it to where you were way less likely to kill innocent civilians, because Obama did set the record in innocent civilians being killed from drone bombings. And so they put into place a bunch of new systems to limit the amount of people who were going to die. And Donald Trump got rid of all of those systems, every single one of them, and then broke the record for innocent civilians dying from drone bombs. So they love to use these, the drone bombing thing. But the only reason they even know about it is because Democrats were making a big deal about it. The only reason they know that Obama was killing all of these innocent civilians with drone bombings is because Democrats were setting all of these fucking records with Democrats were calling out Obama for setting records with drone bombings. And Republicans at the time didn't have anything to say about it. It was only the left calling him out over and over and over. And it's the same for Biden. They had a bunch of complaints about Biden. The left, Kamala didn't win the election because the left didn't show up for Kamala. The tons of Democrats just did not come out and vote for Kamala. And it's because, they just don't have the same cult-like mentality for Democrats on the left. A ton of people on the left will just say, no thanks, not voting. I don't like this candidate, so I'm just not going to vote. It's and he's over here trying to brag that Democrats are working with the Republican Party and are now people like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK are working with the Republican Party. But do you not? How many Republicans are going and working with the Democrat Party? None. It doesn't happen. They don't go and work with the Republican Party. This isn't a huge own for them when you have to renounce your allegiance and go work for the other side in order for them to work with you at all. Yeah, this isn't some like bipartisanship from the Trump administration. They're telling them that they have to fucking bend the knee and become MAGA in order to be part of the crew, because those people are not critical of Trump. Tulsi Gabbard and RFK are not criticizing Donald Trump. They're not out here saying like how bad he's doing with this, that, and the other. They're not holding him in check and making sure that they're just not doing any of those things. So it's not a brag to be like, look, the Republicans are willing to vote for Democrats. They're willing to work with Democrats. It's not really a good brag.
They went after that guy, went for his throat.
Well, they couldn't admit that there was some like signs of early dementia or some signs of like mental degradation and then as soon as he gets out of office, or maybe they're thinking about running Kamala against him, he's falling apart.
The group that is accepting is always the group that's been on the tail end for the last little bit, right? So the left was the really accepting, chill group that just basically allowed everyone in as long as you stood for a lot of similar ideas, and they would kind of talk to everyone during the entire rationalist era, right? It was a very, very open space. The issue is that then the left won the culture war by canceling a lot of right speakers off of their platforms, and then they got deranged and echo chambered and wouldn't talk to anyone anymore. So now the right is the accepting side, but to assume that it will remain the accepting side is just false.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's no evidence to even support that it's doing that.
If you don't mind, sorry. Whereas you look back to like the early era when the right was culturally leading again, if you look back into like maybe like the 90s or whatever, you see a very strict system on the right where if they find out that you've ever cheated, you're out. If they find out that you've got a baby out of wedlock, you're out. If they find out you've sworn too many times, it was very, very purity testing. Because typically the group that is in the higher level of cultural power will create purity testing because they're better. And so they can kick people out, and then the other group absorbs them until that other group...
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day where people kept saying that the left invented cancel culture. It's like, homie, you obviously were not around in the 90s. Give me a break.
Gets more power, and then it'll be back and forth and back and forth. The reason I am left is because of what I believe.
Right.
That's
it. So I'm left too.
Sure.
Except no one in the modern political space will say Tim Pool is left-wing.
Potentially. I don't know all of your political leanings, so you might be left.
So, like, Steve Bannon is a better example. So I don't talk about myself. I've argued with him. He's left of me. He said we should be taxing the billionaires and everything. Take their money. They're crooks. They're ripping us off. They're flooding the electoral system. They're buying our politicians. Take everything they got. And I was like, why? And he goes, so they don't have it. It has nothing to do with, you love saying we're going to fund policy. No. The billionaires are bad.
Again, he's a populist. This doesn't really equate in the way that he's trying to make it sound like it does. This is the thing he always does, is where he says, look, I have populist beliefs, so therefore I'm on the left. That's not how that works, bro.
And then I laughed and I was like, Steve, you would have fit right in at Occupy Wall Street. And he's like, you think? And I was like, that's literally the Occupy Wall Street position. The billionaires are ripping us off. They flooded the zone in politics with money. They don't represent our interests. They're selling out the working class. They've been doing it for a long time. This is why...
I doubt Bannon would have been surprised by that statement. Bannon is through and through a populist. He's all about populism. No, I don't know who Gorky is.
Bernie Sanders was popular. Mm-hmm. It was he literally said in 2015, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. No open borders. And the World Socialist website called him a nationalist capitalist for wanting secure borders. Left and right has nothing to do with your policy views. Literally nothing.
It must. What I'm saying is I don't care what these bullshit assholes say. I don't care. They don't get to rob us of our words, and they don't get to rob us of our principles, right? I'm a Christian that lots of Christians don't like. And that doesn't mean that I'm not a Christian. That doesn't mean that I don't love Christianity, and I fight for it like vehemently because I believe in it, despite the fact that most of the group would kick me out. I'm a feminist that most...
Oh, Gorka. No, I didn't see Gorka. Somebody sent it to me a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to watch it, but Gorka, I don't know. Gorka's just... He's just a fucking clown. He's just a cartoon character. I don't know. It's like watching Destiny debate Alex Jones. Like, it's just yeah.
Feminists call a pick me. They don't like me very much, but I'm a feminist because I believe in what the actual movement of feminism says. I actually, and guns. I think gun laws are very feminist, right?
Right-wing.
I'm just not right-wing because left-leaning policy is strong institutions, regulated economy, right? It is taking care of the vulnerable, welfare state, and it is allowing individuals freedoms and liberties to do what they would like to do.
Yeah, but I think I get what you're saying, but I'm going to say it again. Colloquially today, people don't use that word in that way. And you can make the argument.
You don't get to take it from me.
And so my point is, let's just say this.
I don't, he's totally incorrect. They do use it based on policy. He's just wrong. Again, he has populist policy. But he doesn't, I don't even think I've ever heard Tim talk about populism before. So I don't even know if he knows that he's a populist. I don't think I've ever heard him use the term populist. And I think that if I could just explain this to him, I feel like it would make so much more sense to him. But I think that he's really stuck on wanting to identify with as a liberal or as on the left. Like, when everybody says that Tim is not on the left, and then he votes for, it's because he votes and supports Donald Trump, and then he turns around and says, oh, it has nothing to do with policies. I'm sorry. You voted for fucking Trump, bro. And everybody said that you were going to do that. You kept denying it, saying that you call out Trump, that you don't like Trump, that you disagree with him all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then you vote for Trump. Numerous elections in a row. I'm sorry, but it's obviously based on policy. It is obviously, policy is the reason that everybody's saying he's not on the left.
We'll call it tribal left, tribal right. We'll call it team red and team blue. You're team red.
I'm team gray.
You're actually team red.
Scott Alexander writes about this.
It's fascinating that, you know.
I'm not. I don't want to get into Trump bashing here, especially because I really do want to avoid doing too much domestic policy conversation as a Canadian stuff. But I'm not team red, because I think what the conservative purpose is to preserve and to consecrate and conserve tradition and values and constitution, which made us in the past so great. And the point of the left is to progress us and push us forward. And I want to do that. I want to push us forward.
That's the right.
It's not.
That's the right.
It's not.
He is so dumb. He is so dumb. This is so frustrating to listen to. I wish I could jump in there and be like, bro, you don't know what right and left are. You're just saying anything that you don't like is on the left, and everything that you like is on the right. Meanwhile, you're trying to convince us that you're on the left, right? Everything that's bad is left. Everything that's good is right. But oh, by the way, I'm on the left. I'm totally on the left. But I think that everything that's bad is on the left. Shut the fuck.
9 million Obama voters in 2016 voted for Donald Trump. And one of the big reasons was that Donald Trump went on stage at the RNC and unfurled a pride flag to thunderous applause. Donald Trump came into the Republican Party and pushed this political faction in a progressive direction. He's a moderate. Even Vox called him a moderate. You've got
9 million. Again, this is a problem where we don't have an easy way. So the right and left dichotomy does not account for populism. Populism is something that is just anti status quo. It's anti the establishment, anti elites. That is something that exists on both the right and the left. That is something that is fundamental to the conservative party and to being a conservative. that is part of their original identity. Now the neocons obviously were a lot more pro establishment, pro elites, pro rich people, pro corporation, blah blah blah. But that the neocons were a very different type of conservative, whereas the paleo conservatives and the old school conservatives, old school conservatism was always very anti-elites and very anti-establishment, and it was a very populist movement from the beginning. That is what Tim Pool is. He's just a populist. And the right-left dichotomy just does not account for populism. The fact that somebody like Tim Pool can be a diehard Democrat one day and then a diehard Republican the next, just based on which candidate is going to be more populist. Somebody like Shoe on Head who is going to be diehard Democrat one day and then diehard Republican. Well, I don't know if she's, I wouldn't call her diehard Republican, but she definitely seems to be more sympathetic to Donald Trump than somebody like Kamala Harris. And the reason is because Kamala Harris was not a populist, but Bernie Sanders was. And so if somebody's super pro Bernie Sanders, they're a big fan of Bernie Sanders, yeah, they're probably going to have a lot more in common with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. That's just true, because it's not about Democrat or Republican at that point. It's about populism. The populists will hold their populism above the party lines.
Many drag and transgender Trump supporters. Donald Trump said on the issue of gay marriage,
not a fan of any of that.
Donald
Someone,
Trump
someone who's further right,
trans
yeah. I
people
mean,
have to have
Tim's
an
just
M
right,
and
yeah.
F on their passport. So now most trans people cannot go internationally anywhere where they don't appear as like an M on their passport.
And
that's just not, that's dangerous for trans people. If you want to do, I'm running into this with a friend right now who tries to do war correspondence in countries that don't like trans people. She, in every way, is a woman. Nobody would look at her and think that that person should walk into a male bathroom. But because she's trans, she has an M on her passport, and she now cannot go into multiple very conservative countries because of threats to her.
Well, to be fair,
I mean, he'd be under threat if they went anyways.
No, she wouldn't, because most people, first of all, she was not super out about her transness. Most people never knew at all. And she has gone into these countries numerous of times in the past. She can't anymore at all because of this passport change. That isn't helping trans people. That is fundamentally.
That just seems like a self-inflicted.
But regardless,
how is this self-inflicted at all?
I mean, you're choosing to go to those zones.
She's a war correspondent as her career. Yes, she goes to Iraq, but she's always gone to Iraq.
You know, I'll concede this is a lefty position, and it is, I would refer to as, I don't know what's the right way to describe this, farcical, fantastical. I did conflict reporting. I didn't go to any active war zones. I went to civil war and like conflict and crisis and disaster zones. And it was always fascinating to me because of this political correctness reality, especially pertaining to HR and stuff. The story that I usually tell is I was doing what's called heat training. It's redundant. Heat includes the word training. Hostile environment action training. And they couldn't actually tell the women not to go to these zones and prepare them for what happens to women in war zones because they'd get sued if they did. And so someone asked this former MI6 guy, should women who go into conflict zones be concerned about rape? And he went, men get raped. Men get raped. Anyway, so moving on. Because he literally couldn't say, if you're a woman, you go to a war zone, you're captured, you'll be mercilessly raped and sold into slavery. And if you're a man, you probably won't be.
You'll be killed.
Because if he did, that would be sexual discrimination in a work environment, because this is a contracted company for insurance providers and media outlets. He's not allowed to say these things. So stupid. The idea that a trans person thinks they have a right to go to a conflict zone and, oh heavens me,
I highly doubt that that's true. I highly, highly, highly doubt that that's true at all. The whole, like, they can't complain about DEI and shit in the workplace and then also say that because people are woke, they won't actually say any of this shit. Like, the whole point of DEI is pointing out the differences between different groups of people based on, like, these immutable characteristics. And a lot of it is about, like, the differences between males and females and the struggles that they'll have. So to act like they just wouldn't talk about this shit, also while saying that like DEI is into all of this, I don't know how you hold both of those positions at the same time. That's fucking wild, bro. There's no shot that they wouldn't say something like, yeah, like women are more likely to be sexually assaulted, especially when it comes to being in war zones. They'll be kidnapped and held ransom, and they're more likely to have somebody who's willing to come and pay a ransom for them, because they know that it's going to be a lot harder for a woman to be in captivity than it would be for a man, because they might be sexually assaulted and used as a sex object. And so like the fact that they would just like not be willing to say those things, I'm not the I don't disbelieve that somebody responded that way. Because, yeah, it could be that if somebody was asking the question, it could sound like they're trying to make an argument for why women shouldn't be in combat zones. And they wanted to say, like, oh, well, I mean, this happens to everybody. So, like, it's not just something that's going to happen to women. Like, women can go in the combat zones because men also get raped as well, blah, blah, blah. Like, that I would assume that's why they would answer that way, because they feel like the other person is trying to make an argument for why women shouldn't be there in the first place. I don't know.
by passport, dude, that you die. You go to conflict zones, you assume the risks of who you are and what you are, and this idea that you are entitled to some special.
This has nothing to do with like trans people and passports. This has literally nothing to do with trans people and passports, and he's just talking out of his ass right now, just to try to avoid like actually engaging with the fucking point that she just brought up.
Privilege to go to a foreign country where you may be killed in any circumstance is laughably insane.
What's the benefit of changing any of these passport things except
in
for
1993, there was a law passed in the United States because forever, when medical testing was done for drugs, they did not do it on women. And so when women would go to the hospital with pain, they'd say, take this painkiller. And the women would say, it hurts. And they go, women are such fucking babies. And then they were like, hey, maybe drugs work differently on men and women due to physiology. So they passed a law saying from now on, medical research has to be done on both men and women because we are just kind of realizing the drugs work differently on women. So if someone, considering men and women have different organs, quite literally, there's a reason for why we designate your gender
on your passport.
It's an ID.
Why on my passport does it need to say for somebody who in every single way, it's like Blair White,
sure.
Look at them and say, it looks like a woman.
Are women allowed to walk around outside in Islamic nations? Without a man?
I was going to say with a man and usually covered, yes.
So with a man. So if a female decides to get a visa to...
Do you think that a Blair White could walk around in Islamic countries?
I do think that there's arguments for why IDs would have to say like male or female based on like biological sex. Like he's not wrong. There's good arguments for why this would be the case. But that is something that like the argument that he's making here is not the best argument because that could like you could explain that to somebody who's trans and they could say, yeah, that's a risk that I'm willing to take. Like I'm okay with that. Like, yeah, they might mis-sex me and it could cause some complications if I ended up having an accident. That's something I'm okay with. Like it's not really the best argument for something like this. I think when it comes to like arrests or trying to ID somebody or something like that, it makes sense in those cases, but yeah, not for like medical reasons. That's somebody's like personal decisions that they can make. Never mis-sex me, please, chat. Yeah, don't mis-sex waste it.
Without a man because they'd be like, well, she's trans. No, of course not.
Of course not.
So the war correspondent is already going.
I think you have a right to subvert the laws of a foreign nation that has invited you into their country.
How is it subverting the laws?
Lying to subvert their laws, which have specific.
I believe there's tons of countries. I forget, but I want to say we looked this up before because I was surprised to find out that passports did have like they did abide by a trans person's preferred gender. I was very surprised to find that out during the whole Olympic fiasco for the boxer that I think turned out to be I always forget the term, but they were born with both genitalia of a man and a woman, but when we looked that up, that it did turn out that I forget if it's most, but there's an insane amount of countries that intersex. But yeah, there's an insane amount of countries that already do allow people to trans people to put their preferred gender on their passports, and so it's not like a new thing that only the United States was doing, that the Democrats are doing to be woke or anything. This is just a very like common thing at this point. So yeah, the idea that like if no other countries are doing this, then sure, I could totally understand why this would be out of place for the United States to allow something like this. But since tons of other countries are already doing it, there is no harm in allowing it. Like there's just literally none. It's already happening.
gendered laws. You say, I should have a government document that lies so I can break the law in that country. Isn't it absurd?
It just doesn't make any sense to me. The laws that they would be breaking is that if Blair White has M on their passport, I guess Blair should be walking around without head coverings and wearing like keffiyeh and not having a person, which they would kill her for because they would see a woman.
What right do you have to someone else's nation? I don't understand.
This isn't about a right. This is about your own country granting you the ability to exist and perform in the way that every single person is going to treat
We're talking specifically about your friend who wants to go to conflict zones in foreign countries and lie to their government to get privy access.
You have the right to go and do your work.
You do not have a right to someone else's nation. They grant you a privilege to enter under visa.
Sure, but the issue is that you're making it seem like I would grant you that if it was the other nations getting mad at America, being like, put M on trans passports. But that's not what happened. Trump made the decision himself.
Yes, this is exactly. It is not other countries that are doing this. This is our country that's doing this. So we have a problem. So yeah, if it was other countries saying, hey, you're not allowed to do that, then fine. But that's not what's happening. It's our country that's doing this. So when you're comparing us to these like Middle Eastern countries that are going to be very transphobic and have these very like staunch religious laws and Sharia law and shit, and you're acting like that's what you're arguing against when really you're arguing against Donald Trump, that kind of proves the point in and of itself. Like that kind of makes the point by itself.
Unrelated to any external pressures, I'm not even sure why.
You said they could be killed.
They could be killed.
Why?
If Blair White...
Would the government take action against this person?
They probably would get in major trouble at the border at all.
Agreed.
They would.
So you're asking the U.S. government to produce a false document to lie to a foreign government to get a visa.
Are you saying there was a false document before, that the government was just lying this entire time?
If you're a man and they put female on your passport, they're lying.
Well, if you put gender and put woman, isn't that fine?
There's no W. It's male or female. Those are sexes. It's biology.
Sure, but couldn't we just update the passport to be...
That is, yeah, so that is one of the arguments that I think makes sense. Like when we're talking about the differences between sex and gender, it just makes sense that you would put your sex on there, especially when that's what they're asking is sex. But yeah, the left has kind of changed on this over the last like 5 years, where before it was there's a difference between sex and gender. Now they don't seem to make those arguments a whole lot anymore. And I say the left like very obviously, very generally, but there's a lot of like people on the left who stopped with the sex gender distinction, and now it's all the same thing, because and it makes sense. Like people who have dysphoria, they don't really have gender dysphoria, they have sex dysphoria. The majority of like qualifying aspects on a diagnosis are whether or not you have dysphoria about sex characteristics, primary sex characteristics and secondary sex characteristics. It's not as much about gender as it is about having like a penis or a vagina and the distress that those things cause you. And so to call it gender dysphoria and then make the sex gender distinction doesn't, yeah, it gets very confusing, because it makes sense why they're saying, well, we don't really care about the sex gender distinction anymore, because yes, the reason that somebody transitions is because they want to be viewed as a female or a male, not because they want to be viewed as the gender, that is masculine, but they want to be seen as a male. They can even be seen as a feminine male. They just want to be seen as a male.
Gender?
No.
Why not?
Because we're identifying a biological structure of human beings for a purpose, because different laws...
On the passport?
Indeed, it's an ID. And we have international treaties with foreign nations because they have different laws than us. This idea that Americans get to go and do whatever they want whenever they want is so stupid.
That's not what I'm asking.
See, again, you keep saying Americans, but other countries have been doing this for a while.
You think an American male should be able to get a passport that says they're a female so they can enter a country where it's illegal and do things that are otherwise illegal?
I think that the idea that, like, you were basically saying that Trump is pro-trans in every way. And I said...
I didn't say he was pro-trans.
You said that he was very
moderate on the issue.
Yeah, exactly. And I said he immediately did something that actually has security and life threats against your civilians. You know what the American government has responsibility for? Protecting its citizens.
What does that have to do with entering a foreign country under sovereign jurisdiction?
Because you're still an American citizen that the government has a procedure to protect. So if that trans person goes, you know what? I'll embrace that.
Why?
Blair White goes, it should say M on my passport, and then goes in. Does the American government have to go rescue her when she inevitably gets attacked and assaulted? Or does she just have to give up on her career as a war correspondent?
Yes, you do. You're not entitled to these things. This is weird.
It's such a wild thing for you to say. It's totally chill that the American government can just be like, nah, you're not allowed to do your
I think you're
career
lying.
anymore. I'm not lying.
You think Americans should have a right to commit crimes in other countries? Yes or no?
That's not what I've said.
I'm not saying you are, but is the answer no?
No.
So Americans should not be able to break the law in other countries.
Correct.
Even when those laws are bullshit.
By and large, and the American government should protect you when you do it.
Don't go to where's like Dubai. They have like if a woman gets raped in Dubai, you go to prison. Okay, so is it
yeah, but what if they go into a country where it's not illegal to rape a woman and that like women don't have much of a say in whether or not the man wants to have sex? Like they have one-party consent states or something like that, you know? What if they went into a country like that? Like, is Tim gonna say like, well, you don't have a right to their country, so like, yeah, I think the United States, if they raped you there, and you tried stopping the guy and killed him to stop him from raping you, and that country locked you up for it, I think that the United States should probably step in to try to get you back. I think that our country should probably try to protect you from those sorts of things.
Illegal for women to walk around in these countries? It is, right?
Yeah, without the male and et cetera, yes.
So if a female dresses up like a man and takes hormones to mask to the government, like let's say a woman in Saudi Arabia starts illicitly taking testosterone to appear like a man to go around and break, they would get in trouble for that, wouldn't they?
Probably not if they passed well enough, because nobody would know.
No, I'm saying when they got caught. It's a crime. It is illegal to do.
Because they're trans, yeah.
So I don't understand how you're arguing.
Trans. You're basically saying that trans people just shouldn't go where it's illegal for them to exist. That's what you're saying.
Why would you? Well, hold on.
Any reason that you might want to do war correspondence? What do you mean?
Do you recognize that war correspondents can die?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that you should
people have a right to go to foreign war zones without the risk of death, and they should
That's
be able to,
not what I'm advocating for. They have a right to be able to go, and their government shouldn't be immediately outing them.
Yeah, he's saying like, if you go to a foreign war zone, let's say you go to Ukraine, and while you're in Ukraine, the Ukrainians just murdered you. Like, is it just, oh, well, you're in a foreign war zone. Like, you don't have the right not to die. What are you doing? People die in war zones. Like, well, this wasn't like an act of war that killed them. This is just somebody who decided to fucking murder them unjustly. Like, this is very different than what it is that he's saying. But he's playing these fucking games as though he believes these things, but he doesn't. You could bring up so many fucking hypotheticals to just demolish this thought process within seconds.
To make it more dangerous.
Wait. You think people have a right to go to any country they want?
Assuming that the government approves their visa, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, well, not right.
Okay. I agree. If they approve their visa, right?
They have the liberty to go, I should say. A right is probably
assuming that foreign government says we will grant you the visa.
Yeah, the liberty to.
Do people have a right to lie on their visa applications?
No, but the issue is that before the government didn't view that it was a lie, and now
it is. Because we're not talking about gender on passports. You agree with that? We're talking about
again, though. It's not, because the government is saying that this includes trans people, right? It is about what the definition is on that thing. That is what matters. So in any scenario, they can define these things. They can sometimes make the definition based on genitalia. They can make the definition based on gametes. They can make the definition based on chromosomes. They can make the definition based on a ton of things. None of those would be lies. But if another country defines theirs based on a different characteristic, doesn't mean that ours is now a lie. It's not the same thing. He keeps saying it's a lie, but it's not. It's not necessarily a lie. If they say, hey, we're going to make this based on whether you have a vagina or a penis, and so you have to answer male or female based on one of those two characteristics, then yeah, if you're trans and you had transition surgery, then you're not lying. You are answering truthfully. If you transitioned and had a transition surgery and have that body part, then it's just not a lie. If our country says that when we ask male or female, this includes trans people, and that trans women should mark female and trans men should mark male, then it's not a lie. Different countries have different standards for how they do their passport. There is not a set standard across the world.
About biological sex.
I'm advocating that essentially you probably should allow somebody, like if they're white.
Different argument. You are upset that Donald Trump said you have to have your biological sex.
Undid something because it was already done.
Because they were putting fake sexes on passports.
Essentially, yeah, which would have been better if they did gender instead. I agree.
Okay, so then the issue is, which is this is where the contention is. You have a friend who wants a false biological sex listed on their passport, so they can defraud a foreign country into entering.
Not really. I want them to be able to have the liberty to go there, and that the moment that they go there, they won't.
The liberty to go there.
The liberty to go there.
At the permission of the government.
Both
who
of them.
expects you to tell the truth on things like what your biological
For
sex
example,
is.
if your government just agrees that essentially you perform as a woman.
See, he keeps saying it, that expects you to tell the truth. Our government said that this is how you're supposed to do it. So he keeps doing this, and she's not correcting him. She needs to correct this. He keeps saying that it's a lie and that you're lying on your passport, but you're not lying. It is what the government has put for their standard. There is no objective standard here.
They're willing to give you an F so that you can enter spaces safely and walk around and not be attacked for just how you appear. Yes.
Do you think countries like the Emirates and Dubai appreciate the fact that people are lying about their gender to bypass?
Probably not. Probably not.
So
I just don't really. I don't care about
This is American exceptionalism. This is like American citizens can present false paperwork to foreign countries to get access to their
It's not false paperwork if the government verifies it.
It is.
It's not.
So when the government says it, it's true.
On the passport,
If
fundamentally.
the government asserts something, it's a fact.
That's not what I've said.
Then it's not true.
So, okay, so yeah, this is the problem. Is that you can say, okay, America allows somebody to go into the country with a passport that says female, but technically they're a biological male, but they're a trans woman. And so they put female on their thing. And so now, even though in our country, that might be the standard, you know that if they go into any other country where if it says female on there, they're going to assume this person is a biological female. And so to that country, you will be lying, even though in your country, it is meeting the requirements and it is the right standard. It's still going to be lying to the other country. The problem is that once you make that the law in your country, that that this is the standard and that this is how you're doing your passports. If that country no longer wants to allow Americans into their country, they can make that fucking decision. They can make that call. All right? But if they know that is our standard, that's how we do our passports, and they allow you into the country, you're not lying. You're not lying. That is what they know when they allow you into the country. They know that this is a possibility and that this is how we do our passports. So for him to keep doing this fucking oh yeah, but you're lying. You're not lying. This is the standard. This is how the standard was. This is not fucking rocket science, dude.
Government can lie.
Well, Tim, do you want to engage with what I'm saying, or do you want to create a
No, I think
version
you're
of what
lying.
I'm not lying.
An individual has no right to a foreign country, period.
I've never said that they have a right. They have a liberty to it.
A liberty to what?
To apply to go there.
And is lying to that government okay?
It's not lying.
He keeps doing this where she corrected him before, and she needs to hold to that correction. She's not arguing what the other country wants. She's arguing what our country wants. She's not arguing the other country's laws. She's arguing our country's laws. She's not arguing what these other leaders have done. She's arguing what our leader has done, Donald Trump. She's arguing that what he did is bad, but he keeps making it about what the other countries want. This is stupid.
If your government is willing to agree that essentially you can be
Are males females?
No, they're not.
Okay, so if a male says I'm female, is that a lie?
Yes.
So if a person applies for a passport to the government who is male and says I'm female, is he lying?
It depends on if the government is willing to allow female to include woman.
Correct.
Woman looking. And if
I'm talking about sexes, not genders.
Yeah, and if the government
is it a lie
which is what
for a man?
I'm answering you. I'm answering you. Tim,
this is why men are leaving the
finish.
left.
You have to let me. Well, the issue is you have to let me talk, right? I'm engaging with you in.
He says this is why I'm leaving the left. Yeah, so keep on with, I'm really on the left, dude. I'm really on the left. Also, I'm leaving the left.
Exceptionally good faith.
This is why men are
I'm
leaving
answering
the
your questions directly, and I'm not pivoting away from them.
You are.
You just don't like my answers, which is totally okay.
A male who says I'm female is lying. Because we're talking about biological sex.
Yes.
So if a male goes to the Saudi government and says, I'm a female, he lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think people have a right to lie to foreign governments to get visas?
To get visas, not.
Yeah, see, I never would have given that to him. Never would have given that to him. That it is not a lie. If that is the standard, no country, like, it's not, again, it's not like all countries define these things exactly the same. They don't all have the same standard for how you answer sex on your passport. So this is kind of obnoxious.
Usually, I'm sure there's some exceptions that I might be okay with it.
That you can lie to a foreign government to get a visa?
Yeah, so for example, if you I think a lot of people lie to North Korea on their visas as to what they're doing, who are helping smuggle in information and helping freeing North Koreans, for an example. So
sure, to be fair, we're talking about subterfuge.
Actually, I shouldn't say anyone who does this, right? But there are people who do this to really extremist regimes like North Korea. In that case, they're lying on their visa. But I'm kind of okay with it, right? Because they're trying to help the North Koreans, right? So in this case, if you've got a country,
so it's an adversarial nation.
Yes, but they're lying in what we would consider to be furthering a liberal cause, and so he doesn't seem to have a problem with this lie, which would apply to the trans issue as well. So, him agreeing there should be a fucking home run for her. That should be done and done.
Yep.
And we have...
So if you've got a country that looks at trans people and says that they don't exist and there is no way for Blair to enter safely without us killing her, I'm okay lying a little bit to that country so that Blair can enter safely and do her job.
And the government should aid that lie.
Well, the lie would be... the issue is that the lie depends on how the government's determining what qualifies as F. If they're allowing basically woman-performing people to qualify as F for the sake of a passport, it's not really a lie.
I think this is a really great example of why young men are leaving the left. Because I'll just give you my personal feelings, which just how I interpret this moment right now.
Sure.
Your statements are illogical.
They're not. They're just not face valid. They're not face valid, right? You know what that means?
You've made a claim that you've backtracked a little bit when you fluttered between.
He's backtracked. He backtracked, but I guess she did in a sense because she said that it's lying. But yes, he has also backtracked by allowing the North Korean example.
Gender and sex, you then said that we should change passports to be gender, not sex. You acknowledge that sex is different.
Sure, yeah. I should have baked in extra arguments.
You've asserted an entitlement to lie to foreign governments for access to their countries.
To some degree, yeah. You agreed to that, though, right?
So, no, I didn't.
Yeah, you said, yeah, there are certain situations
I was acknowledging what you had said about people lying to get
So
into
you
North
don't think that people should lie to get into North Korea to help aid those people in freeing themselves from the extreme oppression that North Koreans experience? You think it's bad when humanitarians?
It wouldn't be morally bad, but it would be wrong. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't try to do. I mean, you're.
I mean, it's a question of the sovereignty of nations. I don't like North Korea.
Should America be like, hey, North Korea, just a heads up, these people? Careful, they're not entering just to do tourism. They actually.
I think if we have treaties with nations we're not actively at war with, we should do our best to adhere to them. And so the question of international treaties pertaining to visas, the idea that the U.S. government would permit people to lie on their passports, it's a weird thing to advocate for.
Sure. The issue is that, again, this is why
why lie on your passport? I don't understand.
Why insist on having...
See, I wish he didn't give him the lying on your passport thing. It's about the standard that you use for male or female in that country. It's not a lie if you are abiding by the standard. And if they know, again, if this is an open thing, your country's not keeping it a secret. Oh, we have a secret law that says that you can mark female if you're a trans woman. It's not a secret, so they're not lying.
Having biology on your passport, why not have gender?
Because there are laws in certain nations.
Why not have both?
Because it's a redundancy. It's meaningless.
It's not redundant.
So I'm a male woman?
Well, Blair White.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? It is a performance.
What does that mean?
It means that you appear woman. It's like porn. What's porn? Well, you see it when you know it, right? If you look at it, that's porn. That naked image, it's not porn.
Why can't liberals answer this question?
Because do you want me to go why?
Because they're scared to?
No, because of we went into it before.
An adult human female?
No, not at all. The issue is that it's Soerudite's paradox. Do you know what Soerudite's paradox is? Okay, I've got 1,000 grains of sand. And I say, that's a heap of sand. Would you agree with me?
Oh, I know this. Yes, I use it all the time.
Okay.
How many grains of sand makes a heap?
Exactly, right? And the line there is hard to know, right?
It's really not.
So Blair White is a man.
And Blair White will tell you Blair White is a man.
Okay. That's fine for Blair White.
Blair White literally makes videos where
You want Blair White to walk into male bathrooms?
No.
Oh.
No.
Why not?
Well, my position on this is like Blair White walking into a men's room will create a weird social chaos. And I'm
Oh, so you want Blair White to lie? The sign on the door says men. The sign on the door says men. And you want Blair White to lie by going into the men's bathroom. Why do you want Blair White to lie? Why are you a liar, Tim Pool? Why do you want Blair White to lie? Obviously, by entering that bathroom, you are signing a social contract that says that you are a man. So if you walk into a men's bathroom, as everybody knows, you are a man. You want Blair White to lie and go into the women's bathroom while being a man. Wow. That's fucked up. I can't believe he just said he wants Blair White to lie like that.
really concerned about Blair.
What social chaos would it make?
So for men, it's a bit different for women, right? And so the issue is not specifically about Blair White. It's about Buck Angel, a better example.
Sure.
Buck Angel walking into a women's room is going to start a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Why?
Because Buck Angel is a masculine, bicycle mustached, male-looking individual.
So Hulk Hogan with a vagina is essentially like more of a
should be
woman.
using the men's room. Literally, Hulk Hogan with a vagina is a literal woman.
Hulk Hogan with a vagina should be.
This is my example. Hulk Hogan versus Marilyn Monroe.
Be using the men's room?
Yes.
Gotcha. Why?
Social order.
Because what's the social piece?
The social piece is that people make judgments based on appearance. And there have been instances, there was one story out of McDonald's where a lesbian female was pulled from the women's bathroom and the police kept calling her sir, despite the fact it was a literal biological female, because of this controversy and conundrum.
Yeah.
So I don't have this staunch right conservative, make everybody use their biological gender space, because that will just be chaotic. That being said, there's no simple answer. Why? Because a male who was exposing himself to children went into a spa in California, in San Francisco, exposed himself to women and children, and when a woman complained, they said, the assumption is this person is trans and we can't intervene. When in fact, it wasn't a trans person, it was a male who was exposing himself to children.
Right.
So therein lies a much greater problem. On the surface.
Wait, is that true? I thought they were a trans person. Is that true? I thought they were trans. I could have sworn that person was trans. Maybe I just never kept up with the update that happened afterwards, but everybody called them a man over and over, but they were just being transphobic. It wasn't like, from what I remember, it wasn't that they like turned out to not be trans. It was just that everybody called them a man.
I think the simple answer is I don't see how any guy's going to appreciate Buck Angel walking into a ladies' room with their wife.
Exactly,
Never
because
happened.
people make judgments on appearance.
Indeed.
And those judgments on appearance that we make is that performance.
And that has nothing to do with your entitlement to government documents nor entering foreign
I'm not getting there
countries.
yet, right? If we make judgments based on appearance, you look at me and how do you know I'm a woman? Did you check my passport?
No.
Did you check my vagina?
Chromosome?
Nope. I could have a penis for all we know.
Probably not.
I could. Why are you assuming I'm a woman?
Well, you have a woman's body.
Right. Yes,
So
I'm a very woman.
Let's roll. Your skin. Men have thicker skin, and it's usually easy. You notice the brow ridge, your facial features, the structure of your shoulders compared to your hips, the fact that you have breasts. These are all probably a woman.
Right. So if a woman gets breast implants, is she more or less a woman?
Neither.
Okay. But she appears more feminine, right?
No.
Yeah, like a super, super busty woman is obviously going to be more hyper femme.
I don't agree.
This is just
I don't think your breast size makes you more or less.
I literally view it the opposite. And I know I've talked about this before and like kind of polled people on this before, but larger breast size to a lot of people seems to signal like almost more masculine. And it is it because we think of like feminine as like smaller, more petite, like the smaller they are as like a whole, the more feminine it comes off. That like, yes, women with like double D's, it starts to like widen the person and how big they look, and that it starts to look, it almost comes off as like more masculine because it can widen the person as though they have like wider shoulders and shit like that. And so yeah, I agree with Tim that like, yeah, bigger breasts does not necessarily mean more feminine. That's crazy, Tom. Big titties aren't masculine at all. It's not what I said. I didn't say big tits are masculine. I said that they give they're giving like a masculine, they can give like almost a masculine aura. Like, have you ever seen like women who are like really small, but then they have these like massive boobs that stick out to the side, and because it widens them, almost like it's like almost like they have a wider, it almost looks like wider shoulders is what I'm saying essentially. It's like it comes off like the conceptualization of them looks wider now. That because it looks wider, it doesn't look more feminine. And she's saying that the like bigger breasts is more feminine, but that yes, it can have the opposite effect. I'm not saying it does. I'm saying it can.
Less of a woman.
I said femme at this point.
I don't think femininity is reduced to like the size of a woman's breasts, because then morbidly obese women would be more feminine. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's more, again.
He's doing he's doing the thing where he's saying like the overall person is more or is like masculine or feminine based on this one characteristic, and it's never going to be one characteristic that makes them that thing. Like, you can't say like a woman who has broad shoulders is therefore masculine. No. But that can be a masculine characteristic. That doesn't mean that they are masculine now. They like as a whole, where nobody's gonna conceptualize somebody as masculine based off that one characteristic. Now there are some characteristics that we will do that with. We're talking about a beard. Yeah, a beard will look masculine, and will just make somebody look masculine by itself. That one characteristic will masculinize the person overall. That will change the entire conceptualization of their masculinity or femininity by itself. But breasts, not as much. Wide shoulders, not as much. Like those are smaller details that are just adding or taking away.
It's performance, right? Like, this is why if you search for porn and you look up like super like hyper feminine or hyper feminine like porn, you're going to get women with huge tits and a huge ass. This is obviously true.
Yeah,
because these are feminine traits, right? So, men don't typically have big tits and big asses.
So creating subcategories to define something doesn't change. That woman and man are typically used to define adult human, male or female.
Yep, I would say like 90% of the time. And the problem is that we have to legislate for like also the 10%. And so when it works 90%.
10%.
Sure, it's probably less than that.
Substantially less.
Sure, but we still have to legislate for it.
Yeah,
they're our citizens, right? We can't just be like, fuck you guys. You're not our problem.
Actually, the argument from trans people is it was better off before any of this was happening, when trans people just used bathrooms and anyone noticing.
I agree that the trans
legislating for it actually caused more problems.
Well, legislating for it in the way that the trans movement has legislated for it has caused problems, right?
They were trying to get it removed from the DSM-5 as well.
Which would so, yes.
Which would mean they can no longer get medical treatment or prescriptions for.
Look here, if you want to.
Yeah, I need to look into this because this has been super confusing. I keep hearing people on TikTok saying that, gender dysphoria is not a mental illness. This has been proven. And I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, sometimes they'll say being trans isn't a mental illness, which that I agree with. But normally when we're talking about being trans, we're talking about gender dysphoria, and they don't ever seem to clarify and say, like, being trans isn't a mental illness, but but having gender dysphoria is, or any. They never seem to clarify, and so they just say, like, being trans isn't a mental illness, or it's not a mental disorder, and I'm not sure what the fuck they're talking about. Like, it's part of the DSM-5. gender dysphoria again. Gender dysphoria is part of the DSM-5, like not being trans. So people can be trans without having gender dysphoria. It's weird, it's odd, but it's a thing. That person does not necessarily have a mental illness just because they're trans. But gender dysphoria just is a mental disorder. So I'm not... Yeah, I need to look into this because I keep hearing this argument on TikTok more and more and more, and I have no fucking idea what the hell they mean by this shit. DSMV, that is, didn't they remove it from that? What is DSMV? DSM-5? Not last I checked. Last I checked, it's still there.
Have somebody who's very critical of the trans group and thinks they're full of retards. You found the girl, right? I think there's lots of issues with trans advocacy, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the group. I'm talking about the idea, which is what I'm wanting to engage in. People make judgments on appearance.
Body dysmorphic disorder?
What about it?
Should people have a right to get their hands chopped off?
It depends on if there's evidence that it benefits them.
Correct.
Well, how would it benefit someone to cut their hand off?
Well, how would it benefit somebody to transition?
Well, yeah, just saying that doesn't mean anything. That's the point. Is that like if you're saying like it benefits somebody to get like a treatment for gender dysphoria, that's because we have evidence that it does benefit them. So we're doing it only because science says that there is a benefit. But if you're gonna ask a question like, well, would we do this? Like, well, we would if there was a scientific benefit from it, if it was medically necessary. But how could that be medically necessary? Well, it's not. So I don't know. Like, we're engaging in a fucking hypothetical right now. I don't know how you. I don't know what you want me to make up a scenario where there's a benefit.
The same.
It doesn't.
It does.
It literally doesn't.
So,
suicide ideation is suicidality is actually, to quote Chase Strangio, suicide attempts and suicide do not decrease from transition.
Chase Strangio is not a strong one to like the issue here.
Well, the ACLU's lawyer to the Supreme Court is the best example I'm going to come up with.
Sure, but you probably shouldn't use a lawyer when you're talking about like trans research.
A lawyer who's trying to convince the Supreme Court is not the better example.
No, I would say researchers are, right? Like we should go to the actual data.
Yeah, this is actually something that I've had debates on where I've had people come on and try to argue with me on this shit, and they keep bringing up what I think it was the same thing, what like the ACLU said in a court hearing, what this advocacy group said in this court hearing. I'm like, that's not relevant. Like, they're bringing up like evidence that is supposed to benefit their case. This has nothing to do with like what is necessarily true. We want to like look at the best studies, the best information available, the best data. But they always go to these like court cases because they're going to use whatever data benefits their argument. Being transgender is not considered a mental disorder. The diagnosis is used when this incongruence causes significant distress or impairment. Right, but that doesn't make a distinction between a mental disorder and being trans. It doesn't give us something different than a mental disorder. Like, the incongruence is between their mind and their body. So that would still be mental. Oh, am I about to win again? Am I about to win again? Am I about to win again? What the fuck? Like, really scared to go across here. Let's fucking go. Someone DDoS Tom. Motherfucker. I've played this game for people who this is your first time. I've played this game like 1,000 times. This is the second time I've ever beaten it. And the first time was like 3 games ago. So I played it so many fucking times and could never beat it. I think my record was like 80% or 78% for a really, really long time. And then, yeah, like 3 games ago, I beat the whole thing. And then, yeah, I've only played it like twice. Yeah, I only played, I think, 2 more games since then. And now I beat it again. $58 kills. Seems like a really small amount.
I don't care what
and
lawyers
desistance
making
rates
arguments.
are in the majority.
Desistance rates for under 18 are, right? The issue is that if you look at data... So
if you're over 18, do whatever you want. I don't care.
You want me to tell you about the data?
Sure.
Okay, so there's tons of research on specifically adults, and this was before it was super, super, super politicized, because right now, most of the data that you look at for trans science between like 2018 to about 2024 is politicized on both sides. There's groups that are very anti-trans doing science, and it's garbage, and there's sides that are very pro-trans, and they do science, and it's also garbage. And so the issue is that we have like almost 2 decades now of science that we can't rely on, so we have to look back at like the earlier stuff and be really scrupulous about the methodology specifically. And so one of in the most methodologically sound studies, it's an RCT, it's longitudinal, it is a brilliant study. I believe it came out in 2003. I could be incorrect, but it looks at adults over time who transitioned or did not transition, right? And all the effects and sequelae. And when you look at the adults who transitioned over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for, there was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't care.
Why?
I'm talking about kids.
I'm talking about adults.
I know, but I don't care what adults do.
But when we're talking about passports and like traveling and all this sort of
that's
stuff.
government treaties and trying to get access to a foreign nation, which you have no right to.
Hold on. Wasn't his claim that this isn't beneficial?
Methodologically sound studies, it's an RCT, it's longitudinal, it is a brilliant study. I believe it came out in 2003. I could be incorrect, but it looks at adults over time who transitioned or did not transition, right? And all the effects and sequelae. And when you look at the adults who transitioned over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for, there was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital.
Yeah, he's just lying. He was saying that transitioning does not benefit them. That is what he was saying. He said that suicidality does not go down if you transition. There's not a difference in suicidality after transition for kids versus adults. There's not a difference there. So him acting like, no, I'm talking about kids. No, you weren't talking about kids. You were just saying that the treatment doesn't help. That is what he was saying. He's such a fucking dishonest piece of shit.
Hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but
Tom Ford showed technically the DX is gender dysphoria, but I don't remember if trans people necessarily have gender dysphoria. You'd have to look at the DSM-5 for. That's what I said before. Being trans is not a gender. Being trans does not mean that you have a mental disorder, but having gender dysphoria, I believe, does mean you have a mental disorder. Yes, but it only serves when they have distress. Being transgender in and of itself is not a disorder. It's not stated. Wait, that's what. Hold on, Garther. That is what I said. I said this numerous times. I said being trans is not a mental disorder, but having gender dysphoria is a mental disorder. I restated that 3 or 4 different times. So I agree that yes, like being trans does not necessarily mean that you have gender dysphoria, but having gender dysphoria does mean that you have a disorder. And I mean, personally, yeah, I think it's a little weird to like get to like transition or be trans without dysphoria, but that's a different topic for a different time, I guess. While the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder DSM-5 includes gender dysphoria, it's important to understand that it's not a mental disorder in itself, but rather a state of distress experienced when one's gender identity differs from the sex assigned at birth. DSM-5 defines gender dysphoria as marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender and the one assigned at birth. Leading to significant distress or functional impairment. Yes, but that is a mental distress, mental functional impairment. This is weird. Even the way that they say this, like, the DSM defines gender dysphoria as a marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender and the one assigned at birth. That is not what the diagnostic criteria is, because the diagnostic criteria is distress from the primary and secondary sex characteristics. And so that doesn't, yeah, I hate the way that a lot of them talk about it in these sorts of ways, because we've gone through the APA and they do talk about it in this way, but when you look at the diagnostic criteria, it just does not say the same. It's saying that, like, there is a it just says that, yes, there's that you're caused distress from primary and secondary sex characteristics. It's from the it's from the distress from the primary and secondary sex characteristics that you have, and the distress from not having the opposite. Gender dysphoria, GD, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, is defined as a marked incongruence between their experienced or expressed gender and the one that they were assigned at birth. It was previously termed gender identity disorder. Children or adolescents who experience this turmoil cannot correlate to their gender expression when identifying themselves with traditional societal binary male or female roles, which may cause cultural stigmatization. This can further lead to relationship conflicts with family, peers, and friends in various aspects of their daily lives, and lead to rejection from society, interpersonal conflicts, symptoms of depression and anxiety, substance use disorder, a negative sense of well-being, and poor self-esteem, and increased risk of self-harm and suicidality. More awareness must be created to perceive gender expression and continuum from male to female rather than fixed binary norms. This might help society to understand the population and reduce the burden of mental health problems created by associated stigma. Okay. Yeah, it's just a weird way.
But hold on. I don't care.
Why?
I'm talking about kids.
I'm talking about adults.
I know, but I don't care what adults do.
But when we're talking about passports and like traveling and all this sort of stuff.
That's government treaties and trying to get access to a foreign nation, which you have no right to attain.
Sure, that's one argument that you're making for it. But when I'm talking about trans people,
use the bathroom of which you most likely socially align visually.
Yeah, by and large, we should also allow their passports to not like immediately out them as a group, that a culture that we believe is hateful and we don't agree with.
Who's checking American passports on the fly? Like, are you going to bars?
See, this is what I was talking about, where I was saying that if I went on there to debate somebody else on this issue, that I would end up debating Tim Pool on this, is because this is what happens every time, is whoever the left-leaning person is, they end up only debating with Tim Pool in the end. And the right-leaning person just kind of disappears and fades into the background. We haven't heard from Nacho in a very long time. And this is what happens every single fucking time. is they end up just debating with Tim Pool. This is what happened with Pisco when he went on there and debated somebody else on these issues. This is what happened with Counterpoints when he went on there and debated. This is what happens with everyone. That I think Wake did the same thing. He went on there to debate somebody. This is what happened with Prime Kais. Always, 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 the left-leaning person just ends up debating Tim Pool.
Like
when you go through TSA,
okay. Like, is a TSA agent gonna like lynch a trans person going to Omaha?
Not an American.
Who cares?
I'm talking about Iranians.
Why are you going to Iran?
Because you have the liberty to do so.
Not if Iran says no.
Again, my issue isn't that Iran can or cannot say no. My issue is the government, your government, outing you in a dangerous way for no other reason than petty jabs because trans people went too far with policy. I think that's bad politicking.
I think there's political ramifications internationally for us having false passports.
Again, if the government will create a way that you can basically allow trans people to have a passport that looks in the way that they are presenting so that they don't get in trouble in countries that will throw trans people off of buildings, I think it's good for your government.
Why would you go to a country that they're going to throw you off a building?
So what do you mean? What is this question? Why would women go to any country ever that they care about and do like work to like help the poor? I don't know, because they want to. They have the liberty to do so.
Right. And so this is why I asked, why would you do it? You gave an answer.
Liberty.
And my point is, sometimes you die, right?
The government shouldn't be outing you to kill you. I don't care if a trans person goes to Iran and then in the process of being in Iran, they die as a war correspondent. I care about your own government outing you and setting you up to be killed for no other reasons than petty jabs.
And I'm gonna say once again, the reason why I think young men are leaving the left is that this sounds like sophistry.
So again, let's talk about face validity. Do you know what face validity is?
Explain.
Okay, face validity is this process in science. So when we do science, we look for things. So like when we test whether or not I'm testing depression, there's validity measures that we apply to ensure that I'm capturing depression and not something else like anxiety, right? One of the ways that we can test for whether or not we're capturing a construct is called face validity. And all that means is it appears good. And the issue is that the world is so much more complex. Every scientist knows that face validity as a form of validity is garbage, because I might write an emo measure to test how emo you are, but that doesn't mean that I'm tapping into the emo construct at all. Even though all the questions might sound good and I ask you a bunch about Green Day and all these sorts of things, and I ask you how many black types of like makeups you have.
They're not emo.
Right. They might be goth, right? They might be...
They're pop punk.
There you go, right? They might be something else.
I call them cult punk now.
So this is why face validity is a really weak thinking system. And my problem with the right, and what you said before with men, is that you said it's easier to be on the right. And I would say that's a weak answer. Because
it's true.
As a human being...
Yeah, it just means that it's valid on its face. So this is what the right does. Anytime we talk about, like, what is a woman? They're like, obviously, it's this. Obviously, it's this. And it's all, they're always making this argument about, like, well, it's just valid on its face. Like, what is a woman? An adult human female. Okay. Well, what is a female? A person who can make babies. It's like, why is that? Why is that what a woman is? Where do you get that definition from? It's just is. And that's kind of the argument that they use. But yeah, it's about things just being valid just on its face.
It's not better to take the easy path. You should take the right pathway.
No one said that's not you called my answer weak, which is nonsensical. It is. You agreed with me that it was easier to be on the right for a man.
It's not nonsensical for me to say taking the easier path isn't good.
Calling my answer weak is not saying.
I didn't say your answer's weak. I said that men who take the easier pathway. When you say it's easier, the weak answer is in, like, essentially when men say it's just easier to be right. That's weak.
It's the weak path.
Sure.
Yeah, I think if we dive into this, men don't want to live in a world of sophistry. They don't want to be told to say there are 5 lights through pain of penalty. So when it's easier to be on the right, it's more like if you're on the right and you go to someone and say, that you're gay, most people on the right, not all, are going to be like, I don't need to know that. I don't care.
How do you know what's true?
Well, that's a good point. You don't.
Right. And so what I'm arguing is that...
The only thing I know is that I know nothing.
Sure. But you know some things, right? And it's good to know that you know...
We believe some things.
Well, I'm an objectivist when it comes to, like, I'm a science realist, right? I believe that there are things we can discover that are true and will stay true regardless of how people feel about them, right? I think my pencil will fall, and that's due to gravity because it's true, and it doesn't matter if I'm like, oh, God, please don't do it. Oh, shit, I lost again.
We agree on that, but that's a less than 1/1,000,000th of reality. So arguing that we can understand something basic, like a question I like to ask people is, if
gravity's not basic, right? Gravity's sequelae of falling is basic, but we don't even know what causes gravity.
Right. So if I were to take this phone and whip it as hard as I could at that window, what would happen?
I don't know how thick your windows are, but it would at least smash your phone. It might smash your window.
That's a great answer, because some people say the window would break. I say, actually, you don't know that. The assumption is the window would break because typically hard object thrown at window breaks window. However, it could be a bulletproof window. So while there are certain things that we can agree on, like if I drop object, it falls because gravity is a thing, most things we assume or believe, but we don't know.
So why did I arrive at the right answer when you might have expected me not to?
I didn't know. I didn't have an expectation of your right
Sure, but
answer.
why did I arrive at the correct answer of essentially saying, I don't know how thick your window is, but your phone would probably break at least?
Higher IQ?
Probably not, right?
No, I think
it's probably, for example, Adam Conover is probably not stupid, but I think he says lots of stupid shit. But
because he's trying to adhere to a liberal orthodoxy.
Because
a question of
yes, because partisanry defaults your brain to bad thinking strategies. And what I care about, all I care about in my platform is good think. And face validity is not a valid way to determine whether a construct is true or not, because it falls apart the moment you look at the complexities of the world.
Which is why I say when you go so hard on this passports out you, people don't buy it.
I don't care. If I explain to them how blitzscaling works as a venture capitalist system, you might be like, that shouldn't work. I don't really care. It's really complicated. It's infinitely complicated.
But you sound like Adam Conover is my point.
What?
You sound like Adam Conover.
No, because I don't deny IQ and I don't deny science, right? I don't sound like Adam Conover in any way other than we might align on trans.
Yeah, so she says that because Adam Conover does deny that IQ is a legitimate measurement. It seems pretty obvious that IQ is a legitimate measurement, and the reason we know it's a legitimate measurement is because its predictability is very high. Like you can see that when we test IQs for people, that it predicts successfulness at a very high rate, and that people are more likely to be successful if they have higher IQ. This doesn't mean that it's always going to be the case. It doesn't mean that it will always be so that somebody is going to have higher IQs. That somebody who has a higher IQ is automatically going to have a higher success rate within society. But it just is, more often than not, it has a pretty high rate of success in predicting people who are going to be successful within society. But a lot of people totally discount all of IQ study or all of IQ statistics just purely based off of the fact that they think that it discriminates in a lot of ways, but it does. It's meant to discriminate. It's meant to discriminate against those who aren't capable of taking the test very well. And so that is kind of the point. And so I think people like Sam Cedar, he got into an argument a while ago where somebody kept bringing up IQ, and he kept saying IQ is good for nothing except for testing IQ. He kept repeating this over and over. IQ is good for literally nothing except for testing IQ. All IQ tests tell you is someone's IQ. That's it. It's like that. That's just not true. That's just not true. The main things that IQ tests test for is pattern recognition and problem-solving skills. Those are the main two things that IQ tests are testing. And lots of people will point out some tests can have complications in them where they use big words to ask a question. And so if they use a big word to ask a question, it could be confusing to people who don't have enough vocabulary to understand the question. That's a good criticism, right? Or sometimes they'll have issues in most of it is linguistic in the way that they don't always have the person may not have a colloquial understanding of how words are being used because they haven't been in that space enough to know what it is. So if they ask for, what is the mean of this? And the person doesn't know that they're asking what a mean is. It can cause problems in linguistic understanding just based on vocabulary, but it doesn't that's not a problem with IQ tests. That's just a problem with the IQ tester. That is the problem with the one giving the test. But it is not a problem with IQ tests. Because IQ tests can, if you do it correctly, can give you the answers that you're looking for, which is the success rate. Like, these are things that are going to be able to predict a person's ability to be successful within our society.
And stuff.
No,
The issue is, like, I'm not engaging in science denial.
Right, let's try this. The issue of being able to travel to a foreign country is predicated upon the acceptance of that foreign country letting you in. It's their sovereignty. So internally, there really isn't an issue pertaining to your passport saying MF or whatever. I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters, except in a medical function,
Sure.
where a doctor needs to know what kind of medicine to prescribe you based on your biology.
And how do you know that somebody's female?
Are you saying in the medical context?
Seems to be a problem with the test, Tom. It's a problem. It's not a problem with IQ tests, right? So we can't hand wave all IQ tests based on these problems. We hand wave the tests that have that problem, right? But this is what people do. They will use those criticisms as a way to hand wave IQ testing and act as though all testing is invalid because of these issues. But those issues are not going to be in all IQ tests. And so you just want the testers, the people who give the tests, to keep that in mind when they're creating the test. But yeah, that's not a reason to get rid of IQ tests. And that is generally the argument, is this is an argument against IQ tests. But it's not. It's just it's an argument against the IQ testers and how they're doing it. So it's it doesn't like it. The argument is that we shouldn't even take IQ test scores into consideration for anything because of these flaws. And I'm saying those flaws are flaws with the person who is creating the test. It is not a problem with tests.
Female, with the way that you would define female.
I mean, we make assumptions on the surface for the most part, but I fully recognize, for someone like Blair, I have no problem saying she and her, because Blair,
why?
Because Blair gives me respect.
Yeah, you're a respectful person, and
Blair returns the respect.
It would also be really fucking weird to say he, him, right?
No, not really. I mean, Blair has said that she is actually a he and a man, and I think Blair even called her boyfriend gay.
It doesn't matter because it's awkward to call somebody who looks very feminine he, him. It feels wrong. It feels weird, right? If you're doing it ironically, that's fine. But when you're doing it seriously, it almost causes like a cognitive dissonance that happens. And this is the same the other way around. This is this is something that we're not supposed to say, but this is also something that happens for trans people who don't pass, especially for people who meet trans people for the first time. It can be like a very awkward thing. I think it's something like 70-something% of Americans have said that they've never met a trans person in their entire lives. And so it can be a very odd experience the first time, especially if they just are not passing. And so when you're trying to use she and her in these scenarios, it can cause cognitive dissonance to where it's hard to say that seriously to somebody that you don't view as a she, her. And so it actually causes a almost like mental distress to try to do this in real time when it does not align with your view of the world. It does not align with your view of that person, and you're trying to almost trick yourself into saying something that you don't believe. And so yeah, it's I don't know if IQ tests say anything more than how good the person did on an IQ test. Smart people can get lower scores due to not. Again, it's not smart. When you use smart is a colloquial term that we use for all sorts of things. Smart does not mean anything. Again, IQ tests can predict success within our society. That is what I've said over and over. It is a predictor of success within our society. But they are testing mostly the main two things are pattern recognition and problem solving skills. And those are two things that are considered to be like the highest form of intelligence for us. Just replace smart with whatever you think IQ tests predict success. It's not what I think, it's that they just do. They have a very high rate of predictability for success within our society. So it's not what I think, it's just they just do.
And so I'm kind of like, I don't know, Blair.
There are other tests too. IQ is just the most known type of test, correct? And so this is like a field that Kyla literally works in, where they use IQ tests pretty regularly, and they're the types of people who go through and like build these sorts of things.
Blair's nice, respectful, entertains things logically, and asks me his preferred pronoun. I say, okay. We had a drag queen on the show, said I use she. I said, okay, I don't care, whatever.
Sure.
People who are disrespectful, I'll call all sorts of weird names.
Sure, I'm not asking about people who are like, yeah, I don't expect you to play the same social tit for tat.
But this is my point. Conservatives, like
actually, one question. Sorry, if I can pause you. I don't know who Blair is. Okay, I'm a random person plucked from the internet, from the world who's never seen the internet. Which pronouns would they guess Blair is?
She, her.
Why?
Because Blair White looks female.
Right. And so that looks female piece is something that I think is worth applying a word to, which we call gender.
Trans.
Gender. Right? Because that's the word that you can pick a different word, I suppose, but gender is what we're talking about when we say that somebody performs in such a way, right? The reason that you know that I'm a woman is because I perform like a woman in every single way, even though it is possible, technically, that I'm a sneaky XY chromosome haver. So I even have a vagina, but I
don't think so. If someone studies for an IQ test, they'll get a higher than someone who doesn't, regardless. Yeah, but they want you to study it, though. They give you practice. You're supposed to do practice tests before you do the actual test. You are supposed to. It's more about understanding what it is that they're asking and how the tests are done, so that you're not confused when it comes time. They don't want the problem to be like you not knowing like what it is that you're supposed to be doing or how to answer or the way that the test is conducted, with like shapes and this, that, and the other. Right? They want you to know what it is that they're asking and the types of questions they're asking beforehand. But that can be like confusing going into it, because lots of times you'll think maybe they're going to be asking questions about history and math and science, just to like test your knowledge on things, and then you go in and it's asking very different questions. And so they purposely want you, they give you practice tests every single time to make sure that you understand the types of questions that they're asking, so that you can get used to that. But that still doesn't change what it is that it's predicting. IQ tests are designed to predict a range of cognitive abilities and potential outcomes primarily related to academic and professional success. Here's a breakdown of what IQ tests aim to predict. Academic performance, school grades, IQ scores show a moderate to strong correlation with academic grades, indicating that students with higher IQ tests tend to perform better in school. Educational attainment. Individuals with higher IQs are more likely to pursue higher levels of education, such as college and postgraduate studies. Learning speed and efficiency. IQ is closely linked to the ability to learn and acquire new knowledge effectively. That is the main thing that like you end up getting from somebody with a high IQ score, is they're able to learn things quickly. So like that's the main thing that like when it comes to pattern recognition, is you're able to understand what is happening faster. And then the second one is problem solving. And so once you know what's happening, are you able to take that information and then put it into a like input to where now it'll change an outcome in the way that you want it to be changed, right? That is like what it is supposed to give you. and that obviously that is going to give you people who are much more likely to be successful in pretty much every possible way. Job performance. Job success. IQ is considered a significant predictor of job performance across various occupations, especially for roles requiring complex cognitive skills and problem solving. Training success. Individuals with higher IQs generally learn job-relevant knowledge faster and perform better in training programs. Career advancement. Higher IQ scores are associated with greater likelihood of attainment managerial positions and achieving higher career levels. 3. Cognitive abilities. Reasoning and problem solving. IQ tests assess an individual's capacity for logical reasoning, abstract thought, and problem solving abilities. Information processing. IQ scores reflect an individual's ability to process information efficiently and effectively. Working memory. Working memory capacity, which is essential for holding and manipulating information, is often correlated with IQ scores. 4. Other factors. Adaptability and learning. Individuals with higher IQs may be more adaptable to new situations and better equipped to learn new skills throughout their lives. Important considerations. Correlation is not causation. While IQ scores correlate with these outcomes, it's crucial to remember that correlation doesn't equal causation. Other factors such as motivation, personality, and socioeconomic background also play important roles in academic and professional success. Limitations of IQ tests. IQ tests primarily measure cognitive ability and may not capture other forms of intelligence, such as emotional intelligence or practical skills, which are also important for life success. Environmental and genetic influences. IQ scores are influenced by both genetic and environmental factors, including education, nutrition, and socioeconomic status. Job complexity. The predictive powers of IQ tests for job performance is often stronger for more complex jobs. In conclusion, IQ tests are valuable tools for predicting certain aspects of an individual's cognitive abilities and potential for academic and professional success. However, it's important to interpret IQ scores in the context of other relevant factors and acknowledge their limitations. So this is something that they bring up a lot, is like when it comes to IQ test, somebody who has ADHD is it's less likely to give you a good predictor on their ability to actually be successful later on in life, because a lot of times ADHD can make it to where you're not going to be able to be as organized. You're not going to be able to be like on time for jobs as much. You're not going to be as like motivated all the time to do specific types of things if you're not interested in it. There's a lot of other issues that that can change whether or not you're actually going to fulfill this prediction that it's supposed to be testing for. But all right, I gotta head out. The clock ran out a while ago, so I'll be back on tomorrow. I should be back on TikTok as well, so we'll probably be streaming to both platforms tomorrow in vertical format, hopefully. I will make sure you guys join the Discord. Link is in the description. Go now and join the Discord. You'll get notifications every time I go live or anytime I post on any platform. Regardless of what platform I'm on, you will get a notification letting you know what it is that I'm doing or if I'm going on somebody else's show. Also, make sure you follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. All of those links are in the description. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. There's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen. Yes, they did. From Venezuela.
That's not not illegal immigrants. That you're talking about people who literally got signed up on an app
to get
Yes.
asylum and then came
Yes.
over under the that's like sure they had
The Biden
they didn't pay for those.
administration.
They had to pay for their own plane tickets and everything. The Biden
No, they
administration
didn't. No.
Yes, they
no,
did.
I don't know where you came up with the fact that they had to pay for their own plane tickets. No, that's not the case. You can look it up. Yeah, I know you're doing it, but no, they didn't.
Upon receiving authorization from Washington, they buy air passage to the U.S. international airports, where CBP personnel process them for release.
Who is
In short,
they?
under
Who is
all
they
are said to
by
be responsible for paying for their own airfare.
No.
Which is what literally everything
After-
says about this. They all paid for their own airfare.
No. No.
What do you mean? No?
After,
Yes.
I'm saying no because it took you 30 hours to finally find that one single thing. That
No. This is not one single thing. This is from factcheck.org.
Sure.
It vetted and authorized to fly to the U.S. through a humanitarian parole program. The travelers pay for their flights.
They do? Really? What does it say?
That's why I just read what the top part says.
It's like, oh yeah, it's so obvious that we immediately know that something that we're talking about is so true, and it's no, maybe it isn't.
So it said Biden isn't flying migrants to Florida. People pay for their own flights legally to enter the U.S. This is from AOL. That's literally the title.
Okay, all right. Man, I wish. Yeah, it'd be great.
This is PolitiFact. 300,000 illegal immigrants were able to use a simple app to get a free flight to our country. This is fact-checking a post on Instagram. People granted parole did not receive free flights to the U.S. They buy their own plane tickets. Okay.